Chapter 1406. On the bank of the Ba River. Everyone, including Li Er, was stunned when they saw the huge water wheel lifting the river water to a height of more than 10 feet. God had pity on them. If they had used manpower to lift the water, it could have been lifted that high. However, the key was that the water wheel didn't need any manpower at all. It was completely dependent on the water power to move automatically. This was a little unbelievable. After a long time, everyone recovered from their shock. Cheng Yaojin was the first to speak. I knew that you weren't bragging, Xiaoxian. You said that this water wheel could move the river water automatically, so it must be possible. Now it seems that I, Old Cheng, have the best foresight. As he spoke, Old Cheng walked up to Li Zishuan and patted the latter's shoulder fiercely. He had a smug look on his face, as if Li Zishuan was a talent he had discovered. Everyone was speechless and cursed Old Cheng for being shameless in their hearts. Li Zishuan bared his teeth. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand Old Cheng's slaps. It was only because he had a strong martial arts foundation that he could withstand it. Your Majesty is wise. This old subject congratulates Your Majesty. Just as everyone was secretly criticizing Cheng Yaojin in their hearts, Wei Zheng suddenly bowed to Li Er and said such a sentence without any reason. Li Er was instantly confused. He thought to himself, I didn't do anything. How is this wise? Wei Zheng, who always liked to find trouble with me, could it be that he took the wrong medicine today? Dear Minister Wei, why do you say that? Li Er thought for a moment and asked with a frown. Wei Zheng bowed with a serious face and said, Your Majesty has a discerning eye. Back then, you brought the Marquis of Yong and into the imperial court. You also allowed the Marquis of Yong and to start engineering schools, run academies, and build workshops. It was because of Your Majesty's wise decision that there was the current Yanhuang College and the current water wheel. This water wheel can support tens of thousands of people. How can this old subject not congratulate Your Majesty? In the past, while Wei Zheng had not explicitly opposed Li Zishuan's engineering, he definitely did not support or like it. But now, in the midst of the Guanzhong drought, when the officials were helpless, Li Zishuan had used his own power and engineering to create such a marvelous and powerful water wheel. Wei Zheng couldn't help but feel gratitude toward Li Zishuan. He even had a faint favorable impression of engineering. This good feeling was not mixed with any personal feelings. It was just a good feeling Wei Zheng had because Li Zishuan had saved millions of lives in Guanzhong. Just as Wei Zheng finished his words, the few important officials present reacted. Under Zhang Sun Wuji's lead, they bowed to Li Er and said, Your Majesty, congratulations on obtaining such a divine item. Your Majesty, we congratulate Your Majesty on obtaining such a divine item. The water wheel on the river was still turning noisily. The officials on the shore gave their congratulations in unison and spread far and wide across the empty land by the river. Li Er looked at the water wheel and then at the surging river water at the end of the trough. He was filled with joy. There was finally a solution to the drought problem that had troubled him for a long time. Speaking of which, he had recently been planning to have the alchemists open altars to pray for rain. But now, it seemed that there was no need because the water wheel Li Zishuan had made was more reliable than praying for rain. Officials, you should not be congratulating me, you should be congratulating the people of the world. With this water wheel, the Guanzhong drought can be easily resolved. The tens of thousands of people in Guanzhong will be spared from the torment of the drought. You should be congratulated. Li Er nodded and said with a smile. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said in a low voice, Marquis Yong, and you should be rewarded for being able to create this kind of water wheel that can automatically move river water and resolve the Guanzhong drought. However, the most important thing now is to quickly mass-produce this water wheel. 2 days ago, I ordered all the provinces and counties in Guanzhong to immediately start dredging the canals. When the canals work with your water wheel, it will be able to completely alleviate the drought in Guanzhong. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said, This official obeys the decree. The thousands of workers in the workshop will do their best to make the water wheel day and night. In addition, this official is willing to give the blueprint of the water wheel to the court or make it public. The structure of this water wheel is not complicated. According to the blueprint, any small workshop can make it. However, the bearings and gears used in this water wheel are difficult for private workshops to make. However, they can directly buy them from Chichu Pavilion. This way, the provinces and counties can work together and produce enough water wheels in the shortest amount of time to resolve the drought in Guangzhou. Giving away the blueprint was a decision that Li Zishuan had made after careful consideration. Just like last year's curved plow, when it had just been made, Li Zishuan had directly given the blueprint to the court. This was because he knew that in the face of such a great drought, he could not be selfish. Li Zishuan would definitely not earn this kind of money that went against his conscience. It wasn't that he was noble, but that Li Zishuan only wanted to live in peace. Using water wheels, curved plow, and other things that the common people saw as lifesavers to earn money, Li Zishuan felt that even if he only earned one won from this kind of money, he would not be at peace. There were many ways to earn money. He would definitely not earn money that made him feel uneasy. Also, even though the scale of the workshop was much larger than before, no matter how large it was only a workshop. It only had 1,000 or 2,000 workers. In a short amount of time, it could not satisfy the needs of Guangzhou for water wheels. Mark Yong and is righteous. This old man thanks Mark Yong, and on behalf of the common people. Hearing that Li Zishuan was going to hand over the water wheel blueprint, everyone was stunned for a moment. Wei Zheng looked at Li Zishuan in surprise, then bowed and said with sincerity. Li Zishuan didn't dare to accept Wei Zheng's courtesy. He hurriedly moved aside and said, "What's the matter? Why do you say this, Left Minister Wei? When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. You and I are in the court, fighting for the common people's well-being. Is this not the right thing to do? This mere water wheel blueprint can save millions of people. What reason do I, Li Zishuan, have to keep it for myself? Only by giving it away can I live up to His Majesty's expectations. Only then can I live up to the country's salary. When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler." Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wei Zheng could not help but be stunned. These two sentences were Li Zishuan's self-admonition. How was it not Wei Zheng's lifelong pursuit? At this moment, Wei Zheng realized that he seemed to have just gotten to know Li Zishuan. Just based on these two sentences, Li Zishuan could be considered his kindred spirit. Thinking back to the few times he had accused Li Zishuan last year, Wei Zheng could not help but feel ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, "Maryong and is of noble character. Wei Zheng admires you." These words were said with sincerity. Li Er could not help but be surprised. So Wei Zishuan actually admired others? This was like the sun rising from the west. After looking at Wei Zheng curiously, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said with a gratified expression, "I am very pleased that you can have this kind of awareness. Since you are willing to give away the blueprint, I will send people to send the blueprint to each county and order them to hire craftsmen and workers to build water wheels as soon as possible to alleviate the drought." "Your Majesty is wise." Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said, "This way, the workshop's task would be greatly reduced. They only needed to produce a small batch of water wheels for the counties around Cheng. The other counties could follow the blueprint and build water wheels according to it. As for the gears, bearings, and other parts that they could not make, they could buy them from Chitsu Pavilion or Chitsu Pavilion's branches." The second day. Yesterday's water wheel experiment was a great success and it made the headlines of Datang Daily. Water wheel success, drought hope? What is a water wheel? Don't you know how to read? The water wheel was a new thing made by Master Ho. It was a kind of vehicle that could automatically carry water from a low place to a high place. It was made by thousands of craftsmen in the workshop of the Fantastic House and had been tested successfully yesterday. With this, do you think the people of Tang will still be afraid of drought? Whoa! There is such a magical thing in this world? Of course, I heard that yesterday His Majesty brought the important officials of the court to verify the functions of the water wheel. Furthermore, the Duke of Yong and has already given the blueprint of the water wheel to His Majesty. His Majesty will announce it to the world and order the various counties to build water wheels as soon as possible. What? The Duke of Yong, and handed over the blueprint of the water wheel? What a fool. Those blueprints are worth tens of thousands of gold taels. Why would the Duke of Yong and hand them over so easily? Bullsh *T. The Duke of Yong is an immortal. Why would he use something that can save the lives of the common people to earn money? Wang Lao, don't force your dirty thoughts on the Duke of Yong. Be careful or we will beat you up. That's right. The Duke of Yong and cares about the common people and is benevolent and righteous. Last year, he didn't earn a single copper coin from the common people and directly made the blueprint public. Wang Lao, if you dare to speak nonsense again, we will beat you to death. The Duke of Yong and is benevolent and righteous. If it's really as you say, then this old man's family's fields can be saved. That's right, that's right. May the heavens bless the Duke of Yong and allow him to live a long life of 100 years, 1,000 years. Only this way can the common people continue to live good lives. That's right. When this old woman returns, I will erect a longevity stele for the Duke of Yong and pray for him every day. The reason Li Zixuan had the editorial department of Datong Daily spread the news of the water wheel's successful development was to calm the people's hearts and allow them to confidently resist the drought. A while ago, when the land was dry, most of the common people chose the stupidest method, carrying water to irrigate the land. Actually, that was the most instinctive behavior of people when they were in despair. Because they knew that they couldn't resist the drought, they carried the idea of saving as much of the land as possible and carried water to irrigate the land. Now, following the news of Datong Daily's successful development of the water wheel, the common people were all elated when they heard the news and rushed to spread the news. After the hopeless common people found hope, they exploded with a strong desire to survive. Especially the workers who were building the cement ditch in Longtime County, they worked even harder. Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong. Good news. Good news. Very good news ah. At the entrance of the Yu family manor, Zhong Lijing was leading the villagers of the Yu family manor to dig the ditch. Yu Deheng suddenly held a newspaper and ran over in a hurry. Moreover, as she ran, she shouted excitedly. Zhong Lijing had never seen the usually refined Yu Deheng lose her composure like this. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Deheng, what good news is there? Look at how happy you are. The villagers who were digging the ditch couldn't help but stop what they were doing at this moment. They wanted to hear what good news Yu Deheng had brought. Uncle Zhong, it's really good news. Yu Deheng took a breath and said excitedly, today's Datong Daily said that Marquis built a water wheel that can automatically carry water to a high place. Moreover, it was tested successfully yesterday. His Majesty was also present. Marquis said that the common people of Longtian County can use the water wheel. When the water wheel works with the canal, all the fields in our manor can be irrigated by the river. After Yu Deheng finished speaking, no one made a sound because everyone was stunned at this moment. After a long while, Zhong Lijing finally reacted. His excited voice trembled a little. He looked at Yu Deheng with trembling lips and asked, what are you doing? There's such a magical thing in this world? Deheng, you're not lying to us, right? The rest of the people also looked at Yu Deheng eagerly. Although they felt that it was a little inconceivable, they still hoped that Yu Deheng was telling the truth. Yu Deheng spread out the newspaper and said, Uncle Zhong, how would I dare to lie to you? What I said is true. Look, it's clearly written in this newspaper. Marquis not only wants to use the water wheel for our Longtian County, he also offered the blueprint so that all the common people in the world can use the water wheel. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank of the Ba River and take a look. It's said that the water wheel that His Majesty saw yesterday hasn't been removed yet. Hearing Yu Deheng's solemn vow, the villagers finally believed her. That's great. That's great. Marquis really has a way to move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor. The land of our manor can all be saved. Zhong Lijing was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. It looked like he was dancing with joy, which was quite funny. However, no one laughed at him because at this time, everyone was trembling with excitement like him. I said before that since Marquis can fly into the sky and enter the earth, he must have a way to send the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor. At that time, Uncle Dashin, you didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Yu Dahane couldn't help but laugh. Yu Dashin said with a face full of smiles, I believe you, I believe you. From now on I, Yu Dashin, will believe no one but Marquis. Even if Marquis says that he can climb the 9 palaces of heaven and pluck the stars and moon, I will believe him. Dashin is right. In the future, we will believe whatever Marquis says. If anyone doubts Marquis, I, Yu Cheng, will be the first to disagree. That's right, that's right. That's not right. Since Marquis can really move the water from the Ba River, then we must quickly fix the canal. Without a doubt, my wife and children will come over tomorrow to help. They don't need to be paid. Yes, yes, yes. My wife and child will also come over tomorrow to help. In an instant, there was no need for anyone to mobilize. The enthusiasm of the Yu family manor's villagers to build the canal suddenly rose to an unprecedented level. They would rather not be paid to fix the canal as soon as possible. Chapter 1407. 2 in 1 chapter. Not only the Yu family manor, but the other villagers in the northern part of Lantian County were also greatly encouraged when they learned that Li Zishuan had built a water wheel that could transport river water. Previously, the county yamen had gathered the commoners to repair the canals. Due to the higher terrain of these villages, the villagers weren't very enthusiastic about building the canals. Generally, each family only sent out 1 to 2 laborers. The rest of the people were still busy carrying water from the wells and watering the fields. However, when the commoners heard this news, their attitudes instantly changed. The villagers who were carrying water from the wells and watering the fields all put down their carrying poles and buckets and joined the army that was digging the canals. Moreover, when the county yamen counted the number of people who were willing to repair the canals, these people didn't sign up. Therefore, in theory, they wouldn't be paid for helping to repair the canals and wouldn't reduce their corvée labor. However, even so, the commoners were still willing to help repair the canals. This was because the earlier the canals were repaired, the earlier the villagers' dry fields could be saved. In comparison, the small amount of money they would receive was a small profit. At Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop, all kinds of machinery had been fully activated. Under Faubert's arrangement, the craftsmen began to work in 3 shifts. The morning shift was from 7 to 1, the middle shift was from 5 to 9, and the night shift was from 1 to 5. The craftsmen were divided into 3 teams and worked 24 hours a day in the workshop to make the water wheels. Speaking of which, this could be considered the world's first workshop with 3 shifts. Although Li Zishuan had already announced the water wheel blueprints, which of the important officials in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, Qing Yaojin, Yuqi Jingde, and other important officials, didn't have a few villages under them? The land of Guanzhong was dry like fire, so how could their villages be spared? They also needed a water wheel. However, most of them felt that it was troublesome to recruit craftsmen to make a water wheel according to Li Zishuan's blueprints. Moreover, they felt that the water wheels made by other craftsmen weren't as good as the ones made by the workshop. Therefore, in the end, Zhang Sun Wuji, Qing Yaojin, and the others went to Li Zishuan to make an order. As someone in the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally understood the ways of the world. If he could help make a few water wheels, he would be able to gain a favor from the big shots in the imperial court. This was a good deal. Therefore, he accepted all the orders from the courtiers. In just one day, he received a total of more than 100 water wheels. Therefore, it was impossible for the craftsmen in the workshop to be idle. However, Li Zishuan did not mistreat the craftsmen in the workshop. First of all, the craftsman's salary was doubled this month. Secondly, the craftsmen who worked the night shift would receive an additional allowance. As a result, although the craftsmen felt that it was hard work, they were all more motivated to work. Under such a passionate atmosphere, a construction frenzy was set off in Lantian County. Tens of thousands of people and craftsmen worked tirelessly all day long. The progress of the construction of the canal was different by the day, and the workshops could make more than 10 water wheels every day. The people saw that there was hope to alleviate the drought, and their gloomy faces finally showed a smile again. Xiaoxian? Yamacho, you're here to watch the game too? That day, coincidentally, was Saturday. Cheng Chumo, who had just experienced the torment of the midterm exam, bought 2 tickets and brought Yuchi Baolin to the football field in Lantian County to watch the game. He planned to let go of himself in the passionate football game. Oh no, it was to forget his troubles in the passionate football game. However, he did not expect to see Li Zishuan when he was looking for a seat in the stands, so he greeted him with a smile. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Cheng Chumo and asked subconsciously, "Oh, Virgin, you're here to watch the game too? But how did you do in the midterm exam?" It was an occupational disease. This was definitely an occupational disease. After being a teacher for a long time, he would unconsciously ask about the students' grades when he saw them. Li Zishuan promised that he would never ask these questions in the past, but now it had become a habit. It was a sin. As soon as he heard him ask about his grades, Yuchi Baolin immediately lowered his head and wanted to bury his head in the ground. This was because studying had never been Yuchi Baolin's strong point. Of course, it was definitely not Cheng Chumo's strong point, but this guy's skin was thick. Cheng Chumo's face did not show any signs of shame. Instead, he looked a little proud. He laughed and said, "The exam was okay. I think I'll definitely pass every subject." Li Zishuan was speechless for a moment, then he said unhappily, "Pass? Kid, is that all you want?" Cheng Chumo looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He said indifferently, "What else can I do? My dad doesn't expect me to be the top scorer. I just want to pass every subject and not embarrass him. In my opinion, our Cheng family has not been good at studying for generations. My dad asked me to come to Yanhuang College to study probably because he doesn't want me to be illiterate and be deceived by others. So, Xiaoxian, you can't use this to attack me." Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't expect that Cheng Chumo, this idiot, would be so clear on some key matters even though he was usually a scoundrel. This was very similar to Qing Yaojin in this aspect. "You..." Li Zishuan pointed at Cheng Chumo, thought for a moment, and said, "Forget it. I know your ambition is not here, so I won't force you. Anyway, so what if you can't read? You're still my brother. As long as I, Li Zishuan, am here, no one will dare to deceive you in this lifetime." Cheng Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after he transmigrated. When he was still a commoner, Cheng Chumo treated him as an equal. When he encountered trouble, Cheng Chumo was the first to jump out to help him. Although he was rich, now, there was a saying that went, "Don't forget your friends when you're rich." Li Zishuan would never forget this friendship for the rest of his life. Xiaoxian, with your words, I, Cheng Chumo, am satisfied for the rest of my life. I didn't acknowledge you as my brother for nothing. Cheng Chumo heard this and his emotions surged. His face was flushed red, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Although Li Zishuan was a Yamacho in the academy and he was a student, brothers were brothers. Nothing could change that. Yuchi Baolin looked at the 2 men in front of him, and a trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He also wanted such brotherly affection, but he was not good at expressing his feelings. In order to prevent Li Zishuan from sensing it, he quickly lowered his head and concealed the envy in the depths of his eyes. "Oh, that's right. Xiaoxian, there's a drought in Guangzhou. I heard that you've been busy getting people to build canals and water wheels. How come you're in the mood to watch a football match today?" Cheng Chumo suddenly asked, puzzled. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Watch a football match? Do you think I'm as free as you to watch a football match? I'm here to choose a player." To be honest, the current level of football in Tang Dynasty was not very good. After all, it was still in its infancy. It was not on the same level as the exciting football matches of the modern era. At the beginning, it might be interesting to watch, but after watching for a while, it would be boring. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not come to the stadium for a while. Today, he was here mainly to choose a national player. Choose a player? What player? Cheng Chumo was even more curious when he heard this. Is Yamacho thinking of forming a football team? Yuchi Baolin could not help but ask. He had only asked subconsciously, but he did not expect Li Zishuan to nod. Baolin's guess is right. I do want to form a football team, a national team of Tang Dynasty. Now that football has become popular in Tang Dynasty, it will definitely spread to other countries in the future. When the time comes, the surrounding countries will not be able to win against Tang Dynasty in war. Perhaps they will try to regain their ground through football matches. My purpose in forming the national team of Tang Dynasty is to prepare for emergencies. Moreover, I also plan to hold a World Football Championship every few years. Every country in the world can participate. This national team of Tang Dynasty will then represent Tang Dynasty to conquer the other countries. Previously, I asked Mr. Zhang San to help me keep an eye out for some good seedlings. A few days ago, he gave me a name list. When the players on the name list have a match, I will take some time to observe their performance. If they pass, I will call them into the national team. When the time comes, it will be time for them to be used in national competitions. After all, football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, Tang Dynasty cannot lose face in this. Hearing this, Cheng Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "Hey, Xiaoxian, you are right. Football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, our football team should be the best. Oh, by the way, I heard from my father that the Crown Prince of Wen Nation had formed a football team and wanted to compete with Tang Dynasty. Later, because the Wen Nation's queen passed away, the Crown Prince of Wen Nation went back. If you ask me, the Crown Prince of Wen Nation should thank their queen for saving him. Otherwise, even if other people were not willing to compete, I, Cheng Chumo, would definitely go up and beat those arrogant Wen Nation people." Li Zishuan sneered and said, "If it were not for the fact that martial arts were not used, there would not be many teams in Tang Dynasty that could defeat the Crown Prince of Wen Nation's football team. Ugly bull, stop bragging." Li Zishuan had asked Zheng Qianjun in private about the football team formed by the big brother king of Mountain Back. According to Zheng Qianjun, the football team did have some skills. The tacit understanding between the players was definitely better than most of the current football teams in Tang Dynasty. Cheng Chumo was obviously not convinced. He said, "Xiaoxian, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our prestige. Wen Nation is just a small country. How can they have good players? If you are not convinced, you can fight again. Not to mention other teams, I don't think the Wen Nation people can beat the Fergana Horse team in Liangzhou, let alone the Fergana Tiger team and the Wind Thunder team." Li Zishuan smiled and did not make any meaningless rebuttal. Seeing that Li Zishuan was ignoring him, Cheng Chumo rolled his eyes and said, "Xiaoxian, how many players do you like now? 6 or 7? What's wrong?" Li Zishuan replied lightly. Cheng Chumo rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, "Hee hee. Xiaoxian, you are always busy with official business. How can you have time to manage the team? Why don't you tell me the training methods and tactics? I will help you train them. How about it?" Li Zishuan looked at Cheng Chumo and said disdainfully. Cheng Chumo suddenly exploded. "What's wrong with me? Xiaoxian, Kushirqin can go to Sichuan to help you open the mines. What's wrong with me, your brother, helping you manage the team? It is said that playing football is like fighting a war. My father has fought in wars for so many years. As his son, I know a little about the art of war, right? Isn't it more than enough to help you manage the team?" Li Zishuan was so angry that he almost laughed. He thought to himself, "How dare you say that you know the art of war? Besides, who said that people who know the art of war can definitely manage the team well? What kind of logic is this?" Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he thought that since Cheng Chumo was not interested in the academy's courses, it would be good to arrange something that he liked to do. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan said, "I originally wanted Zheng Qianjun to help me train the team, but since you also have the same idea, then you two will be responsible for it together. Usually, Zheng Qianjun is in charge of the team's tactical training, and you are in charge of the team's physical training." At the crucial moment, Li Zishuan, the experienced driver, made a big turn and almost choked Cheng Chumo to death. "What the F***CK, Xiaoxian, I thought you wanted me to be in charge of the team. I didn't expect you to arrange an assistant for me. You obviously don't trust me." Cheng Chumo looked like he was wronged. Li Zishuan could not help but say in a strange voice, "It's time to make the keys." 10 coins for 3 keys. Are you worthy, Chumo? No, Ching Chumo did not understand. He subconsciously wanted to say that he was not worthy, but then he felt that something was wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Yuchi Baolin came back to his senses and laughed. Ha! Brother Cho Nyo is not worthy. Zheng Yinhong's Wind and Thunder team contained more than half of Zheng Qianjun's efforts. Zheng Qianjun loved football very much and was also very good at studying. That was why the Wind and Thunder team was now the hot favorite to win the championship. Zheng Qianjun was in charge of the tactical training of the national team, and Cheng Chumo was in charge of the physical training of the national team members. The combination of one civil and one military was really complementary. In addition, this morning, Zheng Qianjun brought good news to Li Zixuan. The second batch of tea leaves had arrived in Chang'an City. The first batch of tea leaves was rushed, and the tea master in Jiangnan was not good at producing tea leaves, so the first batch of tea leaves was only about 50 kilograms. The tea leaves distributed to the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce were even less. But the second batch was different. Zheng Yinhong directly sent people to deliver 600 kilograms of tea leaves. Even if they had to give out a portion, Li Zixuan would still get a lot. Perhaps it was time to use the divine tea to make the Department of Commerce famous. At the same time, let the merchants of Lantian County enjoy the convenience and benefits of the Department of Commerce. Chapter 1408. The next day. Boss Wang? What did you say? Immortal tea is on sale? Can merchants like us buy it? Of course it's true. This is the latest news I got. As long as you're a merchant in Lantian County, you can buy a caddy of immortal tea from the drunken immortal in with the store contract. That's a caddy of immortal tea. You can't buy a tail of it no matter how much money you have. Brother Bai, if you don't hurry up, you won't be able to buy it soon. What? A caddy of immortal tea. Brother Wang, wait for me, I'll go get the store contract. Wait. How much is a caddy of immortal tea? It's not expensive. Only 60 Tang Yuan. Brother, hurry up. I'll be right there. If it was in the past, if someone said that a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins, this merchant named Bai would definitely slap that person to death. But now, although he also felt that it was expensive, a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins. A tail of immortal tea was 6 strings of coins, and one tail of immortal tea could be used to make 10 cups. If he was stingy, he could make 12 cups. In other words, a cup of immortal tea was at most 300 copper coins, 800 copper coins, or at least 200 copper coins. This was a free gift. Previously, the Drunken Immortal Inn launched a limited edition event where one could taste a cup of immortal tea for free after spending 10 strings of coins in the inn. This attracted countless tycoons, who loved tea leaves, to fight for it. Back then, Boss Bai also went to the Drunken Immortal Inn to taste it. Although he felt a little heartache at the time, after tasting the immortal tea, he felt that it was worth it and was very satisfied. Only after tasting the immortal tea would one understand that the tea leaves they drank before were all rubbish. Once one drank the immortal tea, it was easy to get addicted to it, especially for those who loved the tea ceremony. If they didn't drink the immortal tea for a day, they would feel as uncomfortable as a cat scratching their heart. Unfortunately, Mr. Bai belonged to this kind of people. For this reason, he went to the Drunken Immortal Inn 5 times. In the end, he felt that if he continued drinking like this, the profits of his shop would be gone for a few months, so he could only reluctantly give up. After all, every visit to the Drunken Immortal Inn cost at least 10 strings of coins. Even if he had some money, he couldn't afford to waste. Now that he heard that the Drunken Immortal House was going to sell immortal tea for only 60 strings of coins per caddy, how could Boss Bai not be tempted? If he bought the tea back, he would be able to earn some money even if he sold it directly to merchants from other states and counties. If he set up a high-class tea house to sell the brewed tea, he would be able to earn even more. After all, with the current popularity of the immortal tea and its reputation as a tribute tea, as long as a tea house released the immortal tea, even if it cost 500 copper coins a cup, there would definitely be many people coming to snatch it. This was a sure-win deal. Shopkeeper Lu, why can't we buy it? Are you afraid that we won't pay? That's right. Why could only the merchants of Longtime County buy it? Everyone is giving money. What's the difference? Yes. Shopkeeper Lu. If you feel that 60 strings of coins per caddy is too cheap, you can totally raise the price. Why restrict only the merchants of Longtime County to buy it? Outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant branch in the county seat of Longtime County, in addition to the endless stream of diners, there was also a hubbub of merchants from all walks of life. Many of these merchants were not from Longtime County. They just happened to hear that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was going to sell immortal tea when they were watching the game in Longtime County, so they immediately came over. Obviously, there were many tea enthusiasts like Boss Bai who had tasted the immortal tea and were crazy about it. But who would have thought that the Drunken Immortal Inn would actually set a rule that the tea leaves would be given priority to the local merchants of Longtime County? How could those merchants who rushed over to snatch the tea endure this? Therefore, they all started arguing with shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal Inn. This shopkeeper Lu was the same shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang and City. Now, not only did the Drunken Immortal Inn open many branches, but Li Zishuan had also become the marquis of 10,000 households and was given the fief of Longtime County. Shopkeeper Lu, the shopkeeper of the Drunken Immortal Inn's main branch, voluntarily requested to be transferred to the branch in Longtime County. As for the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang and City, it was taken over by a branch shopkeeper recommended by shopkeeper Lu. Actually, this was where shopkeeper Lu was smart. He knew very well that the place where Li Zishuan was could be called the main branch of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Now that Li Zishuan had been living in Longtime County for a long time, the name of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang and City basically existed in name only. Moreover, Longtime County had now completely become Li Zishuan's territory, so shopkeeper Lu felt more at ease staying here. Everyone, be quiet. I have a few words to say. Faced with the siege of so many foreign merchants, shopkeeper Lu had no choice but to come out and maintain order. He first shouted loudly, and when everyone quieted down, he quickly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Dear guests, our Drunken Immortal Inn does not have much stock for this batch of immortal tea, so we will give priority to the shop owners in Longtime County. This can be considered as my marquis taking care of the merchants in Longtime County. I know that you are unhappy, but the amount of immortal tea is still too little. My marquis just wants to give some favors to the people in his fief. Whether it is the farmers, the craftsmen, or the merchants, they are all the people in my marquis fief. Marquis will treat them equally. Recently, Marquis has been building canals and water wheels for the people. Now, Marquis just wants to use the immortal tea to bring some benefits to the merchants in his fief. I hope that you can understand. I know that all of you like immortal tea very much, but I ask that you wait patiently. Soon, when the production of immortal tea increases, the various strange taste pavilions will start to provide it. When that time comes, you can buy as much as you want." Cough cough. Shopkeeper Lu's words contained a lot of personal information. Many of them were taught to him by Li Zishuan. As soon as shopkeeper Lu finished speaking, the faces of the merchants below were filled with annoyance. So that's how it is. Marquis treats the merchants in his fief so well. I really admire him. Sigh. So there are such benefits to opening a shop in Longtime County? If I had known, I would have bought 2 shops in Longtime County last year. Brother son, it's not too late for you to buy now, right? Too late, too late. Now that the prices of the shops in Longtime County have risen so high, I can't afford to buy even if I want to. The merchants from other places sighed and were annoyed. The native merchants in Longtime County could not help but want to clap their hands and celebrate. Marquis is benevolent and righteous. Luckily I had foresight. At the beginning of the year, I came to Longtime County to open a shop. That's right. Marquis treats us the same way he treats the commoners. It's so rare. I will stay in Longtime County to do business in the future. I won't go anywhere else. That's right. I can only hope that such good things will happen a few more times. It will. It'll be best if Marquis can chase away all the hooligans in the market. Since shopkeeper Lu had said so, and there were many shop owners in Longtime County supporting shopkeeper Lu, The merchants from other places, although they were unwilling, they could not say anything. They could only silently retreat to the back of the crowd. As for the local merchants in Longtime County, they happily lined up in a long queue, preparing for the big red packet that Li Zishuan would give to all the merchants in the county. Of course, there were also many smart merchants from other places who stayed behind the queue. After the people in front had finished buying the celestial tea, they went up to ask for a higher price. In other words, after the local merchants in Longtime County bought the celestial tea, they did not have to waste time and effort to resell it in other counties. They could just sell it to the surrounding merchants and make a small profit. In this world, there was no easier way to earn money than this. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Gains and losses were often balanced. With gains, there must be losses. While the merchants in Longtime County were enjoying the big red packet banquet, they had unknowingly fallen into the gentle trap that Li Zishuan had set up. When they realized it, they could not bear to come out. They would rather stay in the trap and be tricked than come out. As Longtime County's drunken Immortal Tower was selling large quantities of celestial tea, it led to many temporary tea houses in the county. The so-called temporary tea houses were in the original shops, temporarily separated into a small room, specially used to invite guests to drink tea. There was a tea house in the silk shop, a tea house in the porcelain shop, and even a coffin shop. They had actually set up a temporary tea house. As for the price of the celestial tea, the bosses with a little conscience would generally sell a cup of tea for more than 400 coins. As for the cruel bosses, they would directly raise the price of the celestial tea to about 500 to 600 coins. Because these people knew very well that although drunken Immortal Tower sold a lot of celestial tea today, they certainly did not have the ability to sell so much in the short term. In other words, the market stock of celestial tea was so small. When the slightly lower-priced celestial tea was sold out, the customers could only buy the high-priced celestial tea in their shop. It didn't matter if it was 400 coins per cup or 500 to 600 coins per cup. In any case, it was much more direct and practical than the drunken Immortal Towers. Spend 10 strings of coins to get a cup of celestial tea activity. Moreover, celestial tea was a rare imperial tribute tea. Was 400 coins per cup really expensive? Last year, a plate of chicken in drunken Immortal Tower cost 10 strings of coins. At least this price was completely affordable for those petty bourgeois families. Therefore, on the first day, nearly 1,000 diners tasted the legendary celestial tea. And for those who had tasted the celestial tea, none of them said it was good. Through word of mouth, the reputation of the celestial tea exploded, and a storm of celestial tea quickly swept through Longtime County. Diners from Chang, and City and the surrounding counties also came for the tea, just to taste a cup of celestial tea. Because in the entire Tang dynasty, only Longtime County had the largest stock of celestial tea. Even Chang, and City was far from it. However, no matter how much stock there was, if there were only sales and no sales, the stock would be depleted sooner or later. 5 days. Only 5 days had passed. Under the crazy consumption of tens of thousands of diners in Chang, in City and the surrounding counties, the celestial tea stock of Longtime County's merchants was completely sold out in just 5 days. Those Longtime County merchants who were queuing up to receive the celestial tea had all earned a fortune. After consuming the celestial tea, they also went to drunken Immortal Tower to look for shopkeeper Lu, wanting to buy more celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Lu had no stock at all, so naturally, he couldn't take out any extra celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Lu promised them that when the next batch of celestial tea arrived, he would still give priority to the merchants of Longtime County. The merchants were naturally grateful to shopkeeper Lu and Li Zishuan. However, they didn't notice that after they left, shopkeeper Lu's lips curled into a sweet smile. The next day, the constables of Longtime County were all dispatched, and at the most eye-catching places in Longtime County, as well as at the city gates, they posted a notice about the establishment of the Department of Commerce in Longtime County. From today onwards, all merchants, farmers, and craftsmen in Longtime County will be classified as commoners, and the government will treat them equally. Within Longtime County, There will only be commoners and scholars in the future. The children of merchants can also enter the county school and enroll in Yanhuang College. In order to allow the merchants to receive fair and just treatment, Lantian County's county yamen followed the Yong and Marquis order and officially established the Department of Commerce today. The Department of Commerce specializes in handling disputes between merchants, and its goal is to protect the merchants' private and legal property from being infringed upon, creating a good business environment for the merchants of Lantian County. When any merchant's interests are threatened by others, they can report to the Department of Commerce in Lantian County, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will handle it impartially. In addition, the Department of Commerce will also be responsible for collecting business tax from the merchants. From next month onwards, Lantian County's business tax ratio will be changed from 1 out of 30 to 1 out of 6. All merchants in Lantian County must report their profits for the month to the Department of Commerce before the end of each month. From the total profits, 1 out of 6 will be used as business tax. In order to prevent merchants from underreporting or even evading taxes, the Department of Commerce will organize personnel at the beginning of each month to conduct a spot check on the accounts of the merchants in the county. Once found, they will be punished with 5 times the total amount of tax evaded or evaded, and will be listed as a target of focus. Any merchant who evades taxes 3 times will be directly expelled from Lantian County and will never be allowed to return to Lantian County to open a shop. Hiss! After the merchants in Lantian County finished reading the county yamen's announcement, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, the merchants could not help but discuss among themselves. What? The business tax ratio has been changed to 1 out of 6? Such a heavy business tax is extremely rare even if you flip through the history books. Why is county magistrate he so ruthless towards us merchants? Yeah. When I saw the beginning, I thought that the county yamen was thinking for us merchants, but when I saw the end, I realized that the county yamen wants to suck our blood. Isn't that so? 1 out of 6 of the total profits for the month as business tax? How are we going to live? You can't say that, right? At least in Lantian County, the status of us merchants has become higher, and our sons can even go to the county school. You have to know that in this county school, there will occasionally be teachers from Yanhuang College who come to give lectures. We can't get this kind of opportunity in other counties even if we beg for it. That's right. But this 1 out of 6 business tax ratio is still too heavy. In my opinion, it's not heavy. Didn't you see the announcement that as long as someone endangers our interests, we can report to the Department of Commerce, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will deal with it impartially? Just based on this point, it's much better than other places. In the future, if someone comes to the shops to cause trouble or collect protection fees, we can directly go to the officials of the Department of Commerce for help. This way, our monthly expenses might be less than before. That's right. That's indeed the case. I just don't know if the Department of Commerce is willing to completely clean up those ruffians in the market square. Chapter 1409. The establishment of the Department of Commerce caused a huge uproar in Lantian County. The merchants were all discussing about the new business tax ratio. Most of them were against it. After all, it used to be 1 out of 30, but now it was 1 out of 6. This was a 5 times increase. The merchants found it hard to accept at that moment. But there were also a small number of merchants who agreed. The main reason was that when the government increased the business tax ratio, it also raised the social status of the merchants. Spending money to buy recognition was a good deal in the eyes of the far-sighted merchants. Other things aside, just the preferential policy of allowing the children of merchants to study in the county schools was enough to offset the increase in business tax. Whether it was modern or ancient times, which parent didn't want their children to succeed? Studying was a very good way to stand out. But ever since the rise of the social hierarchy, merchants had always been looked down upon. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the children of merchants were not allowed to enter government schools or take part in the imperial examinations. This completely blocked the future of the children of merchants. Today, Lantian County treated merchants as commoners on equal footing with farmers. Furthermore, they allowed the children of merchants to study in the county school. This county school was rebuilt by Li Zishuan after he took over Lantian County, spending a lot of manpower and resources. The curriculum within was infinitely close to the engineering taught by Yanhuang Academy. In other words, students in the county school had a higher chance of enrolling in Yanhuang Academy in the future than students outside. This was undoubtedly a fatal temptation to those merchants who wanted their children to succeed. Apart from that, if it was only in terms of monetary gains and losses, although the new business tax law required the merchants to pay more business tax, but the government was willing to protect the legal property of the merchants. This meant that in the future, if they encountered a situation where the local ruffians demanded protection fees, the merchants could request the Department of Commerce to step in and deal with it. In this way, the monthly expenses of the merchants in Lantian County did not increase. Instead, it might decrease. It was equivalent to handing over the protection fees to the Department of Commerce, the official organization that managed the merchants. But many people were doubtful of the government's determination to deal with the local ruffians. This was the reason why most of the merchants were unwilling to support the new business tax law. The strange thing was, the government seemed to know what the merchants were thinking. That afternoon, a large group of Lantian County Yamen bailiffs, led by over 10 personal guards of the Marquis of Eternal Peace's Marquis household, left the county Yamen and headed straight for Taikong Market in the southwest of the county. The fuse was that a merchant in the market had reported to the authorities that he had encountered a local ruffian named Lai San who had come to extort protection fees. At the same time, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were all closed. Only people were allowed to enter and not leave. Combined with the actions of the county Yamen constables, the answer was obvious. As the saying goes, justice has a long arm, but nothing escapes. Under Li Zishuan's instructions, County Magistrate he finally gave the order that all the dark, evil forces in Lantian County would be wiped out today. As for the closing of the 4 city gates, it was just to catch a turtle in a jar and prevent those ruffians from escaping the city. General Liu, this son has already investigated Lai San's background. He is a subordinate of Jin Wanbiao from Taikong Market. This Jin Wanbiao used to be a government soldier in his early years and is good at using knives and sticks. He is a ruthless character and has over 50 ruffians working for him. They call themselves the Golden Stone Gang. In the past, the Golden Stone Gang relied on helping merchants from other places to make a living. But ever since the number of merchants in Lantian County increased, Jin Wanbiao had his eyes on this fat piece of meat in the city. Every month, he would send people to collect protection fees from all the merchants on the south street of the market. If anyone didn't pay, he would cause trouble every few days and make it impossible for them to do business. If a merchant reported to the authorities, his revenge would be even more vicious. If it was light, he would beat them up. If it was heavy, he would send people to burn down their shops. A few months ago, a cloth shop in the market caught fire and it was done by Jin Wanbiao's subordinates. Constable Sun Qing of the Lantian County government walked beside Lu Feng. As they walked, he carefully reported to Lu Feng about the power behind Lai San. Ever since he knew that Li Zishuan planned to recruit 3 more teams of Yamen runners and deal a heavy blow to the public security and business environment of Lantian County, Constable Sun began to seriously investigate the source of the disaster in the market. He had been waiting for this day. This kind of villains who use their strength to commit crimes and bully the weak do not deserve to be called a government soldier of the Tang Empire. After listening to Sun Qing's report, Lu Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He then asked doubtfully, "This Jin Wanbiao has been committing crimes for so long. Could it be that county magistrate he can't do anything to him?" Constable Sun smiled bitterly. "General Lu, you don't know. Jin Wanbiao's subordinates are very stubborn. Even if they were caught by us, they would never admit that they were ordered by Jin Wanbiao. Moreover, Jin Wanbiao himself is very cunning. When he does something bad, he will not leave any evidence behind. Without evidence, the county government can't just casually arrest people. This is because it's said that one of Jin Wanbiao's good brothers is a lieutenant of the left guard. What's there to be afraid of a mere lieutenant of the left guard?" Lu Feng glared with disdain. After all, he was a commander of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were the personal guards of the emperor. They had their own pride. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a lieutenant of the left guard. After a pause, Lu Feng continued. Before we came, Marquis told me that as long as there is no evidence, we can directly arrest people who have caused trouble in Longtime County. After we return, we can slowly interrogate them. We must return Longtime County a clear sea banquet and a bright world. If there are any criminals who dare to resist, kill them all. Yes, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so personal guards of the Marquis residence who followed Lu Feng all loudly acknowledged the order. At this moment, Constable Sun could clearly feel that the surrounding air had become much colder. Murderous aura. This was a murderous aura. Constable Sun and the others had been constables in the Yamen for more than 10 years. Although they had seen dead people, when it came to killing people, they hadn't experienced it that many times. Naturally, they were far inferior to Lu Feng and the other imperial guards who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Bus, not good. The people from the county government are coming here to kill us. At Taikong Square in the southwest of Longtime County, a hooligan hurriedly ran into a large courtyard and anxiously reported to the scar-faced man who was hugging a beautiful concubine and enjoying the shade under a tree. When the scar-faced man heard this, he pushed away the beautiful concubine in his arms and stood up with a whoosh. He looked at the hooligan and said, "You're saying that the constables from the county government are coming here? Which blind dog complained about us to the county yamen? Find out who it is and burn his shop." This scar-faced man was Jin Wanbiao. Back then, he had also been a government soldier and fought in wars. However, because of a leg injury, he had retired from the military camp. At first, his life was rather poor. Later on, he realized that with his ferocious looks and decent martial arts skills, he could earn quite a bit of money by helping some merchants escort goods. Thus, he gathered a few fighters who knew a little about martial arts and started this business together. This was a bit like the escort agencies of the later generations. However, human greed could never be satisfied. Jin Wanbiao later realized that this business was still too slow to make money. Thus, he started a business of collecting protection fees from merchants. In his opinion, this business was actually no different from helping others escort goods in the past. It was all about the merchants spending money to ensure their safety. A few months ago, Longtime County held a football league tournament. Various shops opened like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Longtime County became the most prosperous county in the surrounding counties of Chang and City. Jin Wanbiao saw a business opportunity in this and brought a group of underlings to enter Longtime County and started collecting protection fees. Relying on his ruthless way of doing things, he quickly earned a lot of money. His place of residence was also changed from the original dilapidated courtyard to the current luxurious courtyard. Moreover, he was able to have a beautiful wife by his side to serve him, which made Jin Wanbiao feel that he had walked to the peak of life. However, he didn't know that this pinnacle of life was actually the end of the road. The hooligan's face was bitter as he said, "Boss, it's not just the constables from the county government. I saw that Constable's son had more than 10 martial arts experts by his side. Looking at their armor, they seemed to be the Hofu's personal guards." The Hofu's personal guards. Jin Wanbiao's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Although he had some martial arts skills, this little bit of skill was enough to bully ordinary people, but it was completely insufficient to deal with the personal guards of the Marquis' household. After all, he also knew that among the Hofu's personal guards, many were from the Imperial Guards. Jin Wanbiao wasn't arrogant enough to go against the Imperial Guards. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Jin Wanbiao's expression changed. He instantly made a decision in his heart. He hurriedly ran into the house and hugged all his assets, a box of Tang Yuan, in his arms and prepared to escape through the door. Speaking of which, he had to thank Li Zishuan for introducing Tang Yuan back then to replace copper coins. Otherwise, with his current wealth, if it were to be converted into copper coins, 10 carriages wouldn't be able to carry them all. If it were to be converted into gold, it would probably be enough for him to carry. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with the money in a short period of time. "Our great gang leader Jean, where are you planning to go?" Coincidentally, Just as Jin Wanbiao was planning to escape, Lu Feng led Constable Sun and the others in breaking down the door. Seeing Jin Wanbiao hugging a red sandalwood box, Lu Feng said with a hint of mockery. When Lu Feng entered Taikong Square, he discovered a wretched man who immediately ran towards this yard upon seeing them. He guessed that the man might be reporting to Jin Wanbiao, so he hurriedly ordered them to speed up. That was how they managed to arrive before Jin Wanbiao escaped. Surround them all. Don't even let a fly escape. Constable Sun waved his hand at the Yamen runners behind him and shouted loudly. Currently, the number of Yamen runners in the county Yamen had increased to 180 people. Compared to the previous 50 people, it had more than tripled. This time, he brought more than 100 people with him. In addition to the Imperial Guard experts that Lu Feng brought along to hold the line, Constable Sun finally had the confidence to face off against Jin Wanbiao and the others today. General, Constable Sun, what's the meaning of this? I've always abided by the law and have never done anything evil. Why did you bring so many people here? In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Golden Stone Gang in the courtyard were surrounded by bailiffs with weapons in their hands. Jin Wanbiao couldn't help but turn pale. He stiffened his neck and forced himself to look at Constable Sun and Lu Feng as he spoke. Lu Feng didn't care about a small fry like Jin Wanbiao at all. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Jin Wanbiao. He directly said coldly, Golden Stone Gang members are suspected of disrupting the law and order of Lantian County and extorting protection fees from merchants. Arrest all of them and escort them back to the county yamen for trial. Anyone who resists will be punished. Kill. Kill. The words kill without mercy came out of Lu Feng's mouth. It was especially imposing and also especially cold and threatening. The hooligans in the yard were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They had never seen a proper soldier like Lu Feng, who exuded a murderous aura. When they felt the air suddenly turn cold, the Golden Stone Gang members were so scared that they wet their pants. Those who had weapons in their hands quickly put them down. Those who didn't have weapons quickly raised their hands and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. When Jin Wanbiao saw how cowardly his subordinates were, he couldn't help but burn with anger. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to lose his temper. He looked at Lu Feng and asked, General, the Golden Stone Gang members have always abided by the law. Even if there are a few people who have broken the law, the general should just arrest them. Why do you want to arrest all of us? You want to arrest all of us without any evidence. You're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. Even though everyone knew that this was a very serious situation, when they heard Jin Wanbiao's words, they still couldn't help but want to laugh. Big brother, you're the leader of the hooligans, the boss of the gang. How can you say something so stupid? At that moment, Jin Wanbiao realized that he had said something that he shouldn't have in a moment of anger. His face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Lu Feng tried hard to hold back his laughter. With a straight face, he snorted coldly and said, I don't need any evidence to arrest you. If you don't agree, you can go to the county jail and let the county magistrate decide. Now, either you come with me or you die. You have no choice. Domineering. Only now did Jin Wanbiao realize that there was someone who was even more domineering and unreasonable than him. When a bully met someone who was even more domineering than him, the feeling was simply too bitter. General, please calm down. I'll go back with you. Jin Wanbiao gritted his teeth. He struggled in his heart. Several times he wanted to directly resist, but in the end his rationality prevailed over his impulse. This was because he knew very well that in this situation, if he stubbornly resisted, it would be no different than courting death. He might as well go back with them to the county office. After all, the crimes he had committed were not enough to warrant the death penalty. Tie them all up and take them away. Lu Feng snorted coldly. He released his hand from the hilt of his saber and gave Jin Wanbiao a look that said, At least you know your place. General Lu. A group of Yamen runners quickly took out the ropes that they had prepared and began to tie up the Golden Stone Gang members. Constable Sun, who's the next target? After arranging for more than 30 Yamen runners to escort the Golden Stone Gang members back to the county office, Lu Feng looked at Sun Qing and asked calmly. General Lu, the next target is the vast Sea Gang. Their gang leader is called Xiao Haitian. He's in charge of collecting protection fees for the shops on North Street. Let's go. To the vast Sea Gang. Chapter 1410. Hey, have you heard? The Jinshe gang in the southwest of the county was wiped out by the county government's bailiffs yesterday afternoon. What? Has Jin Wanbiao been caught? Caught. I heard that all 58 members of the Jinshe gang have been locked up in the county government's prison. That's great. That's great. The Jinshe gang has done all kinds of bad things. Jin Wanbiao is even more brutal. Who knows how many merchants have been blackmailed by him? They should have been locked up long ago. Do you think that county magistrate he didn't want to catch Jin Wanbiao before? Isn't there no evidence then? What? There's evidence now? Hey! It's different this time. The one leading the team this time isn't Constable Sun from the county government. It's the Hofu's personal guards. Even if Jin Wanbiao had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Well, looks like Marquis can't stand these bullies anymore. Isn't that so? I heard that the Tsunghai gang in the north of the county was wiped out yesterday afternoon. Although their gang leader, Xiao Haitian, isn't as despicable as Jin Wanbiao, he still collected protection fees from many merchants. It's not just that. Other than these two gangs, many of the hooligans in the county were locked up yesterday afternoon. I have a nephew who works in the county government. I heard from him that the county government's prison cells are overcrowded. Officer who is in charge of these prisoners, didn't sleep a wink last night. Whoa, that's too exaggerated. Looks like Marquis really did make a move. Otherwise, no one would have such powerful means to capture all the hooligans in Lantian County in one fell swoop. No wonder yesterday afternoon, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were suddenly closed. Marquis wanted to get rid of these malignant tumors in the county. Now that these hooligans are gone, it feels like the security in the county is much better. Did you notice that there are a few more teams of bailiffs patrolling the streets today? I don't know if they're just patrolling for the past few days or they'll be patrolling in the future. If it's the latter, then there won't be any more hooligans extorting protection fees from merchants. What did I say yesterday? The establishment of the Department of Commerce by the county government is definitely a good thing for us merchants. Although they had to pay more business tax than before, without bullies like Jin Wanbiao and Hai Xiaotian extorting protection fees, the money saved was enough to pay the business tax. What's more, the merchants of Lantian County, other than being able to obtain priority supplies from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, their children can also attend the county school. All in all, this is definitely a good thing. That's right. If he were to do business in other counties, he would also be blackmailed by bullies like Jin Wanbiao. His monthly expenses might not even be less than the expenses of running a shop in Lantian County. That's why I support the Department of Commerce from the bottom of my heart. Just based on the fact that the Marquis has dealt with the bullies in the city in one fell swoop and helped us vent our anger, I, Jin Fugue, will support the Marquis no matter what. Yes. We must support Marquis. The next day, the citizens of Lantian County who had woken up early could not help but gather in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss. The focus of the discussion was naturally the heavenly net operation in Lantian County yesterday. The merchants who were previously unhappy with the Department of Commerce and the new business tax law all changed their attitudes and began to praise the Department of Commerce. Quick, go take a look. The county government has put up a new notice. Coincidentally, at this moment, someone ran over and shouted, "You're too late." A new notice? It must have something to do with Jin Wanbiao and those bullies. Let's go. Let's go take a look. No one knew who shouted, but immediately, the merchants and citizens gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and walked quickly towards the county government. In front of the county government's notice board, there were already 20 to 30 citizens gathered. A scholar read as he read, "Members of the Golden Stone Gang and Vast Ocean Gang have been extorting merchants in the city for the past few months, demanding protection fees, and committing crimes such as assault and arson. After the county government's trial, the criminals confessed to their crimes. The county magistrate has decided to send these human traffickers to the mines to serve 3 years of their sentence. The leaders of the two gangs will be exiled to Jingzhou. From today onwards, if anyone dares to extort merchants again, the county government will punish them severely. In order to maintain the public order of the city square, there will be bailiffs patrolling the city square every day. At the same time, the patrols in the city will be strengthened. We must ensure that the merchants have a good business environment and that the citizens have a stable living environment. If one looked closely at the relevant laws of the Tang and Song dynasties, they would find that the longest prison term in these two dynasties did not exceed 3 years. In other words, criminals would only be sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment or less. Most criminals would only be sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment or less. The laws of the Tang and Song dynasties used 3 years as the upper limit of the prison term. There were 5 levels of punishment from 1 to 3 years. The reason why there were no longer prison terms was mainly because the population in ancient times was not as large as in modern times. Human resources were also not as worthless as in modern times. In this era, every person was a very precious labor force that was used to develop production and farming. Once criminals were detained for a long period of time, it would have a huge impact on the production of the entire society. Moreover, the prison term in this era could not only be used to lock the criminals in prison. These criminals would also have to complete a high degree of forced labor in addition to being detained. This method was roughly similar to the prison term and reform through labor in modern times. Therefore, the punishment given to the hooligans that were arrested yesterday was still very heavy. Great! This is great! In the future, no one in the city square will dare to collect protection fees. Marquis is really considerate of us merchants. This Department of Commerce is built well. That's right, that's right. In the future, we can be at ease and do business in a down-to-earth manner. Although the tax is too much, this old man is willing to pay. This old man also wants to buy a shop in Longtime County. Who has a shop and wants to sell it? The price is negotiable. After seeing the notice at the entrance of the county office, the citizens and merchants finally saw the determination of the county office to restore order in Longtime County. The merchants all heaved a sigh of relief and were even more elated. But isn't that Boss Chow from Chang'an City? Why did he bring so many cars with him? What's in those cars? Why don't we go and ask? Boss Chow is still very easy to talk to. While the crowd was discussing, they caught a glimpse of a carriage coming from the west side of the county office. The person in the lead was Chang'an City's #1 cloth merchant, Chow Wendong. Seeing Chow Wendong bring so many carriages to Longtime County, the citizens at the entrance of the county office could not help but discuss. Naturally, there were bold busybodies who came forward to ask, "Boss Chow, what are you going to do with such a large group of people?" Chow Wendong did not put on airs as he chuckled and said, "Yesterday, I heard that Longtime County has established a Department of Commerce that treats merchants, citizens, and craftsmen equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can attend the county school. This made me very excited, because with the Department of Commerce, we merchants will no longer be looked down upon and bullied. Hence, after thinking about it, I decided to completely move my family to Longtime County. Anyway, there are a few shops in this city that I can use to let my son enter the county school." Last year, before Yanhuang College was established, Chow Wendong had repeatedly sought out Li Zishuan, wanting the latter to establish a chamber of commerce and help merchants raise their social status. At that time, Li Zishuan rejected his request due to personal reasons. Later, Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Although Chow Wendong joined the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the status of merchants in society did not change. No matter where they were, merchants were lowly citizens who were despised by others. Now, Li Zishuan planned to establish a Department of Commerce in Longtime County, specifically to protect the status and interests of merchants in society. Furthermore, it was clear that there was no difference between the status and social status of merchants and citizens. After receiving the news, Chow Wendong was overjoyed. He quickly packed up and moved his family to Longtime County. After all, it could be said that Longtime County was the only, and possibly the last, pure land for merchants in Tang Dynasty. Only here could the merchants obtain fair and just social treatment and social status. Furthermore, they could obtain the opportunity to enter the county school. In Qiao Wendong's opinion, these two things were good things that couldn't be exchanged with money. What, Boss Qiao? You want to move to Lantian County? After hearing Qiao Wendong's words, the merchants could not help but exclaim. Qiao Wendong smiled faintly and said, "Why? Don't I look like it? This old man has already bought a mansion in Lantian County, in Yong and Lane. When the time comes, I can even become Marquis's close neighbor." "But Boss Qiao, what about your cloth shop in Chang'an City?" At this moment, someone asked again. Qiao Wendong did not care and said, "Then just treat it as a branch. In the future, the Qiao family's shop in Lantian County will be the main shop." When everyone heard this, they instantly looked at each other. In their hearts, they naturally categorized Qiao Wendong as the rich and willful type of person. After all, although the commercial scale of Lantian County today was many times larger than before, compared to Chang'an City, Lantian County was still far behind. Now that Qiao Wendong was willing to treat the shop in Chang'an City as a branch and move his entire family to Lantian County, he was really rich and willful. Now that most of the local ruffians in the city have been arrested, the Department of Commerce will officially begin to carry out its tasks. However, we must always pay attention to the public security in the city to prevent evil forces like Jin Wanbiao from reviving. After all, it was not easy to stabilize Lantian County. Once it becomes chaotic again, it will be really difficult to govern. At the back office of Lantian County, Li Zishuan said to the officials in the county office. Yesterday, it was indeed Li Zishuan's idea to let Lu Feng take the lead to help the county office arrest the ruffians. Although he did not manage to arrest all of the local ruffians in the city, the majority of them that he caught could at least have a deterrent effect. Those who escaped the net would not dare to cause trouble in the city anymore. Of course, the reason why he chose to rectify the public security in Lantian County at this time, other than to establish prestige for the Department of Commerce and let more merchants believe in the Department of Commerce, Li Zishuan also had a small selfish motive. That was, his family had now all moved to the Ho's mansion in Yong and Lane, including Lan Er and Han Yushi. They had all moved over 2 days ago. Li Zishuan did not want those local ruffians in the city to affect his family. Although the people in the Ho's mansion would usually have attendants or guards when they went out, who could guarantee that they would have guards with them every time they went out? What if there were no guards and they met some ruffians who did not know their place? How bad would that be? Therefore, instead of being on guard all day and night, it was better to directly wipe out all the major evil forces in the city. This way, those small fries that had escaped the net would be quiet for a very, very long time, and would not have the chance to continue doing evil. This official will remember Marquis's teachings. County magistrate, he cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and replied. Li Zishuan nodded and asked again, "How is the construction of the canal in the county going? How is the installation of the water wheel going?" It was almost the middle of May. Looking at the weather that was getting hotter by the day, it was impossible for Li Zishuan not to be anxious. County magistrate, he cupped his hands excitedly and replied, "Marquis, under the joint efforts of the county's citizens, the construction of the cement canal in our county is nearing completion. As for the installation of the water wheels at the various key points, there are less than 5 water wheels that have not been installed yet. It is estimated that by the day after tomorrow, the reservoir can be opened and the water can be checked to see if our canal and water wheels can operate normally." So fast? Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. Counting the days, it had only been 10 days. A county's cement canal was almost completed? This construction speed would make countless people in the modern era blush with shame. County magistrate, he smiled and said, "Marquis, you may not know, but after the citizens of Lantian County knew that you had built a water wheel that could automatically move water, their enthusiasm for the canal construction immediately rose. Men, women, old, and young, regardless of age, all joined in the construction of the canal. Even if they did not receive wages, those people were still willing to help with the canal construction. In addition, in order to rush the work, Some villages even adopted a two-shift system of working during the day and at night. It was because of the villagers of the various villages that the construction progress was so fast. The current situation was all thanks to the news on Datong Daily a few days ago. It had completely encouraged the citizens to build the canal. Compared to the number of people reported to the county government, the number of people building the canal was 3 times more than before. With so much enthusiasm and so many people accumulating strength to make the choice, Li Zishuan smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good. Very good. Once the canal is completed, immediately send someone to inform me. Time waits for no one. Our county needs to start watering the land as soon as possible." This official obeys. Librarian Hu, Constable's son, County Deputy Meng, County Magistrate Wang, and Registrar Zhang all bowed and replied. Chapter 1411. Young Master, this is the thin-walled glass bottle that you wanted. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Uncle Fu brought over a glass bottle that was spherical at the bottom and cylindrical at the top. The top part of the glass bottle was engraved with threads, which matched with an iron screw cap. When the cap was tight, it could ensure that the air outside the bottle would not enter the bottle. This was the main body of the light bulb that Li Zishuan wanted. Very good. Faubert, thank you for your hard work. Li Zishuan took the spherical glass bottle and looked it up and down, then smiled at Faubert. It's a piece of cake, no trouble at all. Faubert smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the glass manufacturing technology in the workshop had matured, and they could manufacture glass of all shapes and sizes. After hesitating for a moment, Faubert asked, "I wonder what you intend to do with this glass bottle?" Faubert was convinced by Li Zishuan's various strange ideas. Today, Li Zishuan suddenly took out a blueprint and asked him to help him make such a strange glass bottle. Faubert guessed that Li Zishuan must be up to something new. Sure enough, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Faubert, I intend to use this bottle to make a lamp that doesn't need oil or wax. It uses electricity to light it up, so I call it an electric lamp." That's right, Li Zishuan came over today to make an electric lamp. More than 10 days ago, he had promised Mo Huai that when the Ba River Dam in Lantian County was opened, he would make an electric appliance to check if the generator was generating electricity properly and if the transformer was converting voltage properly. Now that all the canal construction and water wheel installation work in Lantian County had come to an end, he could not go back on his word. So, after leaving the county office, he went straight to the workshop to make an electric lamp. Electric lamp? Yamacho, you're finally going to make an electric lamp? At this moment, Mo Lingwei happened to pass by the corridor. After hearing Li Zishuan's words, she could not help but push the door open and enter, her face full of surprise. Unlike the old Faubert, Mo Lingwei, who was familiar with physics textbooks, naturally knew what the electric lamp that Li Zishuan mentioned was. Because she knew, she was so excited. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei, who had broken in the door and was speechless. He thought to himself, this girl is always so energetic, he did not know when she would become more ladylike. I'm going to make an electric lamp? What? Ink Girl is interested in this electric lamp? After a pause, Li Zishuan said, "Yes, interested. Of course I'm interested. Previously, I heard from my dad that Yamacho, you were going to make an electric appliance when the generator was running. At that time, I guessed that Yamacho, you were definitely going to make an electric lamp." Mo Lingwei nodded excitedly, secretly congratulating herself for her good luck today. She did not miss such a good show. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Since Ink Girl is interested, stay and help me." Where are you?" At this moment, Yan Xiaoning's shout came from the corridor outside the house. Now that the work at the hydropower station had basically come to an end, the burden on Yan Xiaoning's body had become much lighter. Only then could he have time to wander around and have time to be intimate with Mo Lingwei. Mo Lingwei could not help but frown when she heard Yan Xiaoning's shout from outside. She snorted a little angrily and did not answer. It seemed that this girl was probably angry with Yan Xiaoning. Faubert was old and experienced. How could he not tell that this young couple was quarreling? He shook his head and smiled and said, "Young master, there are still some things to do at the steel mill. If there's nothing here, I'll go over. After saying that, he gave Li Zixuan an imperceptible look. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat and he quickly replied, "Oh, Faubert, if you have something to do, go ahead. But don't tire yourself out." Faubert nodded and pushed the door open. "Ink girl, Xiaoning is calling you. Why didn't you answer?" After Faubert left, Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei and asked with a smile. "That block of wood, whoever wants to talk to him can talk to him. I'm not going to talk to him." Mo Lingwei lifted her chin and snorted with her nose. She said in a bad mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yan Xiaoning ran in and went straight to Mo Lingwei. He held the latter's hand and said, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Don't ignore me." Li Zixuan hurriedly turned around. "See no evil, see no evil." In order to prevent these two from taking a step further and doing something out of line, he quickly coughed twice to indicate his presence. Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes at Pang Feiji and quickly pulled her hands back. She took 2 steps back and said, "Why are you still looking for me? I don't want to see you again. Go away." "Oh, right, how did you know that I'm here?" "How did he know?" Faubert must have told him just now. Li Zixuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was said that a woman in love had a negative IQ. If it was in the past, Mo Lingwei would definitely not ask such a stupid question. Faubert used to be the manager of the Yen family's workshop. Needless to say, he had a good relationship with Yan Xiaoning. When he saw Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning quarreling, Faubert couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He said that he had something to do just now, but in fact, he wanted to secretly inform Yan Xiaoning. Needless to say, Faubert had also learned bad things. "I said something wrong yesterday. I know that I'm wrong. Can you forgive me?" Yan Xiaoning took 2 steps forward and said to Mo Lingwei bitterly. "Don't you understand what I said? I don't want to see you again. Go away." Mo Lingwei's face was cold and she was still unmoved. "Cuff cuff. Ink girl, you guys continue. I'll go next door and be the third wheel." As the saying goes, beating is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. Although Mo Lingwei's words meant to keep Mo Lingwei at arm's length, Li Zixuan was an experienced person. How could he not understand that Mo Lingwei was actually full of affection for Yan Xiaoning? Li Zixuan didn't want to stay here and be the third wheel, so he could only go next door and be the third wheel in the laboratory. "Yamacho, I'll go too." Mo Lingwei heard and quickly chased after him. "I'll go too. Wei, Xiao Xian, wait for me." Yan Xiaoning saw and chased after them. Li Zixuan, who was outside the room, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He was speechless. He thought to himself, aren't these 2 clowns here to cause trouble for me? "Xiaoning, Ink girl, I can be the third wheel alone. You 2 don't need to come over and help. Just continue bickering." Li Zixuan turned around and looked at the group of lovebirds. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Who's bickering with him? I don't even know him." Mo Lingwei pouted and said angrily. Yan Xiaoning quickly said, "Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? Who's bickering? I'm on good terms with Wei." "Wei? I heard that there's an opera troupe in the county. Shall we go and take a look later?" The son of the Minister of Works, a straightforward and ruthless technical geek, had now become a little bootlicker. It was really hard to fathom the fate of the world. Li Zixuan shook his head and walked towards the laboratory. He couldn't be bothered with these 2 anymore. "I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself." "Yamacho, wait for me. Xiaoning, go and make 2 holes in this bottle cap. I've already drawn the positions of the holes. As for the size of the holes, you can just use the thickness of this screw." In the laboratory, Li Zixuan passed the cap of the previous glass bottle and a slender screw rod to Yan Xiaoning and instructed him. The workshop didn't have any lathes now, so the screw had to be polished manually. However, since the dam had been built, Li Zixuan might be able to try making all kinds of hydraulic lathes. As for electric lathes, it would probably be a long way to go. "Oh, no problem. I'll get it done right away." Yan Xiaoning took the bottle cap and screw and replied. Before he left, he turned to Mo Lingwei and said, Wei, I'm going to the workshop in the front yard. I'll be back in a while. But Mo Lingwei replied softly and didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, the two of them had the same hobby. They both liked to tinker with new things. Once they entered the working state, they would forget about other things. Therefore, Li Zishuan brought them here to be third wheels. In another way, it could be said that he was helping Yan Xiaoning. Ink girl, please cut a small section of this candle. It should be as thin as a pencil and as long as the joint of a pinky finger. Li Zishuan took out a candle and a small knife and handed it over. Okay, Yamacho. Mo Lingwei didn't understand why Li Zishuan wanted to cut a candle, but she was smart enough not to ask. After all, the answer would come out in no time. At this time, Li Zishuan wrapped the middle section of the two screw rods with a thin rubber ring. After that, he used a pair of tweezers to hold the screw rods and roasted them over the flame of an alcohol lamp. The rubber ring softened quickly and stuck tightly to the middle section of the screw rods. After that, he took out a piece of charred bamboo wire and carefully fixed the two ends of the bamboo wire to the lower end of the screw rods with two nuts. At the same time, he bent the bamboo wire into a beautiful arc. At this time, Yan Xiaoning came back from outside. Xiaoxian here, the bottle cap is done. Do you think it's okay? Yan Xiaoning handed over the bottle cap and screw rods and said. Li Zishuan took it and looked at it seriously. He nodded and praised, okay. Not bad. The thickness is just right. Looks like Xiaoning's skills haven't fallen behind. Yan Xiaoning said proudly, of course. In this workshop, other than Faubert and you, my skills are definitely the best. You're boasting shamelessly again. Why don't we have a competition later? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and attacked him mercilessly. She could temporarily put aside the conflict between them, but it didn't mean that she could tolerate Yan Xiaoning's boasting. Yan Xiaoning immediately became listless. He quickly remedied and said, I was wrong just now. I should say that other than Faubert, Xiaoxian and you Wei, my skills are the best in the workshop. Mo Lingwei snorted. Then she handed the peeled candle in her hand to Li Zishuan and said, Yamacho, this is the small candle you wanted. Do you think the size is okay? Li Zishuan took it and smiled. But it's perfect. Thank you, Ink girl. Mo Lingwei glanced at Yan Xiaoning proudly and said, did you hear that? It's not bad and it's perfect. Do you know the difference in your heart? She wanted to say, do you know the difference in your heart? But then she felt that it would be rude to say that, so she removed the word. Ever since Li Zishuan told Cheng Chumo on Arbor Day in March that he would like to plant a tree in your heart on Arbor Day next year, and the name of that tree would be the Force Tree, this phrase became popular in Yanhuang College. Sometimes, even the teachers in the college would say, do you know the difference in your heart? When Li Zishuan found out about this, he felt very helpless. Cheng Chumo was even more unlucky. He was often teased by people with this phrase. God knows how many people in the college had planted a tree in his heart. When Yao Jin heard about this, she was depressed. She even called Cheng Chumo to the backyard and asked him why so many people wanted to plant a tree in his heart. This made Cheng Chumo feel very awkward. He wished he could give Li Zishuan a good beating. However, he had to be able to beat Li Zishuan first. I know the difference in my heart. I know the difference in my heart. Yan Xiaoning quickly said when he saw Mo Lingwei looking at him. Li Zishuan sighed. All right. Now, everything is ready. The lights will be ready soon. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning stopped bickering and turned their attention to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan put the screw that was connected to the carbonized bamboo wire through the two round holes on the bottle cap. Then he got some rubber, melted it, and stuck it in the tiny gap between the hole of the bottle cap and the screw. This ensured that the bottle cap would remain sealed after it was placed on the glass bottle and would not leak any air. After doing all this, he lit the candle and dropped a few drops of melted wax on the bottle cap. Then he pressed the candle against the few drops of wax to fix it. Then he held the bottle cap in one hand and the glass bottle in the other. He quickly turned the bottle cap upside down and tightened it. The oxygen in the air in the bottle was quickly depleted. The burning candle was extinguished as well. This proved that there was no more oxygen in the bottle. Modern light bulbs were filled with inert gas, such as nitrogen, to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Li Zishuan didn't have the conditions to fill it with nitrogen, nor did he have the conditions to empty the air in the light bulb. Therefore, he came up with this simple and convenient method to remove the oxygen in the light bulb. The effect wasn't much different. Yamacho, I understand now. You're doing this to remove the oxygen in order to prevent the carbonized bamboo wire from burning due to the high temperature after it's electrified, right? Mo Lingwei was quick-witted. After seeing Li Zishuan's actions, she thought for a while and understood the key point. She couldn't help but be excited. Ink Girl's intelligence is outstanding. It's admirable. After the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified, it will indeed emit light and heat. I've experimented with this before. However, when the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified in the air, it will quickly burn out. So, let's see if it can continue to emit light for a long time without oxygen. Xiaoning, bring some batteries over. We'll test it immediately. Chapter 1412. Last year, when Li Zishuan was making telegraphs and voltaic batteries in the workshop, he had used a charcoal bamboo wire to conduct an experiment. The moment the wire was energized, it would emit a bright light. However, it was only for a moment. After that moment of light, the bamboo wire would burn into ashes due to heat. Although the experiment failed, it at least proved that the charcoal bamboo wire could be used as a lamp wire. As long as it was not exposed to oxygen, it could be used to ensure its lifespan. Today, Li Zishuan used candles to consume oxygen to ensure that there was no oxygen in the light bulb. In this way, the light bulb made from charcoal bamboo wire could be used for a very long time. In 1854, a German clockmaker, Henry Gerber, who had immigrated to America, used a piece of charcoal bamboo wire placed in a vacuum glass bottle to make the first practical electric light bulb. It lasted for 400 hours, but he did not apply for a patent in time. In 1874, 2 electrical engineers in Canada applied for a patent for an electric light bulb. Nitrogen gas was placed under a glass bulb, and the carbon rod was energized to emit light. However, they did not have enough money to continue perfecting this invention, so they sold the patent to Edison in 1875. After Edison bought the patent, he tried to improve the lamp wire. Finally, in 1880, he made a charcoal bamboo wire lamp that could last for 1,200 hours. This was already quite impressive. One must know that the lifespan of a tungsten lamp was only around 1,500 hours. Before discovering and mining tungsten ores, using charcoal bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Xiao Xian, I brought the batteries. Is 5 enough? According to Li Zishuan's instructions, Yan Xiaoning carried 5 voltaic batteries and walked into the laboratory. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "It shouldn't be enough. But let's try it out first." The voltaic batteries made by the workshop to energize telegraphs had a voltage of about 1 volt and a current of about 500 milliamperes. 5 of them in series only had a voltage of about 5 volts. However, the light bulb in his hand was not small. The charcoal bamboo wire inside was wound into a spiral shape, so the length was longer and the resistance was higher. 5 volts and 500 milliamperes of current were probably not enough to light it up. After saying that, Li Zishuan connected the 5 batteries in series. Then, from the top of the light bulb, he pulled out 2 copper wires. One end was connected to the positive electrode, the other end was connected to the negative electrode. Suddenly, the charcoal bamboo wire in the light bulb lit up faintly. This light was not as fleeting as the previous experiment. Instead, it lasted for a long time. Seeing this, Li Zishuan could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's lit. It's lit. Yamacho, the light bulb is really lit. In the laboratory, Mo Lingwei saw the faint light from the electric lamp and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Yep. It just feels like the brightness is not enough. Yan Xiaoning looked up and down for a while and said regretfully, "That's because the voltage is too low. If we increase the voltage, it will definitely be brighter. At least, it will be brighter than a candle." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Yep. Then can't we just ask Xiao Ningzi to bring a few more batteries? Xiao Ningzi, go quickly." Mo Lingwei pouted and ordered Yan Xiaoning. Okay. Then I'll go get 5 more batteries. In the face of the goddess's will, how could Yan Xiaoning dare to disobey? He quickly stood up and was about to walk out of the house. Speaking of which, the voltaic batteries made of salt water had a very low efficiency. Therefore, every voltaic battery was integrated with many small compartments to ensure that the voltage of each battery could be used. In this way, the weight of each battery was not light. The 5 batteries added together weighed about 10 kilograms. Speaking of which, it was quite difficult for Yan Xiaoning. Seeing this, Li Zishuan quickly said, "Forget it. There's no need. Since the light bulb can keep on, it means that our idea of making the light bulb is correct. It won't be too late to do the experiment when the dam is opened and the generator is officially generating electricity the day after tomorrow. Taking advantage of this time, we need to make a few sets of light bulbs with different voltages and leave them for the experiment with the generator and transformer the day after tomorrow. After all, no one knows what the voltage of the generator is. What's the voltage after the transformer conversion? Speaking of which, what did the Academy lack the most? That would be all kinds of instruments and measuring tools. First of all, due to the limitations of the technological conditions, the various measuring tools in ancient times were actually not accurate. Although the precision of things like rulers, scales, and measuring buckets could meet the daily needs, if used for precision manufacturing, it was far from enough. Now, because of the Ba hydropower station, Lantian County would be able to use electricity very soon. When it came to electricity, it would require measuring instruments such as voltmeters, ammeters, and ohmmeters. These things were not easy to manufacture. Furthermore, the unit standards for these new physical quantities had to be carefully considered and approved by the majority. Li Zishuan planned to gather the elites of the academy and establish the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to unify the old units of measurement and set up a new standard for the new physical quantities. In addition, the measuring tools and measuring instruments used in engineering in the future would require the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution to make a standard instrument. All the related instruments would have to be calibrated according to this standard instrument to ensure that the error was within an acceptable range. After the Tang Dynasty Metrology Institution was established, Li Zishuan could continue to use the modern units of measurement such as meter, kilometer, gram, kilogram, volt, ampere, watt, kilowatt, and so on. Furthermore, to engage in precision manufacturing in the Tang Dynasty, the first step was not to build machines, but to unify the measurement standards and create more precise measuring tools. Only then could they create more precise machine tools and more precise parts. There was a saying that went, "A little mistake can lead to a great error." This saying was most suitable in the field of precision manufacturing. Oh, that's fine too. But Yamacho, how can we make the voltage of the lamp filament difference? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully, then asked doubtfully. Yan Xiaoning also looked at Li Zishuan. Mo Lingwei didn't understand the electricity part of the textbook. If Mo Lingwei didn't understand it, he naturally wouldn't understand it either. Li Zishuan thought for a while and explained, under the same voltage, the lower the resistance of the filament, the higher the current passing through it. For example, if we connect a wire directly to the positive and negative ends of a battery, although the voltage of the battery is small, the resistance of the wire is close to 0. The current passing through it will be infinite, and the temperature of the wire and the battery will increase rapidly. Therefore, the higher the resistance, the higher the voltage it can withstand. The reason why I made the filament into a spiral shape is to increase the length of the filament. The longer the filament, the higher the resistance. On the other hand, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is equivalent to an inductor. In a DC stabilized circuit, the inductor is equivalent to a short circuit, and the resistance is negligible. But in a sinusoidal alternating current, the inductor will form a certain resistance to the current. There will be voltage on both sides, and there will also be current passing through. The lower the frequency of the sinusoidal alternating current, the lower the resistance of the inductor, which is equivalent to a low-pass filter. Therefore, by making the filament into a spiral shape, it is more beneficial to increase the voltage of the bulb. Mo Lingwei listened and digested it seriously for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes. Yamacho, I understand. Then let me make the electric lamps with different voltage values. She saw the whole process of Li Zishuan making the electric lamps. Overall, it wasn't difficult, so she took the initiative to ask. Li Zishuan nodded and stood up. That's good. Then I'll have to trouble Ink Girl. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yan Xiaoning and walked out of the door. Wei Air, I'll help you. Who needs your help? No. You see, we can't let a girl like you do this kind of rough work, right? That makes sense. Outside the house, Li Zishuan heard the conversation between the two and could not help but shake his head. He sighed as he walked. What a pair of quarrelsome lovers. Open the gate. Let the water flow. 2 days later, all the construction of the canals and the installation of the water wheel in Longtime County had been completed. In Longtime County, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land that had been dry for more than half a month could finally be nourished again. Next to the Ba River Dam, under Li Zishuan's command, a gate of the dam was opened. The surging river water in the dam rolled down, and the water flowed directly into the canals through the water wheel. Then, it flowed along the canals happily and surged forward. There's water! There's water! There's finally water flowing into the fields. That's great! That's great! Marquis is merciful. Otherwise, with this year's drought, our crops might not be harvested at all. Yes. I heard that Marquis spent hundreds of thousands of strings of cash to build this dam. And this canals, I heard that the cement used in it was all provided by Marquis himself. This stuff can't even be bought outside, but Marquis used it to build our canals. We must remember Marquis's kindness for the rest of our lives. That's a must. To have such a good Marquis, our ancestors must have burned incense to thank them. Whoever doesn't remember Marquis's kindness is an ingrate and should be poked in the back. Looking at the large amount of water flowing into the newly built cement canals, the onlookers on the banks of the Ba River burst into cheers. County Magistrate he immediately send people to each village to see if there's any problem with the water. If there's any problem, report to me immediately. On the bank, Li Zishuan ordered with his hands behind his back. It was said that Longtime County was the first county around Chang, in city to divert water into the fields. The main reason was that the canals were built early and the canals were completed early. And because of the dam, Longtime County had an abundant water source, which provided a huge convenience. So, while other counties were busy building canals and loading water trucks, Longtime County had already diverted the water from the Ba River Dam into the fields. County Magistrate he's face was glowing. Longtime County was the first county to divert water into the fields. As a county magistrate, he was also proud. In the end, it was not in vain that he had led all the officials in the county yamen to work hard for the past few days. Hearing Li Zishuan's order, he quickly cupped his hands and said, Marquis, don't worry. I've already arranged for people to be stationed at each village. They will be here soon to report the situation to me. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Not bad. Then report to me later. Yamacho, a generator has started operating. The relays and transformers have been installed. Do you want to take a look? At this moment, Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei walked over from the embankment of the dam and said to Li Zishuan, Try. Of course, I have to try. Li Zishuan was shocked. Opening the dam to release water and irrigate the fields was important, but whether the generator could generate electricity was even more important. This was related to whether Longtime County could be directly brought from the age of agriculture to the age of electricity. He took 2 steps forward and said, Mr. Mo, in a while, use the relay switch to cut off the generator's output power. Then, connect the lights in parallel and turn on the relay switch to see if the lights can be turned on properly. The generator outputs high voltage alternating current. If you're not careful, your life will be in danger. You must be careful when using electricity. It's best to wear insulated rubber gloves. Mo Huai nodded solemnly and said, Yamacho, I understand. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the dam's control room. After a while, under the curious gazes of the surrounding people, someone began to set up electric wires by the riverbank. There were more than 10 fist-sized glass balls on the wires. The crowd couldn't help but discuss. What is Marquis doing? These wires don't look like hemp rope. Of course they're not hemp rope. The wires are wrapped in rubber. As for what's inside, that's unknown. Rubber? This thing was very precious. I wonder what's inside. Marquis is willing to spend so much. I want to know what those glass balls are for. I feel like Marquis is going to do something new again. The surrounding people discussed animatedly. The Yanhuang College teachers who came to watch the ceremony were all clenching their fists tightly. They prayed in their hearts that the first generator experiment would succeed. The construction of the generator and the power station could not be done without the silent efforts of the teachers of the college. The dam could be built by the people as long as the drawings were drawn. However, the hydropower station was different. It required the guidance of someone who was proficient in this field. As the first trump card project of Yanhuang College, the teachers of the college, especially the teachers of the physics department, had contributed a lot of energy to the construction of the hydropower station over the past few months. As for whether it would succeed or not, it would depend on the experiment today. Yamacho, everything is ready. Do you want to turn on the switch and turn on the lights? An hour later, Emo Huai walked over and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan as he asked, "Turn on the lights. Be careful." Li Zishuan secretly clenched his hands and nodded. He was nervous and excited at the same time. Chapter 1413. Master, let me do it. Lantian County, in front of the Ba River Dam. Li Zishuan ordered and was about to turn on the relay switch for the generator's output power when Emo Chue stepped forward and cupped his fists at Emo Huai. The ancients were particular about respecting their teachers. Li Zishuan said that the generator produced high-voltage electricity, and any carelessness could cost one's life. That was why Emo Chue volunteered. Emo Huai smiled and immediately refused. No need. This electromagnetic relay uses a weak current to control a strong current. It won't be dangerous. Besides, if something happens, my reaction speed is much faster than yours. Li Zishuan nodded when he heard that. The electromagnetic relay was indeed an automatic switch that used a smaller current and a lower voltage to control a larger current and a higher voltage. There was no danger in itself. This kind of switch was often used in strong current working environments. That was why Li Zishuan had asked Emo Huai and the others to make this thing in advance more than half a month ago. After Emo Huai finished speaking, he turned and walked toward the dam. In less than half a cup of tea's time, the electric lights on the riverbank suddenly lit up, but soon there was the sound of explosions. 4 light bulbs exploded. Fortunately, Li Zishuan was prepared and did not let anyone stand near the light bulbs. Otherwise, the glass shards that shot out in all directions would have pierced their flesh and would have either died or been injured. However, the other 6 light bulbs lit up normally. Other than the difference in brightness, there was nothing unusual about them. The light bulbs are on. Our generator is a success. Emo Huai looked at the 6 light bulbs and said excitedly, "Oh, it's a success. We've succeeded." The teachers of the Yanhuang Academy burst into loud cheers at this moment. They had succeeded. Under Li Zishuan's guidance, they had successfully created electricity. This achievement was enough to go down in history. When the onlookers on the shore saw the transparent glass ball suddenly emit a strong light, they could not help but exclaim, "Quick! That glass ball is glowing." Oh my God! Marquis made a glowing glass ball. This is amazing. No. It seemed that Marquis wasn't the only one who did it. All the teachers from Yanhuang College seemed to have participated as well. Yanhuang College is indeed a place of immortals. The people who come from there are indeed different. They all have immortal means. Isn't it? Other people could turn stone into gold, but the teachers from Yanhuang College were able to turn a non-luminous glazed ball into a luminous pearl. It's truly the work of a god. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction when he heard the cheers of the academy and the exclamations of the surrounding people. He said to Emo Huai and the others, "Although only a few light bulbs have been lit, this shows that our thinking and methods are correct. We have already taken a small step towards success. Next, with everyone's joint efforts, we will definitely be able to make the electricity generated by the Ba hydropower station supply the entire Lantian Today's era of electricity will be started by us. Good. Yamacho said it well. Our Yanhuang College will be the first to create electricity and let all the people use it. With this electric light, you won't find the light dim when you read at night. That's right. With the electric light, the academy can let the students attend classes at night in the future. The teachers from the academy cheered loudly. What did cultured people like to do the most? Needless to say, it was definitely reading. At this moment, most of the teachers saw the electric light and couldn't help but think of reading. When Li Zixuan heard this, he couldn't help but observe a moment of silence for the students because the evening self-study era of Yanhuang College was about to begin. It might be difficult for the power of this hydropower station to supply the entire Lantian County, but it was not a problem to supply Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain. At that time, the students would definitely have to start the evening self-study at night. Thinking back to when Li Zixuan was in school, the evening self-study was his most painful memory. Obviously, he was tired from the day and wanted to rest, but the teacher didn't let him. Instead, he had to suffer in the several hours of evening self-study. Just thinking about it made him suffer. Now, he could finally pass this sin on to his students. This feeling of gloating, hee, humph, you brat. Fortunately, I usually treat you generously, but now that you have something good here, you forget about me. Just when everyone was feeling very proud, Li Erlong walked with 2 guards behind him. Unknowingly, he walked behind Li Zixuan and then said in a bad mood. Li Zixuan was shocked. He secretly wondered how old Li could appear and disappear so mysteriously. This person was scaring people to death. This subject greets your majesty. Li Zixuan quickly came back to his senses and bowed. Greetings, your majesty. Greetings, your majesty. The shore of Ba River, which was noisy just now, immediately quieted down. The teachers from Yanhuang College and the onlookers all bowed to Li Erlong. Li Erlong waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Today, I came only to see the electricity produced by Yanhuang College." He had also received news yesterday that the Ba River Dam would be open today and Li Zixuan would use this opportunity to test the power generation function of the generator. As for the new electric light bulb, it was an unexpected surprise to him. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Why did your majesty say that?" This subject originally wanted to wait for the generator power to be stable and then connect the wires to the palace. At that time, the palace can also use electric lights. The relevant technology is not mature yet, and the palace is an important place in the empire. This subject does not dare to take the risk. These words were obviously nonsense that he had spouted on the spot. But to be honest, Li Erping had always treated him well. His stubborn temper had caused him quite a bit of trouble, but Li Erping had always forgiven him. Not only that, he had become a marquis at such a young age. In addition to his official position, he had also received many other rewards, such as mineral resources. Even if Li Erping didn't mention these things, Li Zixuan would still be grateful. It was said that the imperial family was the most ruthless, but Li Erlong was impeccable to his subject. Most of the time, Li Zixuan was more like an elder in his heart, not the ruler of a country. Therefore, when the power generation technology of the hydropower station matured, it would definitely be connected to the palace. Hearing this, Li Erlong nodded in satisfaction and said, It doesn't matter if it's true or not, but with your words, Zhen's heart feels a little better. This electric light can really be called a divine object. This thing is brighter than candles and oil lamps. With it, the night can be as bright as day. Oil lamps burn oil and candles burn wax. Could it be that this electric light burns electricity? Li Zixuan nodded and replied, "Replying to your majesty. This electric light consumes electricity and does not burn electricity. This subject has said before that in the universe, energy is conserved. The reason why this electric light can emit light is nothing more than the conversion of electricity into light energy." Electricity? Light energy? Li Erlong muttered and then asked doubtfully, "Could it be that this light has energy?" This was the first time he heard the term light energy. In his opinion, sunlight could be seen every day, so how could there be energy? Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this light is originally a type of energy. According to this subject's knowledge, the reason why this plant can grow is because it relies on the energy brought by sunlight. It combines a component in the air with water to form organic matter that is beneficial for plant growth. Therefore, plant growth generally cannot be separated from water and sunlight. Li Erlong raised his eyebrows in surprise. This was the first time he heard that plants relied on the absorption of light energy to grow. Although he was somewhat skeptical, he did not delve deeper into this issue. He turned to look at the electric light that was hung up. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He could not help but say, "Good stuff. Good stuff. Quickly set up all your power stations. We look forward to the citizens of Tang Empire being able to use electricity and electric lights. At that time, you will become a subject that brings light to the citizens of this world, and we will become an emperor that brings light to the citizens of this world." Li Zishuan bowed and said, "This subject obeys your majesty. Bringing light to the people of this world, what a heavy and great ideal." At this time, Li Erlong looked at the surging river water in the ditch and said with emotion, "Back then, you spent a huge amount of money to build this dam. Who knows how many people talked about you being a wastrel behind your back. Today, no one would have thought that because of this dam, hundreds of thousands of acres of fertile land and tens of thousands of citizens of Longtime County were saved. Today, Longtime County has become the first county in the entire Guangdong region to successfully divert water from a ditch. Margyong, your contributions cannot go unnoticed." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty's words are too serious. The reason why Longtime County was able to successfully divert water so quickly was definitely not because of this subject's efforts alone. The officials of Longtime County and the tens of thousands of citizens of the 50 over villages of Longtime County all contributed greatly. Without their hard work and rushing work day and night, even if this subject had the ability to reach the heavens, it would be impossible for this subject to clear the ditch and successfully divert water in such a short time." When County Magistrate He and the rest heard Li Zishuan mention themselves in front of Li Erlong, all of them stood up straight. Their hearts were also in their throats and they were extremely excited. When Li Erlong heard this, he looked indifferently at County Magistrate He and the rest of the people standing by the side. He nodded lightly and said, "Who has contributed and who has not contributed, we know in our hearts. However, this cement ditch of yours does indeed look much better than normal ditches. If it wasn't for the limited amount of cement produced by your workshop, we would have planned to promote this cement ditch in other places." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Your Majesty, rest assured. In less than 2 years, the cement produced by Longtime County will definitely be able to satisfy the needs of the entire Tang Empire." Here he played a little trick. He said Longtime County and not the workshop of Strange Interest Pavilion. The deeper meaning in his words could only be understood by those who were as meticulous as hair. "Good. Then we shall wait for your good news." Hee. Shouting, "Did you quarrel with Ink Girl again recently?" After Li Erlong left, the riverbank of Ba River also began to clean up the area. The light bulbs and wires were all removed. Otherwise, if some naughty child accidentally touched the wires, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the way back to Cloud Mountain, Li Zishuan walked to Yan Xiaoning's side and asked with a smile, No, we are all fine." Yan Xiaoning was startled and quickly replied. Li Zishuan obviously did not believe him and said, Hee. Xiaoning, why aren't you telling me the truth? Both of you are straightforward people. How can I not tell if you are quarreling or not? Tell me. Maybe I can help you and give you some advice. Otherwise, if that girl goes crazy, you won't be able to afford it. Don't blame me for not reminding you when that time comes. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. Yan Xiaoning paused and couldn't help but sigh and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. Maybe I said something wrong earlier and made her angry? She should be fine in 2 days. Li Zishuan asked curiously, Said something wrong? What did you say? Yan Xiaoning thought for a while as if he was recalling something. After a while, he said, That day, Wei Er suddenly told me that she had a dream the night before. She dreamed that there was a pair of intertwined branches growing in her courtyard. Intertwined branches? Could it be that the Mo family's girl wanted to get married? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be surprised. Intertwined branches referred to a kind of plant where the branches of two trees grew together. It was also known as the acacia tree, the husband and wife tree, and the life and death tree. It was a metaphor for the love between husband and wife. In the natural world, this kind of tree was quite rare. Then what did you say to her at that time? Li Zishuan asked. Yan Xiaoning scratched his head awkwardly and said, at that time, I just remembered that I had a strange dream the night before, so she asked me to tell her about it. I clearly remember that before I told her about it, her face was full of happiness. But after I finished, she immediately turned hostile and wanted to kill me in the Cloud Mountain. Li Zishuan became more and more curious. Wasn't it just telling each other about the dream? Why did they quarrel with each other? So he quickly asked again, Xiaoning, what dream did you have that night? Yan Xiaoning said weakly, I dreamed that Wei Er was eating shit. I couldn't stop her. Xiaoxian, don't you think it's strange? When Li Zishuan heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He thought to himself, although I know that Yan Xiaoning is a straight man, I didn't expect you to be this straight. You really dare to say anything. After you said this sentence, Ink Girl didn't kill you. You're really lucky. After a long silence, Li Zishuan sighed faintly and said, No, Xiaoxian. I was just telling the truth. I didn't deliberately distort the truth. Why are you blaming me? Yan Xiaoning said anxiously. Li Zishuan said angrily, If I were Ink Girl, even if I didn't beat the shit out of you, I would have said, Sorry, I stole your food. What do you mean? C, Xiaoxian, are you scolding me? Yan Xiaoning was stunned when he heard this, but he quickly reacted and immediately jumped up. Li Zishuan sighed helplessly. No matter what, Yan Xiaoning was still his brother. If he needed to help him, he had to help him. Thus, he said with a serious expression, Xiaoning, before the two of you fell out, did you and Miss Mo experience anything out of the ordinary? No. We usually only wander around the Cloud Mountain. What's different about it? Yan Xiaoning shook his head without thinking. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, Think about it carefully. It doesn't matter if you encountered anything unusual. Yan Xiaoning frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he suddenly said loudly, Oh, I remember now. The day before, I went to the Han family manor with Wei Er and happened to bump into Xiao Xian's guard, Pang Feiji, and his fiancée. At that time, they were busy preparing for the wedding. He even invited us to attend the wedding banquet together on the day of the wedding. But Wei Er seemed a little unhappy at that time. That's right. Li Zishuan clapped his hands and then said something earth-shattering. Xiaoning, it's not that I want to criticize you, but Miss Mo and you are congenial. The two of you have been together for so long, so you know each other's backgrounds and understand each other's intentions. Now that she saw someone else getting married, Ink Girl definitely wants to get married too. I didn't expect you to be so unromantic. No wonder she was so angry. Chapter 14:14. Get married? After hearing Li Zishuan say that Mo Lingwei wanted to get married, Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but be startled. He frowned and fell silent. Humans weren't plants and couldn't be emotionless. No matter how low his EQ was, he could still feel Mo Lingwei's feelings for him. However, even though they usually got along well, it was hard for Yan Xiaoning to accept it when it came to marriage. Or rather, his brain couldn't wrap itself around it and he wasn't mentally prepared. Seeing this, Li Zishuan frowned slightly and said, Xiaoning, do you want to let Ink Girl down? Even though Ink Girl usually orders you around, she never allows anyone to speak ill of you behind your back. Everyone can see her feelings for you. If you let her down, I'll be the first to look down on you as a brother. Yan Xiaoning quickly waved his hand and said, No. How would I dare to let her down? I'm just worried that if I marry her, with her personality, I'll be bullied by her every day in the future. Moreover, her father's martial arts are so high, even on par with yours. If I fight back when she bullies me, won't her father tear me apart when he finds out? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. What kind of twisted logic was this? Did the fact that your father-in-law was too powerful become the reason why you don't dare to get married? If Mo Huai finds out, he'll definitely come over and kill you right now. Then, Xiaoning, Do you dare to fight back when Ink Girl bullies you? After a moment of silence, Li Zixuan asked. Yan Xiaoning was startled and immediately answered, A good man doesn't fight with women. Yan Xiaoning, am a man. Why would I stoop to the level of a woman? Li Zixuan smiled and asked again, If another woman bullies you like Ink Girl, would you be willing? Yan Xiaoning glared and said, Xiao Xian, what are you talking about? I don't even know other women. Why would they bully me for no reason? Besides, I'm not a masochist. After hearing what you said, I'll have to endure anyone's anger, right? Let me tell you that's not it. At this moment, Li Zixuan clapped his hands and laughed. To sum up what you said just now, you're willing to be bullied by Miss Imo, but you're unwilling to be bullied by other girls. Since that's the case, why are you still hesitating, Xiaoning? Hurry up and marry Ink Girl. Otherwise, if your father takes a fancy to another noble young lady and proposes marriage to her, then wouldn't you be unwilling for the rest of your life? Yan Xiaoning was stunned. Although he felt that there might be something wrong with Li Zixuan's words, he couldn't find anything to refute at the moment. Instead, he faintly felt that Li Zixuan's words made sense. Seeing Li Zixuan's burning gaze on him, Yan Xiaoning was silent for a moment and said in a muffled voice, That's reasonable. Then I'll go back and discuss it with my father. I'll ask him to propose marriage to Mr. Imo. That's right. Xiaoning, I'll definitely give you a big gift on your wedding day. Li Zixuan laughed heartily when he heard this. Whether it was for business or personal reasons, he was happy to see Yan Xiaoning and Mo Lingwei get together. Moreover, these two people were the bystanders. Although they were in love with each other, if others didn't speak up, they wouldn't know when they would get together. Although Mo Lingwei's personality was a little domineering, this was a case of one willing to be beaten and the other willing to be beaten. Yan Xiaoning's eyes were a little blank as he stood there in a daze. Li Zixuan patted his shoulder and walked forward with a smile. That's not right. Xiao Xian. Why do I have to be bullied? Wang Air is here. Everyone splash him. Yes. Splash him. Who asked him to be the last? My mother didn't let me play in the water. I waited for a long time before sneaking out. I don't care. Everyone, let's splash him together. In the evening, Li Zixuan accompanied Han Yushi for a walk in the fields. As the sun was setting, the cement ditches in Longtime County were all filled with water. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan couldn't help but think of his previous life when he was young. Every summer, the farmland in the village needed to be irrigated by water from the river. The village's canal just happened to pass by his house, and he would often play with his friends in the canal for the whole afternoon. Of course, playing with water was fun for a while, but after playing, he would definitely get beaten up when he returned home. Wife, do you think these children will be beaten when they come home drenched? Looking at the scene in front of him, Li Zixuan's lips curled into a smile, and then he said to Han Yushi, who was beside him. In his words, there was more of a gloating element. As someone who slept beside him, how could Han Yushi not hear the gloating in Li Zixuan's tone? She rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, Husband, why do I feel that you'll still be happy when these children get beaten up when they return home? My wife is indeed smart. Li Zixuan squeezed Han Yushi's little hand and said with a smile, Heaven has always been fair. Some people work hard when they're young, but they won't suffer in their old age. Some people only know how to eat, drink, and play when they're young, but they can only suffer in their old age. By the same logic, these naughty children are playing in the canal now. When they return, they'll naturally be punished to kneel and be beaten up. Han Yushi couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. She said, Husband, you're full of twisted logic. How can playing in the water have anything to do with heaven's unfairness? Li Zixuan smiled and then said seriously, Of course, heaven is fair. It's precisely because I've been single for more than 10 years that I got such a beautiful wife. Han Yushi's cheeks were slightly red, and she couldn't help but say, Husband, you're talking nonsense again. Let's go back quickly. Don't let mother and father wait too long. They had already moved back to the Marquis residence in the county seat of Longtime County from the Cloud Mountain Villa. They would only stay here occasionally when there was something going on in the Cloud Mountain Villa. Usually, they would stay in the county seat. But let's go back. There was water, electricity, and electric lights. Next, they would start using electric lights on a small scale in Yanhuang College. Previously, when they were doing experiments on the banks of the Ba River, 4 of the 10 light bulbs had exploded. The impedance of the 4 light bulbs was too small, and a large amount of heat had accumulated inside the light bulbs in a very short period of time. Naturally, they would explode. Li Zishuan later asked someone to record the technical parameters of the light bulbs with stable brightness. He also asked the workshop to produce a batch of light bulbs of this standard with all their efforts. In recent days, the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College had also begun to teach the students about the safety of electricity use from time to time. The purpose was to ensure that when electric lights were introduced to the college, the students' lives wouldn't be in danger because of improper electricity use. At the same time, on the side of the road from the Ba River to Yanhuang College, electric poles made of cement and steel were erected. After the poles were erected, they began to set up the electric wires. Speaking of electric wires, it was really a troublesome matter. Although Yunshan was less than 3 miles away from the Ba River hydropower station, in this less than 3 miles distance, the copper core in the photoelectric wires weighed more than 2,000 pounds. Because it involved long-distance transmission of electricity, it definitely couldn't use very thin copper wires. It had to be thick copper wires. More than 2,000 pounds of high-quality brass, and it was only connected to Yunshan, but it required so much brass. Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. One had to know that in this era, brass was considered a precious metal. Its main use was to make coins. Just to get more than 2,000 pounds of brass, Li Zishuan had to go through a lot of trouble. This was because there were basically no merchants in the outside world who had the ability to get such a large amount of brass. One had to know that from the Xia, Shang, Zhou, and Han dynasties, bronze had always been a symbol of the status of the emperor and the feudal lords. After the Han dynasty, with the progress and development of the social economy and trade, the currency value of copper became prominent, and the use of copper increased rapidly. China was a country poor in copper. In ancient times, it was very difficult to find copper. The production and use of copper had a great impact on society. The production of copper in the Han, Tang, and Song dynasties was an important source of government revenue. Because of this, copper in this era was regarded as a strategic resource controlled by the country. Ordinary people not only didn't use copper, but also couldn't get more than 1,000 pounds of brass. The Tang dynasty not only prohibited private copper mining, but also prohibited private merchants and craftsmen from privately making copper. However, because copper was still popular in daily life, it was profitable to make copper. The old Tang book recorded, in the south of Jianghuai, copper is everywhere. People in the marketplace pursue profits. A single coin can be used as several vessels, and the profit is 3 to 4 times. The distant people don't know the law, so they think it's normal. Therefore, the ban on copper has to be strict. Every 1,000 pounds of copper sold is 6 caddies of copper. If it's used to make miscellaneous vessels, it's more than 6,000 pounds. The profit is great, so it's easy to sell. The general idea was that the profit of destroying copper coins to make copper could be 3 to 6 times. 6 caddies of copper coins were worth 1,000, and the vessels could be sold for 6,000. The face value of the currency was not as good as the value of the raw materials, so some people specialized in the business of destroying money to make vessels. From this, it could be seen that in this era, brass was not only a rare item, but also a noble item. It was impossible for people to take out more than 1,000 pounds of brass. Even if someone could, they wouldn't use this expensive brass to make wires. Although Li Zishuan could also throw all 2,000 pounds of copper coins into the furnace to be recast, he didn't do so because he felt that it was disrespectful to the currency itself. Moreover, destroying copper coins without permission was against the law in the Tang dynasty. He didn't want to be caught by his political enemies. In the end, Li Zishuan had no other choice but to go to the palace to see Li Er and ask for the brass. This was because he remembered that when the Wen nation's diplomatic mission met Li Er, they had once offered tens of thousands of pounds of brass. The current Li Er definitely didn't lack copper. At first, when Li Er heard Li Zishuan's intentions, he was naturally unwilling to give it to him. However, Li Zishuan said at that time, "Your Majesty, the Tang dynasty has now fully used Tang Yuan. The demand for copper coins will decrease year by year. The brass produced by the Tang dynasty every year should be used on the righteous path. You have to know that the best conductor of electricity in the world, other than silver, is copper. Using copper to make wires to conduct electricity is the wisest choice." Furthermore, this subject first went forward to offer the blueprint of the water wheel and saved the people of Guanzhong from the abyss of suffering. Your Majesty, as the holy emperor of this generation, will naturally reward you for your contributions and punish you for your mistakes. This subject doesn't ask for other rewards, only for your Majesty to reward this subject with 10,000 pounds of brass. In the end, Li Zishuan's self-praising and shameless method of asking for rewards made Li Er so angry that he laughed. Old Li angrily scolded Li Zishuan and then chased the latter out of the palace. However, not long after Li Zishuan returned to the marquis residence, an eunuch from the palace came to the marquis residence to announce the imperial edict. The imperial edict was to reward Li Zishuan for his contribution to the water wheel. There was no promotion or nobility, only a reward of 5,000 pounds of brass. After Old Man Li and Yi Guozhong heard this strange imperial edict, their eyes widened and they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Li Zishuan felt as if he had obtained a treasure. Although Old Li didn't give him 10,000 pounds of brass and only 5,000 pounds of brass, 5,000 pounds was enough. Previously, when he asked Li Er for 10,000 pounds of brass in the palace, Li Zishuan had opened his mouth wide and left a lot of room for negotiation. Li Er being able to take out 5,000 pounds of brass in the end, Li Zishuan was already quite satisfied. With the brass, the next step was to make the wires. The outer coil of the wires needed to be wrapped with a layer of insulating material. In modern times, the insulating material on the outside of the wires was PVC. It was made from ethylene, acrylic, and other monomers that were obtained by cracking oil and then by polymerization and other chemical reactions. Although it was easy to find oil in Tang Dynasty, the technology to decompose oil wasn't fully available yet. Therefore, Li Zishuan directly used rubber as the insulating layer of the wires. He had used this method before, but in the past, the wires used for experiments didn't consume much rubber. But now, the 3 miles of wires required a huge amount of rubber. Even the rich and imposing Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel distressed. The main thing was that rubber was too difficult to obtain. If he used this rubber to make a football, the football he made would definitely be able to sell for tens of thousands of strings of cash. At this time, Li Zishuan realized that if he wanted to promote the use of electricity in Tang Dynasty, the technology was very important, but the raw materials were also very, very important. He had to be self-sufficient. If he blindly relied on imports, not only would it cause the cost to soar, but it would also allow others to easily choke him. This was something Li Zishuan was very unwilling to see. Prepare the horse. This marquis wants to go to Changde. Thinking about the source of rubber, Li Zishuan suddenly thought of a person. He quickly ordered the 2 brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. In the future, he would definitely organize the elite forces of the academy and the workshop to overcome the difficulties and extract oil. However, he had to be self-sufficient with rubber too. He had to grasp both sides. Chapter 14-15. Chang and City, Yanshou Square, a house with 3 entrances. Second young master, Mark Yong, and is waiting for you in the side hall. At noon, Feng Jidai came back from his duty in the palace. As the vice minister of the guard, he had to accompany the emperor every day, but he still had more than 2 hours of rest in the afternoon. At this moment, Feng Jidai had just walked into the courtyard when his guard, Mu, hurriedly came forward and greeted him. Mark Yong? Feng Jidai was startled and said, "How long has he been here? Why didn't you inform me in the palace?" Mu cupped his fist and said, "Young master, and has been here for an hour. He didn't allow me to inform you, saying that I can't delay your work in the palace." Feng Jidai was filled with questions, but he knew that Mu wouldn't be able to answer some of them. He could only nod and said, "Okay. I got it." Quickly prepare the tea. Prepare the tea. Ha! Isn't it boring to have tea but no wine? The best tea in the world is the immortal tea. This immortal tea is a rare treasure to others, but to me, it's very common. Vice Minister Feng, why don't you get someone to bring a pot of iced tea and we can chat while drinking? How about that? As they were talking, Li Zishuan's sharp ears heard the commotion outside. He walked out of the side hall and looked at Feng Jidai with a smile. Feng Jidai saw Li Zishuan coming out and quickly went forward to greet him. Greetings to Marquis. I didn't know that Marquis was here, so I didn't welcome you personally. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. Li Zishuan was the founding Marquis, and he was also the third-ranked junior guardian of the Crown Prince. Feng Jidai was just a vice minister of guards, so of course he should call himself a subordinate. At this moment, Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha! I came uninvited. Vice Minister Feng, please don't blame me for being rude." Feng Jidai quickly said that he didn't dare. His attitude was very respectful, and then he ordered the guard beside him, "Mu. Go and prepare 2 pots of iced wine and some side dishes. I want to have a few drinks with Marquis." Young master. Mu cupped his fists and left after receiving the order. Feng Jidai extended his hand and said, "Marquis, please. My humble abode is simple and crude. I hope that Marquis won't take offense if I neglect anything." As Li Zishuan walked, he laughed meaningfully and said, "Ha! A mountain is not high, but it is famous because of immortals. As long as there is a dragon, the water will be spiritual. Whether the house was simple or not was not important. What was important was a person's character. Although this house isn't luxurious, the decorations inside are unique, showing that the owner of this house is wise and virtuous." Feng Jidai quickly said, You flatter me. I, Feng Jidai, am nothing but a boor. I am not as good as Marquis in terms of literature and martial arts. In front of Marquis, how can I, Feng Jidai, be worthy of the words Hui Jin Zhu, Weiexi? Humble. Feng Xiaoqing is really humble. Under Feng Jidai's warm invitation, Li Zishuan entered the house. The two of them sat down. After a while, the dishes were served. It was noon. Feng Jidai thought about what Mu said earlier. Li Zishuan had been waiting here for more than an hour. From Lantian County to Chang and City, it would take at least an hour. So, he guessed that Li Zishuan must have not had lunch. So, he invited Li Zishuan to have lunch together. Li Zishuan didn't refuse. He picked up his chopsticks, raised his wine cup, and drank with Feng Jidai. For a moment, the atmosphere was quite lively. However, from the beginning to the end, Feng Jidai did not ask Li Zishuan about his intentions. He was a smart person. He knew that if Li Zishuan was willing to say it, he would definitely say it himself. If he was not willing to say it, then it would be pointless to ask. Today, drinking with Feng Xiaoqing reminded me of an interesting story. I wonder if Feng Xiaoqing has heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine? After 3 rounds of wine, Li Zishuan suddenly looked at Feng Jidai with a burning gaze and asked in a serious tone, "Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine?" Feng Jidai's eyes flashed. He thought for a while and shook his head. Forgive me for my lack of knowledge. Although I have read the records of the 3 kingdoms, I have never heard of the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine. If Marquis is willing to explain, I will listen with all ears." This time, it was Li Zishuan's turn to be stunned. Never heard of discussing heroes while drinking wine? It shouldn't be. Brother, haven't you read history books? Oh, that's not right. Li Zishuan suddenly realized that regarding the history of the 3 kingdoms, the records of the 3 kingdoms was the official history. The romance of the 3 kingdoms was at most a story that contained the author's strong personal feelings. In the records of the 3 kingdoms, there was no such thing as discussing heroes while drinking wine. The author of the romance of the 3 kingdoms was from the end of the Yuan dynasty and the beginning of the Ming dynasty. At that time, he was not even born yet. It was normal for Feng Jidai not to have heard of this story. This is just a small story that I heard on the street. Since Feng Xiaoqing is in the mood today, I will tell you about it. Li Zishuan recovered from his contemplation and coughed lightly. He organized his thoughts and began to speak. After Cao Cao killed Lu Bu at the White Gate Tower, he brought Lu, Guan, and Zhang back to Xucheng. At that time, Liu Bei said that he was the descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan and the great-great-grandson of Emperor Xiaojing. Emperor Xian and Liu Bei were relatives and called Liu Bei imperial uncle. At that time, Emperor Xian realized that Cao Cao was not loyal to him. Therefore, he sent an edict to Dong Qingyi to get rid of Cao Cao. Dong Qingyi secretly collaborated with Liu Bei and other officials to get rid of Cao Cao. Cao Cao's advisors advised Cao Cao to get rid of Liu Bei as soon as possible so that Liu Bei would not become powerful in the future. Cao Cao said, "Everything is within my control. Why should I be afraid?" In reality, he still had some concerns. Liu Bei's benevolence and righteousness were known throughout the world. On the other hand, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were ferocious generals. Therefore, Cao Cao invited Liu Bei to a small pavilion to drink wine and chat. Green plums were placed on a plate and a bottle of wine was boiled. The two sat across from each other and drank to their heart's content. Halfway through the wine, dark clouds suddenly appeared and rain gathered. Cao Cao and Xuanda leaned against the railing and watched from afar. Cao Cao said, "So that you can know the changes of the dragon?" Xuanda said, "I don't know the details." Cao Cao said, "The dragon can be big or small. It can rise or hide. When it is big, it can rise and breathe out fog. When it is small, it can hide. When it rises, it can soar in the universe. When it hides, it can hide in the waves. In the depths of spring, the dragon took the opportunity to change." At first, Feng Jidai did not pay much attention to this story. He felt that this story was really something that Li Zishuan heard from the streets. This was because there were many places in the story that did not fit the historical facts. It was as if the original narrator of this story was intentionally belittling Cao Cao. Therefore, Feng Jidai only treated this story as a joke and did not take it to heart. However, after Li Zishuan's narration, Feng Jidai's expression turned serious. This was because he vaguely felt that Li Zishuan was insinuating that Li Zishuan was using Liu Bei, who kept a low profile and pretended to be a fool. He was insinuating that his father, the chief steward of Gaozhou and Duke Geng, Feng Ong. "Feng Shaoqing, do you think Liu Bei is really afraid of thunder or is he just pretending?" After a few cups of wine, Li Zishuan finally finished telling the story of discussing heroes while drinking wine. Then he looked at Feng Jidai and asked meaningfully. Feng Jidai knew that he had to make his stance clear. Otherwise, he would also become the Liu Bei who pretended to be a fool and conspired to become the ruler of the world. Liu Bei may seem like a righteous person on the surface, but he is actually a scheming and despicable person who covets the throne. The people of the Feng family are all honest and upright and have been loyal for generations. If we were born a few hundred years earlier, the people of the Feng family would never associate themselves with Liu Bei. Previously, when I was in Lingnan, my father had admonished me more than once. He said that in today's world the four seas were at peace, and the common people were living and working in peace. They could finally enjoy the peace of the Golden Age. As His Majesty's subjects, the people of the Feng family must be loyal and responsible to protect the peace of His Majesty and the Great Tang. There are many tribes in Lingnan and it has always been difficult to manage them. My father is the chief steward of Gaozhou. Normally, the way he handles matters may cause some people to criticize him, but my father doesn't care. My father believes that the current emperor is wise. He believes that as long as he can protect Lingnan for His Majesty, all criticism will vanish in front of His Majesty. Clap, clap, clap. Good. Well said, Feng Jidai. I have heard that Duke Geng's loyalty is unparalleled and that the people of the Feng family are all good men. Let's drink to these words. Li Zishuan clapped and laughed. Actually, the reason why he told the story of Cao Cao discussing heroes while drinking wine was to secretly test Feng Jidai. Although it was impossible to accurately gauge a person's character and inner thoughts through words, a person's eyes would not lie under normal circumstances. When Feng Jidai was speaking just now, Li Zishuan had focused 120% of his attention on observing Feng Jidai's eyes. When the latter was speaking, his eyes were sincere and there was no evasiveness at all. Theoretically speaking, what he said was what he really thought. Unless his acting skills had reached the level of an Oscar for Best Actor, everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. Thank you for your praise, Marie. To be able to have a confidant like Marquis, I am also very happy. I will drink to show my respect. Feng Jidai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his wine cup and toasted to Li Zishuan from afar. Then, he tilted his head back and downed the wine in the cup in one gulp. To be honest, I came to visit Feng Xiaoqing today because I have a favor to ask of you. Since Feng Jidai had passed the test, and according to Li Zishuan who was far away in Lingnan, Feng Ong had always been dutiful in Lingnan and had never done anything out of line, Li Zishuan decided to tell him the purpose of his visit. It was not that he was being superfluous, but he had to be very careful when looking for a partner. If one day the partner he found did something disgraceful, even if he was not involved, he would at least be accused of not knowing the right person. In any case, he definitely did not want to mix with a future rebel. Before cooperating, he had to investigate what should be investigated. Marquis, if you have anything to say, I will do my best to help you. Feng Jidai clasped his hands and said solemnly. I don't dare to say that. I really have something to ask of you, Feng Xiaoqing, or rather, I have something to ask of you, Hai Duke Gung. Li Zishuan put down his wine cup and said with a serious face, Feng Xiaoqing must have seen a soccer ball before. This soccer ball is made from rubber produced by a small country in Nanyang. My workshop has a great need for this material. Although the small country in Nanyang is now willing to sell its domestic rubber to me, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Furthermore, my workshop can't do without rubber, and in the future, the people of Great Tang won't be able to do without rubber. Therefore, this marquis wants to plant rubber trees in Great Tang's territory to completely reduce the consumption of rubber in the workshop. This way, my workshop won't be led by the nose by the people of other countries. Besides, Lingnan has a hot and humid climate with abundant sunshine and rain. It is the most suitable place for rubber trees to grow. Therefore, I plan to plant rubber trees in Lingnan on a large scale. I hope that Feng Xiaoqing and Hai Duke Gung can help me. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of people in Lingnan will benefit from the rubber trees. The people will be well-fed and warm, and Lingnan will be stable. Feng Jidai suddenly understood the purpose of Li Zishuan's visit today. He thought for a moment and nodded. Marquis has brought such great benefits to Lingnan. How can I not agree? However, I still need to send a pigeon to ask my father about this matter. Feng Jidai had been in Chang, and for so long. How could he not know about the popular football? How could he not know that all the footballs were made from Li Zishuan's workshop? It was because he knew how precious rubber was that Feng Jidai agreed without hesitation. This was because he knew better than anyone else that these rubber forests could bring great benefits to the people of Lingnan. Li Zishuan laughed. Of course, I will wait for your news. 2 days later, in the evening, as the sun set, the sky gradually turned dark. The people under the sky were about to welcome the night. However, Yanhuang College tonight was the most unique existence in the world. Push the guillotine and power the entire college. In the past few days, all the wires from Ba to Yanhuang College had been set up. Not only that, all the wires inside Yanhuang College had been set up. Today was the first time Yanhuang College had electricity and used electric lights. Under Li Zishuan's order, Mo Zhong followed the instructions and pushed the main gate of the hydropower station to power Yanhuang College. With this push, the entire area of the academy rapidly turned into a rarely seen academy in the mortal world, at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, under the illumination of the light in the various teaching buildings and rooms, the students and teachers could not help but cheer. The electric light is so bright. It feels brighter than 5 candles. Electric light. Electric light. It turns out that what was written in the physics textbook is true. There are people in this world who can make electric lights. There are people who dare to dig for electricity. With this light, he would be able to clearly read the words written in the book at night. That's great. These students didn't know that even if they didn't take the initiative to read, Li Zishuan would force them to do so. Because the evening self-study at Yanhuang College was coming soon. Chapter 14-16. Dad, Why is Yunshan Mountain so bright tonight? How many candles did they light? At the foot of Yunshan Mountain, in a small farmhouse in Liujia village, a little kid was in his own yard after dinner. He looked up and saw that the lights on Yunshan Mountain were obviously brighter than before. He couldn't help but ask his father, "Little Tao, those aren't candles, those are electric lights. Marquis's new electric lights. Those things are much brighter than ordinary candles." A middle-aged man walked out of the house and patted the little boy's shoulder as he said, "Electric lights? Why are they called electric lights? Could it be a lamp made of lightning?" This oil lamp uses oil, candles use wax, and it's said that electric lights use electricity. Marquis built a hydropower station on Ba River and uses water to generate electricity to light up the electric lights. That's why they're called electric lights. Wow! Using water to generate electricity? Marquis is amazing. Yanhuang College is also amazing. Dad, how much does one electric light cost? When will our house be able to use electric lights? This electric light can only be used by a godly school like Yanhuang College. Ordinary people like us can't afford it. Little Tao, if you want to use electric lights, the easiest way is to get into Yanhuang College. You know Hu Zhen from Han Village, right? He's the same age as you, but he got into Yanhuang College last year. I believe that our family's little Tao will be able to get in too. Yes, Dad. I must get into Yanhuang College. Yunshan Mountain's location was close to the center of Lantian County. It was surrounded by plain villages. Among the villages, Yunshan Mountain stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. In addition, Li Zishuan built Yanhuang College on Yunshan Mountain last year. Yunshan's status in Lantian County rose quickly. The people would look up at Yunshan Mountain from time to time as if they were on a pilgrimage. In their eyes, Li Zishuan was the son of an immortal. Yunshan Mountain was a godly school, a holy land for learning. Therefore, the Cloud Mountain was lit up with very bright lights tonight. It immediately attracted the attention of the villagers around the Cloud Mountain. At this time, most people had just finished their dinner and had nothing to do. Therefore, the whole family moved their stools and sat in front of the door. They pointed at the bright lights on Cloud Mountain and discussed animatedly, clicking their tongues in wonder. "Yamacho! All the lights in the classroom are working normally, which means that the power generated by the 3 generators is enough to supply the entire Yanhuang College." In Yanhuang College, Mo Huai stood in front of the teaching building and said to Li Zishuan with a smile, "Good. If that's the case, I can be at ease. However, we can't neglect the education of electricity safety in the academy. Let's continue for another 2 weeks. We must let the students truly understand electricity and learn how to use it correctly." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and nodded to Mo Huai. Mo Huai smiled and said, "Yamacho, don't worry. The teachers in the physics department will definitely perform their duties well. However, with the lights, can the students read in the classroom at night before going to bed?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Mr. Yen has already mentioned this to me. Recently, the Academic Affairs Office will set a new class schedule for all classes. In the future, after dinner, the students will have 2 more classes. They will focus on their own studies and the teacher will explain it to them. I call this evening self-study. After the evening self-study, the students can go to the dormitory to sleep. The dormitory's power outage will be postponed to midnight." Mo Huai said with a gratified expression, "That's great. Young people should be diligent and eager to learn. Yamacho has now created the conditions for the students to study hard. The students must cherish it." Li Zishuan nodded and said a few more words to Mo Huai. Then he bid farewell and left. Today, Li Zishuan specially came over to observe the comprehensive test of the lights in the academy. At this time, it was impossible for him to go back to the county. He could only stay with his wife in Yunshan Villa for the night. What was worth mentioning was that the Yanhuang Academy had installed electric lights and connected the wires. The Yunshan side courtyard was also equipped with electric lights. After all, they wouldn't need too many wires anyway. Li Gang, Sun Simiao, and the other elderly people stared at the electric lights in their own homes for a long time tonight. They stared until their eyes were dazzled, and only then were they willing to look away. When Li Zixuan returned to the villa, the lights were on in the house. Han Yushi was sitting in the bedroom, flipping through an unknown book. Her face was full of smiles. It was obvious that she was very happy at this time. Today, she expected that Li Zixuan would definitely not return to the county after finishing the matters in the academy. So, she came with him. "Husband, you're back." Hearing the movement at the door, Han Yushi quickly raised her head and saw Li Zixuan walking in. She got up and greeted him. "My wife is still reading." Li Zixuan smiled and asked casually. Han Yushi helped Li Zixuan take off his coat and smiled. "It's too early. I'm not sleepy yet." "Husband, this light is really good. Usually, after we eat dinner, we can only go to bed after a short while. But with the electric light, it's different. After dinner, we can read books. The girls can also embroider under the light. After working for a while, we can rest. I feel that this day is much more fulfilling than before." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. "A small light is actually so good in your mouth?" Han Yushi said with sparkling eyes. "Of course. Husband, don't you think that the nights in the past were much more boring than the days? Other than sleeping, it's still sleeping. If you sleep too much, it's easy to be listless. Now that there's light, people can also do things at night that they do during the day. Whether it's reading or needlework, it's much more meaningful than lying in bed and not being able to sleep." Li Zixuan smiled and scratched Han Yushi's white and tender nose. "Wife, you're right. However, other than reading and needlework, there's something more meaningful waiting for us to do tonight. Wife, do you want to know what it is?" Looking at the naughty smile on Li Zixuan's lips, Han Yushi quickly reacted. Her tender face blushed and she hurriedly said, "I don't know, and I don't want to know. Husband, quickly wash up and sleep." "If we're going to sleep, of course, we'll wash up together and sleep together." Electricity and light were used on Yunshan Mountain. Even at night, it was as bright as day. This news seemed to have grown wings. By the next day, it had spread throughout the entire Chang'an, as well as more than 20 provinces and counties near Chang'an City. The people were discussing it in private. After all, the appearance of the light was too unbelievable. Everyone was doubting whether the rumors were true or false. But soon, the official announcement came. It was today's Datong Daily. The headline was about the news of Yanhuang College's official electrification last night. The title was, "An epic-making event. That man brought light to the world's dark night." The writer was the famous Datong Daily gold medal reporter, Li Yu. After reading the newspaper in black and white about everything that happened in Yanhuang College last night and the introduction of the light's principle, people finally believed that Yanhuang College had mastered the method of generating and using electricity. They also believed that there really was a light that was several times brighter than candles and oil lamps. It was human nature to seek the light and avoid the dark. No one liked the dark. Therefore, thousands of people couldn't help but yearn for the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. Some wealthy businessmen who thought that they were wealthy began to send people to Chitsu Pavilion to inquire if they could buy the light that was mentioned in the newspaper. But without exception, they all received the same answer. That was that it was easy to buy light, but it was difficult to find electricity. Currently, in the entire Tang Empire, only the Ba hydropower station in Lantian County could generate electricity. If they wanted to use the light, it wasn't just about buying a few light bulbs. They also had to ask the Marquis of Yong and to provide electricity to their homes. As a result, those wealthy people who were eager to try and use the light in their homes all retreated. It was true that their families were rich, but in front of Li Zixuan, they could only be considered poor. Lord Marquis, ever since the Department of Commerce was established, it has tried 23 cases of merchant disputes. This lowly official has personally taken part in every case, and every case was only decided after multiple sources of evidence and conclusive evidence. This lowly official is willing to guarantee that not a single one of these cases was unjust or misjudged. Moreover, all the officials of the Department of Commerce have treated these merchant disputes the same as ordinary civil cases. In the Lantian County Yamen, county magistrate he was reporting to Li Zixuan with a serious face. After Li Zixuan woke up this morning, He had a simple breakfast and brought his wife back to the marquee residence in the county. Thinking of the vigorous business tax reform and the crackdown on evil campaign that had been carried out in Longtime County a few days ago, Li Zishuan didn't even warm his seat after returning to the marquee residence before rushing to the Longtime County Yamen to find County Magistrate He to understand the situation. This is the correct way for the government to treat the businessmen. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised, "We have collected heavy taxes from the businessmen, so we have to provide them with protection. To put it bluntly, the government is no different from those local bullies who ask for protection fees from the businessmen. The local bullies have collected protection fees from the businessmen and have fulfilled their duty to protect them. If our government can't do as well as the local bullies, then it will be difficult to collect the business tax of Longtime County again." County Magistrate He nodded his head solemnly. "This official will remember marquee teachings today and will do my best to make the Department of Commerce better. Go ahead and do it. If you encounter any obstacles, just let me know. I will clear the obstacles for you," Li Zishuan said with a serious face. "Thank you, Marquis, for your support." County Magistrate He quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. After a pause, he said, "Marquis, there were indeed many people who opposed the new business decree issued by the Department of Commerce at the beginning. But after the gangs formed by the local ruffians in Longtime County were all wiped out, the direction of public opinion immediately developed in our favor. The merchants in the city began to actively file their taxes. Even the merchants outside the city rushed to Longtime County to buy shops in order to enjoy the preferential policies that our Department of Commerce provided for the merchants in Longtime County. According to this official's knowledge, the reason why these businessmen suddenly came to Longtime County to open shops was to obtain the same status as the farmers and craftsmen. Businessmen have always been a class that has been despised. Now that Marquis has decreed that businessmen, farmers, and craftsmen have the same status, from now on, Longtime County will only be divided into scholars and commoners. When those businessmen who were bullied in other places heard this news, how could they hold back? As for the second reason, those merchants who wanted to set up shop in Longtime County mainly wanted to send their children to the county school in Longtime County. After all, in other counties, this kind of treatment was something that couldn't be bought with money. Among these businessmen, the most prominent one was Chang, and city's #1 cloth merchant, and also a member of Marquis Yan Huang Chamber of Commerce, Chao Wendong. On the day the Department of Commerce was established, he brought his family to Longtime County. He said that he would be settling down in Longtime County in the future. He even bought a house in advance. Under Chao Wendong's leadership, the businessmen from other states and counties followed suit. The prices of shops in Longtime County rose again and again. In a short period of time, it was hard to find a shop. County Magistrate He's words were filled with excitement. He had reason to be excited. The small Longtime County had now become a bustling county, second only to Chang and City. There were many shops, and there was an endless flow of businessmen. Although Li Zishuan was the one who came up with the specific strategies and policies, and he was just a tool man, he was happy to have such achievements even if he was just a tool man. I know all of this. After the new tax law is implemented, how much business tax do you think the county office will be able to collect in the first month? Li Zishuan smiled and asked again. Hearing Li Zishuan ask this, County Magistrate He smiled even more happily. He cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis, from the monthly profit figures reported to the county office by the major shops in the city, the county office will be able to collect more than 4,000 strings of coins in this month. It's even more than the previous year's business tax revenue. 4,000 strings of coins. That's still okay." Li Zishuan frowned and muttered softly. This soft muttering was heard by County Magistrate He, and he could not help but want to vomit blood. He thought to himself, "You're still not satisfied with 4,000 strings of coins in business tax every month? You might as well just lead your troops to the major shops in the city square and rob them." As if he saw through County Magistrate He's thoughts, Li Zishuan said lightly, "You don't have to think that I'm magnanimous, but the business tax revenue of Longtime County must exceed the agricultural tax as soon as possible. Only when the business tax is much higher than the agricultural tax, Then we will have the capital to reduce the agricultural tax for the farmers, so that all the citizens of Longtime County can eat their fill and wear warm clothes. Hearing this, County Magistrate He's heart was in turmoil. He did not expect Li Zishuan to raise the business tax to reduce the agricultural tax. At the same time, he could not help but respect Li Zishuan, thinking that Marquis was the one who truly thought for the citizens. Marquis treats the citizens with benevolence. This official admires you. After a moment of silence, County Magistrate he cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan and said with a face full of admiration. As an official, I naturally have to help the citizens. This is what this Marquis should do, and it is also what you should do. Li Zishuan said lightly. This official understands. County Magistrate he cupped his hands, and then he suddenly remembered something, so he quickly asked, Marquis, this official heard that Yanhuang College used electric lights last night, which can make the night as bright as day. I wonder if this electric light can be promoted to the county? Li Zishuan was a little speechless. After a moment of silence, he said faintly, Do you have a mine at home? The kind that can produce copper. Chapter 1417. Marquis, what do you mean? In the Longtime County office, County Magistrate he heard Li Zishuan's strange words and asked in confusion. Li Zishuan explained helplessly, the transmission of electricity requires wires. Have you seen the cement pillars at the foot of Yunshan Mountain? That is the electric pole that carries the wires. The wires connecting the two electric poles are made of copper. Just the distance between the hydropower station and Yanhuang College already consumes more than 2,000 caddies of copper. If the electricity is connected to Longtime County, how much copper do you think it will consume? Who can afford it? County Magistrate he was shocked when he heard this. He exclaimed, Just the Yanhuang Academy alone cost more than 2,000 caddies of brass? If Longtime County is connected to electricity, won't it consume more than 10,000 caddies of copper? In the entire Tang Empire, I'm afraid only His Majesty can take out so much copper, right? Li Zishuan said in annoyance. Otherwise? Do you think it's easy to connect a place to electricity? The 2,000 caddies of copper required this time was exchanged with His Majesty by this Marquis Merit for the drought. This official is ignorant. I hope Marquis can forgive me. County Magistrate he clasped his hands in embarrassment and said tentatively, Marquis, His Majesty has bestowed Longtime County to you. Logically speaking, all the mineral veins in Longtime County should belong to you. You can send people to search for mineral veins in Longtime County. Perhaps you can really find a copper mine. Li Zishuan frowned and said, You have been an official in Longtime County for many years. Have you ever heard of a copper mine here? County Magistrate he said hesitantly, This official has never heard of it. But this official heard that Marquis is good at searching for dragons? So you want this Marquis to send people to search for mineral veins in Longtime County? Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said, This official doesn't dare. This official doesn't dare. County Magistrate he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, I'm just hoping for a fluke. What if Longtime County has a copper mine? That way, our Longtime County can be connected to electricity. Marquis, didn't you say before that you wanted to turn Longtime County into a commercial city? If we can get electricity and use electric lights, then the night in Longtime County will be as bright as day, and we can open a night market. Night market? Li Zishuan's eyes lit up, and he was suddenly interested. He looked at County Magistrate he and said with a faint smile, You have a lot of ideas. That's right. This Marquis is indeed planning to open a night market after Longtime County is electrified, so as to further stimulate Longtime County's commercial potential. However, this Marquis has already studied the terrain of Longtime County, and there are no copper mines here. Therefore, it is basically impossible for County Magistrate he to rely on the copper mines of Longtime County to be self-sufficient and set up electricity lines. Furthermore, His Majesty had previously promised this Marquis 3 ore veins. Shu Lan's vanadium titanium magnetite mine is one of them. Logically speaking, this Marquis can also request for another copper mine from His Majesty. Hearing this, County Magistrate he's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to say something, Li Zishuan's heart was as clear as a mirror as he interrupted. Don't have any wishful thinking. My Tang Empire is already lacking in copper. If this marquis were to ask for more copper mines, it will definitely make things difficult for His Majesty. So even if His Majesty had promised me 3 ore veins, I will not ask His Majesty for more copper mines. As for the copper needed to connect the electricity lines, this marquis will think of another way. Marquis is right. This official was too anxious. County magistrate, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said submissively. Li Zishuan nodded his head and said, He. No matter what, your original intentions are good. Right? Remember that at the beginning of every month, order the Department of Commerce to check the accounts of the various shops. If anyone is found to be evading taxes, punish them severely according to the rules. Also, the officials of the Department of Commerce must ensure that they are honest and clean. This marquis will set up an additional monitoring team. If anyone is found to be accepting bribes from merchants or helping merchants to evade taxes, they will be punished severely. Where there were benefits, there would be corruption. The Department of Commerce was in charge of Lantian County's commerce. Usually, the benefits it handled were huge. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be a few officials who would be tempted by wealth and lose their principles. On this point, Li Zishuan had to be careful. When county magistrate he heard this, his heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said, This official obeys. This official will keep a close eye on the Department of Commerce and prevent any corruption from occurring. That's good. Li Zishuan nodded his head and left. Regarding the electric lamp, it was not only county magistrate he who wanted it. Li Zishuan also wanted it. Even Li Zishuan's father and mother wanted it. After lunch, Father Li, Mrs. Li, Yi Guichong, and old Madam Yi wanted to go to Yunshan Villa to stay for 2 days to experience the magical electric lamp. This was because in the morning Han Yushi had told them a lot about the advantages and magical aspects of the electric lamp in front of them. It made them very curious and they all wanted to see and experience it for themselves. Li Zishuan thought that there were still some things to do at Yanhuang College, so he brought Han Yushi and a few elders with him. The group of people and 3 carriages quickly left the county and arrived at the foot of Yunshan Villa. After Li Zishuan sent his family to Yunshan Villa, he went to Yanhuang College by himself and met Li Tai, Cheng Chumo, and the others. Yamacho, the electric lamp last night was really bright. You have brought a magical item to the college. I just don't know when Chang and city will be like Yanhuang Academy, where there will be electricity and electric lights. The little fatty, Li Tai, said excitedly when he saw Li Zishuan. At this time, he was really glad that he had chosen to follow Li Zishuan to Yanhuang College to study. Although Yanhuang College was located in the remote Yunshan Villa, after nearly a year of renovation, this place was even more advanced than Chang and city. It was even more fascinating. Moreover, Yanhuang College's knowledge was unique in this world. Some things in Yanhuang College were also unique in this world. This place was like a celestial palace above the mortal world, full of magic. Everything that seemed impossible had a chance to become possible here. Li Zishuan glanced at the little fatty and said, Chang and city has 108 markets, and millions of people live in them. If we want to connect them with electricity and let everyone use electric lamps, let's not talk about whether we have that many copper wires. Even if we do, Qingke, use your knowledge of electricity and do some calculations. Can one Ba hydropower station provide electricity for millions of people? The current Li Tai was no longer the pedantic scholar from before who only knew how to say yes. When he heard this, he quickly reacted and said with an embarrassed expression, Ahem. Yamacho is right. But if one hydropower station is not enough, then we can just build a few more, can't we? The electric lamp is so useful. The officials in the imperial court will definitely support my father's construction of the hydropower station. Li Zishuan said unhappily, Do you think building a hydropower station is as easy as eating a meal? Doesn't it cost money? Many people in the Tang Empire still have problems eating. The officials will not allow His Majesty to do such a wasteful and costly thing. Li Tai also knew that Li Zishuan was telling the truth, so he could only nod awkwardly. Cheng Chumo said at this time, Xiaoxian? Yamacho, I heard that the academy is going to change the class schedule and add 2 classes every night. Is it true? Yes. Yamacho, is it true? Sun Zifan also quickly asked. Li Zishuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, Of course it's true. Now that the academy has electric lamps, the night is as bright as day. If we don't make use of such a good condition, wouldn't it be a waste of God's gift? Cheng Chumo widened his eyes and said bitterly, Ah? Damn. Yamacho, you want the academy to use electric lamps just to add 2 classes for us. Isn't this too much? If we knew this was the case, we wouldn't have wanted you to install electric lamps in the academy. Li Zishuan said unhappily, That's because you don't want to. It doesn't mean that others, Yamacho, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, and the other dukes are here. At this time, Mo Zhong came over and cupped his fists. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Cheng Chumo trembled and quickly said, Cough, cough. Yamacho, I still have something to do, so I'll go back to the dormitory first. Then, without waiting for Li Zishuan to say anything, he ran away as fast as he could. The main thing was that Cheng Chumo often warned him, so Cheng Chumo was worried that he would be punished by his father in front of so many people and lose face. Li Tai, Sun Zifan, and the others were not used to appearing in front of these old generals, mainly because they did not like to be restrained, so they also left behind Cheng Chumo. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly, then turned around and went to greet Cheng Chumo, Qin Qiong, and the others. Uncles, why are you so free today to come to Cloud Mountain personally? After Li Zishuan welcomed them into the academy and greeted them, Li Zishuan asked. Today, the few of us old fellows came here especially to thank you, little Xian. Cheng Chumo laughed and said in a rough voice, Xiao Xian, the water wheel you gave us earlier is a great help to us. Our villages together have a population of more than 10,000 people and tens of thousands of acres of fertile land. If it weren't for your water wheel, the villages might have had no harvest this summer. It's a small matter if we don't receive rent, but if the villagers don't have food to eat, that's a big matter. As Li Zishuan had always been close to the Cheng, Qin, Niu, Yuqi, and Li Jing families, when the workshop produced the water wheel, it was sent to them immediately. This was not something that others would be jealous of, because before the water wheel was produced, Cheng Chumo, Qin Qiong, and the others had already pre-ordered it with Li Zishuan, so it was reasonable for him to supply it to them first. Li Zishuan heard and asked, Uncle Cheng, has the canal in your village been repaired and the water is flowing? Cheng Chumo nodded and said, It's repaired. The water is flowing. This is all thanks to you, Xiao Xian, for giving us the water wheel first. You don't know, but when old Fox Zhangsun saw that we got the water wheel, he was so anxious that he pulled out many strands of his beard. Li Zishuan didn't respond to the latter part of the sentence. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, Uncle Cheng is too polite. This is only a small matter. With the relationship between our families, why do you need to personally come over to thank me? Before Cheng Chumo could say anything, Qin Qiong interrupted, Xiao Xian, don't believe him. Jija coming to thank you today is fake. He wants to see the light bulb, to see you, the immortal child who brings light to the world's dark night. For Qin Qiong to be able to say this, it was obvious that he had seen today's Datong Daily, because the headline was the article written by Li Yu, Epic Making. That man brings light to the world's dark night. Second brother Qin, in front of the younger generation, can't you be more tactful with your words? As an elder, I, old Cheng, feel a little embarrassed. Cheng Chumo said at this time. Everyone could not help but be speechless, thinking in their hearts, how do you look like you're embarrassed? How shameless. Madman Cheng, you're really thick-skinned. Even I find it embarrassing to walk with you. Yuqi Jingda did not give old Cheng any face at all and attacked verbally. Cheng Chumo sneered and said indifferently, embarrassing? If you find it embarrassing, then go away. Why do you want to come to the academy with me? Seeing that these two old enemies were about to fight, Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Since you all want to see the light bulb, why don't you stay in the courtyard for a night? You can still make it in time for morning court tomorrow when you wake up. The second phase of the Cloud Mountain Courtyard project had long ended, and even the third phase was nearing its end. Now, there were many modern-style courtyards in Cloud Mountain, and Li Zixuan had already given each of these old generals a courtyard. The Cheng family's courtyard had always been lived in by Cheng Chumo. Even if a few courtyards were given away, there were still many left, completely enough for the academy's professors in the future. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Cheng Chumo laughed and said, "It's rare for us to come to Cloud Mountain. Since we're here, we have to pay Dr. Sun a visit." Back then, Divine Dr. Sun had also put in a lot of effort to heal second brother Qin's old injuries. "We have to pay him a visit." Qin Qiong nodded and stroked his beard. "That's how it should be." Li Zixuan did not stop them, and the group left the academy and headed towards Sun Simiao's courtyard. The next day, Li Zixuan woke up groggily from his dream, feeling like his brain was about to split open. After seeing the bright lights last night, Cheng Chumo was very excited and insisted on pulling all the natives of Cloud Mountain together to hold a light party. During the meal, Li Zixuan was not good at persuading people to drink, so he was forced to drink a lot by Cheng Chumo and the others. When he drank, he naturally did not use his inner force to dissolve the alcohol, so he really woke up with a hangover this morning. This feeling made Li Zixuan feel like his brain was about to split open. The first batch of vanadium titanium magnetite ore from Shu has been shipped back. Without eating breakfast, he only used the cold water from the well to wash his face. After a while, Lu Feng hurriedly ran over and cupped his fists towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was stunned, and then said excitedly, "What? The vanadium ore is here? That's great. Let's go. Follow me to the workshop." Chapter 14:18. "Young master, why are you here?" Faubert saw Li Zixuan in the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion and quickly greeted him. Li Zixuan stopped in his tracks, but his eyes swept across the courtyard. As he looked, he replied, "Faubert, I heard that the vanadium ore from Sichuan has been transported back, so I came to take a look. Where is it? How much is there in total?" Faubert said with a smile, "Young master, the ore has been transported to the steel mill. I know that you value this kind of ore, so I didn't dare to leave it outside." Li Zixuan smiled and was about to speak when another person came into the workshop. "The vanadium ore is here. Where is it?" "Yamacho, you're here too?" It was Wang Ji. Vanadium was a catalyst necessary for mass production of concentrated sulfuric acid. Not only was Li Zixuan concerned, but Wang Ji had also been waiting for the vanadium ore from Sichuan to be transported back. Li Zixuan nodded with a smile and said, "Yes. Mr. Wang, you're quite fast, aren't you?" Wang Ji said happily, "Hey. As the leader of the chemistry department, of course I have the responsibility to help the academy develop new chemical raw materials. I've been looking forward to this vanadium ore for a long time." "Young master, the guards transporting the ore this time are all Chang people from Sichuan. They also brought 2 letters, saying that their young master Ku gave them to you," Uncle Fu said as he took out 2 lacquered letters from his bosom and handed them to Li Zixuan. "Young master Ku?" Hearing this name, Li Zixuan was a little confused. After a moment, he came back to his senses and couldn't help but laugh. "It should be Ku Shirqing, right? Oh, it seems that this young man is doing well in the Chang tribe. He's even called young master." Wang Ji stroked his beard and smiled proudly. "The students of our Yanhuang College will always be the center of attention no matter where they go. This old man has some impression of Ku Shirqing. He is indeed a diligent and studious child." The old man's current appearance was exactly the same as those old teachers in modern times when they found out that their students had made a name for themselves. They were obviously very pleased with themselves, but their mouths and faces were still rather reserved and self-restrained. Seeing this, Li Zixuan couldn't help but want to laugh. Let's go. Mr. Wang, why don't we take a look at the quality of this batch of vanadium ores?" Li Zixuan saw that Faubert was secretly curling his lips at the arrogant Wang Ji, so he quickly pulled Wang Ji towards the steel mill. "With so many ores, you should be able to extract a lot of vanadium, right?" Walking into the yard of the steel mill, they saw a large pile of light gray ores of various sizes under a cloth shed. At a glance, there were at least 500 kilograms. Wang Ji's eyes widened and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Li Zixuan walked closer and casually picked up a piece of or from the pile. He brought it closer to him and looked at it seriously for a moment. The quality is very good. Mr. Wang, this pile of vanadium titanomagnetite can produce at least 300 kilograms of vanadium. With so much vanadium, it should be enough to cover the recent consumption of sulfuric acid in the workshop. You'll have to work a little harder these days. Get the craftsmen in the workshop to modify the boiler and build a small vanadium workshop. Then build a workshop for sulfuric acid production. Quickly produce a batch of concentrated sulfuric acid. I have great use for it. Wang Ji replied excitedly, yes. Yamacho. Even if Li Zixuan didn't say it, he would have taken the initiative to volunteer. After all, it wasn't easy to get so many vanadium titanomagnetite ores. If he couldn't refine it himself, he would grow hairs on his back. Oh, that's right. Yamacho, according to the textbook, Chemistry, sulfuric acid is highly corrosive. It can react with iron to form ferrous sulfate and hydrogen. So, what will we use to store concentrated sulfuric acid in the future? Wang Ji paused for a moment and suddenly said. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and replied with a smile. Mr. Wang, dilute sulfuric acid can dissolve iron and release hydrogen. The reaction mechanism is that the hydrogen ions in the dilute sulfuric acid reacts with iron. But when concentrated sulfuric acid comes into contact with iron, it will not, or very rarely, react with iron. Because concentrated sulfuric acid has a very high purity, sulfuric acid exists in the form of covalent compounds, not ionic compounds. When its purity is high, it will ionize very little hydrogen ions, almost none. So, it won't corrode ironware. Instead, it will passivate the iron and form a dense oxide film on the surface of the iron. This oxide film is very dense and prevents concentrated sulfuric acid from entering the iron to continue the reaction. However, although concentrated sulfuric acid can be stored in carbon steel, it is best to store it at room temperature and pressure. This way, the corrosion rate of carbon steel will be the lowest. This is because the hot concentrated sulfuric acid will also react with iron. In order to ensure the safety of concentrated sulfuric acid storage, we need to use horizontal storage tanks and build leak-proof walls around the tanks. The sulfuric acid storage room must prohibit fireworks because there will be a small amount of dilute acid on the surface of concentrated sulfuric acid that will react with iron to produce hydrogen. When the hydrogen comes into contact with fire, it will explode. In terms of safety, Mr. Wang, you must be very careful. Safety in production is more important than Mount Tai. I don't want any safety accidents to happen in our workshop. At the end of his speech, Li Zixuan's face was very dignified. Even in modern times, chemical factories were the places where safety accidents were most likely to occur. Either the leakage of toxic chemical products or the explosion caused by flammable substances, no matter which one it was, it would cause great harm to the surrounding people. It was precisely because of this that Li Zixuan had repeatedly warned Wang Ji in such a serious manner. Wang Ji also understood the pros and cons of this matter, so he cupped his hands together. Don't worry, Mountain Elder. This old man will definitely put safety first and conduct safety training for the craftsmen on a regular basis. At the same time, I will also link their monthly salary to the safety of production. This way, everyone will strictly abide by the safety regulations. Li Zixuan's eyes lit up. He nodded and said, Okay, Mr. Wang, this is a good idea. When you go back, discuss with Faubert on how to implement this salary system as soon as possible. Those craftsmen who follow the regulations will be paid more. Those who violate the safety regulations will have their salary deducted. We must make all the craftsmen in the workshop pay attention to this. Yamacho, no problem. This old man knows the importance of this matter. Wang Ji nodded and replied. After telling Wang Ji to pay attention to safety, Li Zixuan asked Wang Ji to produce a batch of concentrated sulfuric acid as soon as possible because he was going to make a battery. In addition, the catalyst used in sulfuric acid production, vanadium, could also be used as a catalyst for cracking oil in the future. It could be said that this was killing two birds with one stone. After leaving the workshop and returning to the courtyard, Li Zishuan took out the letters that Faubert gave him. On one of the envelopes, it was written Yamacho only, and the other, mother only. Li Zishuan opened the letter that Kushirqing wrote to him and began to read it carefully. It has been almost a month since I left Yunshan. Shirqing misses the people and things in the academy, but Shirqing is even more grateful to Yamacho for giving me this opportunity to benefit the people in my hometown. Now, the road from Guangzhou to Shu is being built. The imperial court has also sent a large number of officials with large amounts of money to support the construction of the people in Shu. A group of merchants from Chang and city also set up shop in Chengdu Prefecture. They brought many new things that the local people had never seen before. The commerce in the center of Sichuan was thriving. The mining of vanadium titanium magnetite allowed the local people to work in the mines to earn money. In less than half a month, the wages that each miner received were almost equivalent to 3 to 4 months of their previous income. According to Yamacho's instructions, Shirqing adheres to the principle of safety first. I would rather mine the vanadium or slowly to ensure the safety of the miners. So far, there has not been a single casualty. Oh, right, Datang Daily has also opened an office in Shu. Now, the people in Shu are starting to get used to reading the newspaper every morning. Yesterday, I read in the newspaper that Yamacho has invented a new type of water wheel and released the blueprint to the world. Shirqing is proud to be a student of Yamacho. In addition, His Highness the King of Shu ordered people to set up a branch of Yanhuang Bank in Shu. With the help of senior official Gao, the people and merchants in Shu have slowly begun to accept the new currency, Tang Yuan, and the people who use copper coins are gradually decreasing. With the help of the Sanbao brothers, I brought the curved plow, Tang Dynasty dictionary, bicycles, coal stoves, honeycomb briquettes, and other things that are beneficial to the people to Shu. With the support of senior official Gao, I opened the people's wisdom, promoted agriculture, and promoted business. Now, Shu is undergoing earth-shaking changes. How lucky I am to be able to witness the prosperity of my hometown, and the people's lives are getting better. I remember Yamacho once said, "The knowledge on paper is shallow, but the knowledge must be experienced." In the process of leading the people in my hometown to become rich, I understand the true meaning of this sentence. Some things seem simple, but when you really do it, you will often encounter many unexpected difficulties. Fortunately, I have survived those difficulties. Now, I have become the young Master Ku in the hearts of the people in Shu province. Yamacho, rest assured, I will not be arrogant in victory and will not be discouraged in defeat. I will lead the people in Shu province to become rich. I will not lose face for Yamacho and will not smear the reputation of Yanhuang College. I, Kushirqing, wish Yamacho success in everything and good health. Husband, what are you looking at? Why are you so happy? Li Zishuan had just finished reading the letter and was about to sigh when Han Yushi walked over and asked softly with a smile. Nothing. It's a letter written by a student of the academy. Li Zishuan said with a smile as he pulled his wife to his side. A letter from a student? Aren't all of your students in the academy? Why do they need to write to you? Han Yushi frowned her beautiful willowy eyebrows and asked doubtfully. Li Zishuan smiled and asked, "Wife, do you still remember the student named Kushirqing who volunteered to go to Shu province?" Han Yushi frowned and thought for a moment, then said with a smile, "Oh, I remember now. His mother came to Cloud Mountain to deliver a letter to you." It's him. This child is now doing well in Shu province. As a teacher, I am very gratified to see it. Li Zishuan handed the letter to Han Yushi and smiled. I see. I was wondering why my husband was smiling so happily. Han Yushi took the letter, swept it aside, and said happily, "My husband is benefiting the people of Lantian County, but Kushirqing is benefiting the people of his hometown. This student is very similar to you, my husband. The Yanhuang Academy has produced many talents. In the future, if the students of the academy can be like Kushirqing and use their own knowledge to bring prosperity to the world, then my husband will truly have students all over the world and your name will go down in history." Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel excited when he heard this. He patted his wife's shoulder and sighed. That's why Yanhuang College is the greatest wealth and support of the Tang Empire and our family. Instead of studying the art of intrigue and mingling in the imperial court, it's better to open the school and teach thousands of students what I have learned. In the future, I will have students all over the world. Even if you are the prime minister or the emperor, you will have to respect me. These were the words from the bottom of his heart. When Li Zishuan first established the Yanhuang Academy and spread the knowledge of engineering, it was to benefit the people of the world and to seek a little bit of welfare for the toiling masses of this era. However, at the same time, Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Academy to seek support for himself. A support that would allow him to establish a foothold in this feudal era of the emperors, establish his family, and establish his life so that others would not easily touch him. Only when the students of Yanhuang College became more and more promising, and when there were more and more promising students in the academy, would his support become more and more reliable. The reason why Confucius shone in the world and his name went down in history was not only because of his own greatness, but also because he had 3,000 students who spread his teachings and sent him to the altar in one fell swoop. Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't be a saint like Confucius. He only wanted to seek a solid support in this feudal era. That was all. My husband, you have worked hard for this family. Han Yushi caressed Li Zishuan's forehead with some heartache, then leaned on his shoulder and said softly, I don't have to suffer. In this life, I have a wife who understands me and parents who love and protect me so much. I don't have to suffer. Li Zishuan caressed Han Yushi's long hair and comforted her softly. After a while, he said, Shiqing also wrote a letter to his mother. I have to get someone to send the letter to Chang. My wife, you should also pack up. We will return to Lantian County in a while. Oh, right, my husband, it seems like we can't go back today. Han Yushi nodded first, then shook her head and said. Li Zishuan was suddenly puzzled and asked, Why is that? Does my wife have something to do in Yunshan? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan really couldn't remember what it was and could only helplessly say, My husband, have you forgotten? Tomorrow is Pang Feiji's wedding. Pang Feiji has followed my husband all the way and has risked his life several times. Even if he didn't make any contributions, he has worked hard. Tomorrow is his wedding. Shouldn't my husband make a trip there? Li Zishuan opened his mouth and suddenly understood. Lu Feng had mentioned this to him before, but he had too many things to do on a daily basis and accidentally forgot about it. At this time, he smiled a little embarrassedly and said, Yes, yes, yes. Look at my memory, I almost forgot about this. Thank you for reminding me. Then let's not go back to the county tonight. Let's go to the wedding banquet tomorrow. Han Yushi smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. Chapter 1419. Hey, Brother G's second uncle, you're here. Come in and have a seat. You are? Oh, you're Brother G's eldest uncle, right? Brother G told me about you. Please come in. Brother G's eldest uncle, please come in and have a seat. The next day, it was close to noon. In front of the Han family village's new residence, red silk was fluttering in the wind. Pang Feiji's two underlings, Xiongda and Xiong were serving as hosts at the entrance of the courtyard, greeting the guests. These two brothers were twins. Today, they were wearing brand new clothes, which made them look especially festive. It was fitting for the occasion. Yo, brothers Lu, you're here so early too? At this time, two people came over. Xiongda's eyes lit up and he quickly went forward to greet them warmly. They were Li Zishuan's current bodyguards, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Lu Feng smiled and said, Brother Pang's wedding, of course we have to come early. We also want to see if there's anything we can help with. Oh right, where's Brother Pang? Xiongda laughed and replied, Boss is changing his clothes now and preparing to marry the bride. The former Japanese Princess Shimu is now the adopted daughter of the Plum Village's second Master Lu. She has changed her name to Lu Shimu. We can tell outsiders that she was an orphan when she was young and was later adopted by second Master Lu. This way, we can avoid unnecessary trouble. Lu Feng nodded and said, I've heard Marquis mention this before. Don't worry, our people won't let it slip. He knew that this was a new identity that Li Zishuan had helped Pang Feiji's relatives and friends to avoid suspicion. Alright. Brother Lu, when will Marquis and Madame Marquis arrive? Xiongde asked. They should be here soon. Marquis asked us to come first. He said he'll come later. Xiongde and Xiong, you guys go ahead. We'll go in and see if there's anything we can help with. Lu Feng replied and walked into the courtyard. Hee. Feiji is doing well now. He's following the Marquis of Yong, and to do great things and even married a beautiful wife. Second sister you finally don't have to worry about Feiji anymore. Pang family, main hall. A few of Pang Feiji's close friends and relatives were sitting beside Pang Feiji's mother, Madame Yu, and chatting about daily life. Not Gay his aunt, for him to be able to get to where he is today, it's all because of Marquis's nurturing. Otherwise, based on his previous sloppy attitude in Wu Ho government, when would he be able to find a wife? Madame Yu's face was rosy and beaming with joy. It was obvious that she was very happy. I heard that Fei Ke's wife is really pretty. We'll have to open our eyes later. That's right. Feij is considered the most promising child in the Pang family. His wife must be extraordinarily beautiful. As relatives, we have never seen her before. Wait a moment. We have to take a good look. Inside the house, Pang Feiji's 7 and 8 aunts were all talking noisily. Madame Yu pursed her lips and smiled. I don't care if she's pretty or not, as long as she's virtuous and Fei Ke likes her. Second sister Yu is right. When marrying a wife, you can't just look at her looks. What's important is that she's virtuous. Yes. Speaking of which, Qin should be here soon. Where's Feiji? We're all waiting to welcome the bride together. He's here. Second uncle, second aunt, eldest uncle, you're all here? As they were talking, Pang Feiji walked out of the room in his wedding attire with a bright red flower pinned on his chest. Yo, eldest nephew, you look so spirited in this wedding attire. That's right. Feiji used to look like a burly man, but after dressing up today, he looks quite handsome. That lady has good taste. Pang Feiji felt a little embarrassed after hearing everyone's praises. He scratched his head and smiled. That's enough, uncle, second aunt, stop talking. If you continue, people will say that you're selling melons and praising yourselves. Hey, look at you, child. How can you say that about your relatives? That's right. If we're old ladies, then Feij, aren't you a watermelon? Everyone burst into laughter when they heard that. Eldest brother, the auspicious hour is here. We should go to Plum Village to welcome the bride. At this moment, Big Xiong walked in and said to Pang Feiji, That's right. Feij, go and welcome the bride. Don't miss the auspicious hour. Madame Yu also stood up and said, Mother. Pang Feiji nodded. Then he rode on a tall horse and led the wedding procession to Plum Village. At 4 p.m, the wedding procession brought the bride back to the Han family manor. Just as they were about to perform the ceremony, a shout came from outside the door. The Marquis of Yong and has arrived. The Marquis of Yong and has arrived. 20 pieces of jade, 10 pearls, a pair of elephant tusks, a great celestial mirror, and $100,000. It was Big Xiong's voice. After hearing that, everyone in the house was shocked. Firstly, they were shocked that Li Zishuan, the Marquis of Tang Kingdom, would come personally to Pang Feiji's wedding. Secondly, they were shocked that Li Zishuan would bring such valuable gifts. Everyone could not help but re-evaluate the relationship between Pang Feiji and Li Zishuan. You're here? Quick, take a seat. Pang Feiji was also a little surprised. In his mind, Li Zishuan coming to attend his wedding banquet was already giving him face. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to not only come, but also bring so many congratulatory gifts. If you treat me like a country knight, I will repay you like a country knight. At this moment, he thought that even if Li Zishuan asked him to die immediately, he would be willing to do so without a frown. I was delayed by some things on the way. I should not have missed the timing. Otherwise, I would have sinned greatly. Li Zishuan nodded and said with a smile. Greetings, Next to Pang Feiji, the bride, Suo Shimu, who was dressed in red and covered with a veil, quickly came over and bowed to Li Zixuan. She did the standard etiquette of a Han woman. She must have put in a lot of effort in private. Greetings, Marie. Everyone in the room recovered from their shock and hurriedly bowed to Li Zixuan. Among Pang Feiji's friends and relatives, some were from Lantian County, some were from Chang and City, and some were from other counties around Chang and City. However, no matter where they came from, they had all heard of Li Zixuan's name without exception. Most of them had even received favors from Li Zixuan. However, most of them had only heard of Li Zixuan's name in the past. Now that they were able to see him up close, they couldn't help but feel excited. At the same time, they couldn't help but secretly praise Pang Feiji for being so successful. Li Zixuan had personally come to support his wedding with a huge gift. There's no need to be so polite. I brought my wife here today to drink a cup of wine. We can't steal the limelight. Those who are supposed to get married, get married. Those who are supposed to get married, get married. There's no need to care about me. Don't miss the time. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with an easygoing expression. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Li Zixuan being so easygoing. Pang Feiji's mother, Madame Yu, walked over and bowed to Li Zixuan. I, Madame Yu, greet Marquis. It is the Pang family's honor that Marquis can attend my son's wedding. How can my son accept Marquis's generous gift? Li Zixuan turned his head to look at Han Yushi. Han Yushi understood and went forward to help Madame Yu up. Li Zixuan then said, Madame Yu, Feiji has done his best by my side. It can be said that he has worked hard and contributed a lot. I have never treated him as a servant. A mere gift is nothing. Don't decline anymore. Today is Feiji's wedding day. There are more important things to do. Seeing Li Zixuan's sincerity, Madame Yu could not decline anymore. She thanked him and then turned to look at Pang Feiji. She said seriously, My son, the Pang family has to have a conscience. Marquis has treated you so well. If you can't serve Marquis wholeheartedly in the future, I won't acknowledge you as my son. Do you hear me? Pang Feiji nodded heavily and said, Mother, you don't need to say this. I know. Don't worry. All right. Hurry up and get married. The guests are getting impatient from waiting. Li Zixuan urged at this moment. Madame Yu smiled and agreed. She also invited Li Zixuan to sit on the left side of the main hall. However, how could Li Zixuan be willing to sit there? This seat was usually reserved for the parents of the married people. He could not break the rules. All right. Deacon, please take your seat. The first gong, pray for good luck and eternal peace. The second gong, bless the newlyweds. The third gong, the auspicious time has arrived. Lanterns and colored banners will be hung and the auspicious stars will shine. Let's invite the bride and groom to the flower hall. Xiongde started to preside over the wedding ceremony. Li Zixuan, who was sitting at the head of the hall, almost spat out the tea in his mouth when he heard this. He thought to himself, where did this guy learn this from? It looked like it was true. However, this guy had to straighten his tongue when he spoke. Otherwise, it would sound too funny. First, bow to the heavens and earth to thank our marriage. Bow to thank the heavens for the auspicious signs. Bow to the heavens and earth for a long time. Pray for happiness and good health. Bow to the heavens 3 times. Rise. Bow to the parents for raising us. Bow to the heavens and earth. Thank the parents for raising us. Bow to the heavens and earth. 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 Pray for the heavens and earth. Bow to the heavens and earth. Rise. After the 3 bows to the parents, Pang Feiji paused. Then he pulled Xia Mu and walked to Li Zixuan. The 2 of them knelt down together. Pang Feiji said, This bow is to thank Marquis for giving me a new life and for raising me. Feiji will go through fire and water for Marquis in the future. I won't hesitate. Xiamu said, Thank you, Wang, for saving my life and giving me a good partner. Get up. Li Zixuan helped the 2 of them up. Then he smiled meaningfully and said, Since the 2 of you are together, then live a good life. There is a saying, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. Let's not delve into the past for now. But Xia Mu, since you are married to Pang Feiji, then you have to think about your husband's family. Feiji, if Xia Mu is really a virtuous and virtuous wife, then you have to treat her well. With a harmonious and stable family as your backing, you can do things for me wholeheartedly. Do you hear me? The meaning behind these words was to warn Xia Mu that after marrying Pang Feiji, she had to completely become a Tang. She had to completely forget her identity as a Japanese. She had to forget about her country and her people. She had to think about her husband's family and the Tang Empire. She had to not do anything that would harm the interests of the Tang Empire. We will remember Marquis's teachings. Pang Feiji and Xia Mu said in unison. Alright, let's continue with the wedding ceremony. Li Zishuan waved his hand and said. The two of them hurriedly agreed. Xiongda then shouted, husband and wife, bow to each other. 100 years of cultivation to cross the sea together. 1,000 years of cultivation to sleep on the same pillow. The bride and groom face each other. Husband and wife bow to each other in front of the flower hall. Kneel. Heaven and earth meet, the zithers sing in harmony. Cow. Mandarin ducks wing to wing, husband and wife of one heart, kowtow again. Husband and wife sing together, you have a son early, kowtow thrice. Rise. The ceremony is complete, send the bride to the bridal chamber. After the wedding ceremony, it was time for the banquet. Li Zishuan had originally planned to drink a cup of wine before leaving with his wife. Many guests could not eat freely with him around. However, just as he was about to leave, he saw two familiar faces at the table beside him, Yan Xiaoning and Imo Lingwei. Little Ningzi, look at Pang Feiji and then look at yourself. Me? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with you? Oh, I understand now. Don't worry, I'll find a chance to talk to my father about us. I'll ask him to send a matchmaker to your house to propose marriage as soon as possible. But who wants you to propose marriage? You're really shameless. I'm going to ignore you. No. Didn't Yamacho analyze me like this the last time? Don't you want to marry me? Hearing this, Li Zishuan was speechless. He really wanted to pick up a brick and smack Yan Xiaoning's head. He had seen emotional idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot before. However, in order to avoid being entangled with these two infatuated men and women, Li Zishuan did not go over to greet them. He only informed Pang Feiji before leaving with Han Yushi. Today, they had attended a wedding banquet. It wouldn't be long before they had to attend another wedding banquet. To be honest, Li Zishuan was very happy to see that his good brother Yan Xiaoning could find a good match. Yamacho, the workshop has already refined a batch of vanadium and produced 2 cans of concentrated sulfuric acid. Do you want to go over and take a look? The next day afternoon, Li Zishuan was about to go home when he met Wang Ji at the foot of the Cloud Mountain. Wang Ji stopped the carriage and said to Li Zishuan excitedly, "So fast." Li Zishuan was shocked. He had planned to come back to the Cloud Mountain to check on the progress in a few days, but he did not expect Wang Ji to produce concentrated sulfuric acid so quickly. This kind of progress was truly beyond his expectations. However, looking at Wang Ji's panda eyes and his face full of excitement, Li Zishuan immediately understood that Wang Ji's progress was so fast because this old man had stayed up late in the workshop again. "Mr. Wang, how many times have I told you? I told you not to stay up late and not to rush the progress. Why didn't you listen?" Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and reprimanded him. Yamacho, it doesn't matter. I slept for more than 4 hours last night. I'm still energetic. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day. Chapter 1420. Besides, there are electric lights in the workshop now. Working at night is almost the same as during the day. Li Zishuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. He thought to himself, "So I invented the electric light just to make you stay up all night to work? Now that you mention it, I'm a bit like a black-hearted capitalist." "Mr. Wang, listen to my advice. Staying up all night is bad for your health. Don't stay up all night anymore. Whether it's the refining of vanadium or the production of sulfuric acid, you don't have to work so hard. If you hurt your health, it will be the greatest loss to the academy." Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and persuaded him earnestly. Wang Ji looked troubled. Yamacho, it's not that I like to stay up all night, but when I see those good materials, I feel a little itchy. If I can't refine these good materials into the things I want, I will feel uncomfortable all over. This is an old problem that can't be changed. But don't worry, my health is definitely fine. I know what to do. Li Zishuan was instantly speechless. He thought of his previous evaluation of Wang Ji, an alchemy warlock who was obsessed with alchemy. This evaluation was very appropriate. This old man used to love alchemy and did things that were superficial in the eyes of others. Now that he had entered the academy's chemistry department, he had completely found his organization. Because the way of material transformation in chemistry was similar to alchemy, it was not difficult to understand why Wang Ji was crazy about it. Li Zishuan knew that no matter how he persuaded this crazy person, he would not be able to persuade him. He sighed and simply stopped persuading him. He walked to the front of the carriage and said to Han Yushi, "My wife, there are some things in the workshop. I won't return to the county today. I'll ask Lu Feng to escort you back." Han Yushi lifted the curtain and came out from inside. She said softly, "Since my husband has something to do, then go ahead and do it. I'll stay in the Yunshan residence for the next 2 days and take care of my husband's food and daily life." Li Zishuan thought for a while and nodded. "That's good too. I'll send someone back to the county to inform my parents. My wife, you can go back to the residence." "Okay." Li Zishuan asked Lu Feng to lead the guards to send Han Yushi back to Yunshan Villa. Then he followed Wang Ji to the steel mill of the workshop. Yamacho looked. "This is the refined vanadium." In the steel mill, Wang Ji pointed at a sack and said to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan walked over to take a look and saw pieces of light gray stones lying quietly inside. Compared to the freshly mined vanadium, these vanadium pieces that had been refined were undoubtedly more delicate in color. This is the only pure vanadium metal in the entire world. This thing has a lot of uses. It's not just used to make sulfuric acid. Mr. Wang, you have to take good care of it. Li Zishuan picked up 2 pieces of vanadium, weighed them in his hand and said to Wang Ji, "Yamacho, don't worry. Even if you don't say it, this old man will take good care of it." Wang Ji nodded and responded. Then he said, "Yamacho, the sulfuric acid is stored in the steel tank in the warehouse. But for convenience, this old man put some in the glass bottle. Yamacho, can you take a look and see if the purity is enough?" Li Zishuan nodded and followed Wang Ji to a small laboratory nearby. Wang Ji put on thick rubber gloves, took a bottle of transparent liquid from the shelf, and handed it to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan took it and shook it slightly. Seeing that the liquid inside wasn't as agile as water, but was rather viscous, he nodded inwardly. This was because highly concentrated sulfuric acid was indeed a viscous liquid. "Have you roughly estimated the concentration of this sulfuric acid?" Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Wang Ji and asked. Wang Ji nodded and said, "This old man has calculated the ratio of raw materials input and output, as well as the total amount of water added. If we ignore the leakage of sulfur dioxide during the production process, the theoretical concentration of sulfuric acid is about 97%. But considering the various errors in the production process, the actual concentration of sulfuric acid should be about 90%. 90%? It's almost enough for our workshop to use in the future," Li Zishuan said with a gratified smile. Then he opened the bottle cap, dipped a glass rod in a few drops of sulfuric acid, and dripped it on a piece of rice paper on the table. The paper quickly turned black where the sulfuric acid landed, and there was a burnt smell in the air. This was the strong dehydration of the sulfuric acid, causing the paper to be charred. Seeing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. "Very good. Now our workshop can finally produce sulfuric acid in batches. This is the cornerstone of the Tang dynasty's chemical industry. The 3 industrial acids were nitric acid, sulfuric acid, and hydrochloric acid. Currently, the workshop could produce both sulfuric acid and hydrochloric acid on a large scale. Electrolysis of salt water produces sodium hydroxide, hydrogen, and chlorine. Hydrogen can be burned in chlorine to produce hydrochloric acid. The only one left was nitric acid. The production of nitric acid was more complicated. The nitric acid industry was closely related to the ammonia industry. The workshop didn't have the catalyst needed, so this could only be left for the future. Mr. Wang, I will take some sulfuric acid with me in a while to make a battery. A battery that can last longer than the previous voltaic battery. As for the steel mill, I hope Mr. Wang can use the vanadium extracted from it to make vanadium steel. Li Zishuan paused for a moment and said, Vanadium steel? Could it be that Yamacho wants to add vanadium and charcoal to molten iron to make a new type of steel? Wang Ji's eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard Li Zishuan talk about using vanadium to make steel. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's right, that's the gist of it. As for the specific ratio of each material, I will give you a few references later. Adding vanadium into the steel is like adding wings to a tiger. The function of vanadium in steel is to enhance the hardenability and carbide. It can also withstand high temperatures and has a strong secondary hardening effect. It has a significant effect on increasing the hardness by more than 3 times. Moreover, vanadium can refine the grains of the steel and stabilize the structure. It is more suitable for forging and polishing. It is simply a heaven-sent material for making weapons and armor. Increase the hardness by more than 3 times? Wang Ji's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Li Zishuan's words. However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. He quickly swallowed his saliva and said, Gulp? What? Yamacho wants to use vanadium steel to make weapons and armor? This must not be done. If someone finds out, even His Majesty won't let you off. This old man thought that Li Zishuan had become arrogant and wanted to make weapons and armor to rebel. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. However, his first reaction was to persuade Li Zishuan to lay down the butcher's knife and not to expose him. This showed that he really cared about Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan knew that Wang Ji had misunderstood. He quickly said, What are you talking about, Mr. Wang? I do have the intention to make weapons and armor, but this is all under His Majesty's instructions. As for what His Majesty intends to use this batch of vanadium steel to make weapons and armor, I can't tell you in detail. Don't worry, I haven't had enough of being Xiaoyao Marquis and Xiaoyao Yamacho yet. How could he be so stupid as to rebel? I am very satisfied with my current life. Wang Ji heard this and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, That's good. That's good. This old man was really scared out of his wits just now. Since it's His Majesty's orders, this old man naturally has no objections. Yamacho, after you give me the ratio formula, I will go and try to make vanadium steel. But thank you, Mr. Wang. After Li Zishuan told Wang Ji the ratio of vanadium, carbon, and iron in the vanadium steel, he took away a can of concentrated sulfuric acid and left the steel mill. After leaving the steel mill, he came to the office building in the front yard of the workshop. There was a laboratory that belonged to Li Zishuan. Along the way, Li Zishuan turned down the good intentions of a few servants who wanted to help him carry the can of steel and arrived at his laboratory. After placing the can of sulfuric acid in the corner, Li Zishuan bent over the table and began to draw a blueprint. He was drawing the structure of the lead battery's shell. The negative plate, positive plate, and electrolyte were the main components of the lead battery's flow reaction. The anode plate was lead dioxide, and the cathode plate was lead. When the battery is discharged, the negative electrode plate reacts with the electrolyte to become lead sulfate and water, releasing electric energy. When the battery is charged, under the action of external electric energy, the lead sulfate and the acid in the water reacts to form lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electric energy. In this way, a complete charging and discharging cycle could be formed. Compared to the commonly used modern lithium batteries, although lead batteries had less energy, that is, the amount of electricity stored per unit of weight was less. The main reason was that lead batteries were generally larger in size and weight, their electromotive force was more stable, their operating voltage was stable, their operating temperature and current range was wide, they could charge and discharge hundreds of cycles, their storage performance was good, especially suitable for dry charge storage, and their cost was lower. Therefore, they were widely used in the electric vehicle industry. Of course, the most important thing was that with the current conditions of the strange pavilion workshop, it was already very difficult to produce lead batteries. As for the higher-grade lithium batteries, that would have to wait. In addition, lead and lead dioxide were the materials for the battery electrodes. These two materials already existed in this era. Lead was one of the earliest metals used by humans. In 3000 BC, humans already knew how to smelt lead from ore. The lead content in the Earth's crust was 0.0016%, and the main ore was galena. China also had a long history of using lead in ancient times. In ancient times, lead was one of the three main ingredients. Copper coins also contained a lot of lead, which was the largest amount of lead in ancient times. The more debased a currency was, the more lead it contained. For ancient necromancers, lead had another use, which was to refine elixirs. Lead and mercury were important components of elixirs. Of course, both of these things were poisonous. Therefore, since ancient times, none of the emperors who favored necromancers and consumed elixirs had lived long. With lead, sulfuric acid, and a good design of the shell structure, it was basically possible to make lead batteries. In his previous life, Li Zishuan had disassembled old lead batteries, so he was quite familiar with their internal structure. After about 15 minutes, Li Zishuan finished drawing the blueprint and walked out of the laboratory. "Faubert, get someone to follow this blueprint and use hard rubber to make a shell like this. I need it urgently." After arriving at Faubert's office, Li Zishuan passed the blueprint to Faubert and said, "Hard rubber was rubber with a high sulfur content. At a low temperature, the sulfur bonds could increase the range of movement between the chains, so the rubber would not harden. However, if more sulfur was added, for example, 25% to 50%, based on the weight of the rubber, the bonds between the chains would become even tighter, causing the rubber to harden. This type of rubber was called hard rubber. In the 21st century, the main material used for battery shells was ABS, high-strength and high-density plastic. However, when batteries first became popular, there was no such plastic. At that time, they used hard rubber. The current Tang dynasty obviously did not have the conditions to produce ABS plastic, so Li Zishuan could only use hard rubber. For the current workshop, using hard rubber to make a battery shell was not difficult. It was all thanks to him sending people to Southeast Asia to look for rubber. Otherwise, many things could not be made now. But this old man will arrange for someone to do it. The structure of the shell is not complicated. I estimate that it will be done in about 2 hours. Faubert took the blueprint and gave it a quick glance. The workshop had all kinds of ready-made machines, so he was confident that he could make the shell within 2 hours. He did not ask Li Zishuan the purpose of making the shell because he knew that Li Zishuan was going to tinker with something new. As for what the new thing was, he would know when it was done. This was the tacit understanding that he had developed after following Li Zishuan for so long. "Okay, then I will have to trouble Faubert." Li Zishuan smiled. Faubert smiled and brought the blueprint to the yard where the rubber was produced. Li Zishuan, on the other hand, went to the courtyard where the glass was fired. This was because the partition in the modest battery was made of glass. About 4 hours later, the materials for the battery shell, cathode and anode plates, as well as the separator in the electrolyte were all prepared. Li Zishuan began to mix the electrolyte for the battery. This was very particular. Generally speaking, the sulfuric acid concentration of lead batteries was between 1.27 and 1.28. If the concentration was too low, it was easy to lose power. After a long period of use, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form between the two plates. It could not be removed during the recharging process and would become a blind spot. When the amount of lead sulfuric acid crystals formed reached a certain level, the battery would not be able to store power. Moreover, if the concentration of sulfuric acid was higher than the standard, lead sulfuric acid crystals would form easily. Therefore, the ratio of sulfuric acid to distilled water in the electrolyte must be strictly controlled. Just mixing the electrolyte took Li Zishuan more than half an hour. The next work was to assemble the prepared materials and the shell. This was not troublesome. The only thing to pay attention to was not to bring debris and dust into the electrolyte during the operation. Faubert stood aside and watched the entire process of making the lead battery. It was already dark, and the lights in the laboratory had been turned on by Faubert. At this time, Li Zixuan finally stood up, clapped his hands, and sighed in relief. Okay, the world's first lead battery is finally done. Chapter 1421. Master, this thing is a battery? Do you want to try connecting a light bulb to it? In a laboratory in the workshop. When Faubert heard Li Zixuan say that the square thing in front of him was the first lead-acid battery in the world, he was shocked. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Of course, we have to try it. Uncle Fu, can I trouble you to get someone to bring a low-powered light bulb and some wires?" When the lead-acid battery was first made, it did not need to be charged. It could be used directly because it was full of chemical energy. The so-called charging was to use the external electrical energy to regenerate the active material, lead sulfate, and store the electrical energy as chemical energy. Now that the battery was not discharging, there was no active material, lead sulfate, in the electrolyte. Naturally, there was no need to charge it. Okay, Master, wait a moment. Faubert smiled and left. After a while, Faubert brought Song Xiaoxi with a few light bulbs of different sizes and some copper wires. Li Zixuan removed the rubber on both ends of the wires. One end of the two wires was connected to the positive electrode of the battery, and the other end was connected to the positive and negative screw at the end of the light bulb. The moment the wires touched the end of the light bulb suddenly lit up. It lit up. It really lit up. It seems that the power of this lead-acid battery is stronger than the voltaic battery that you made before. This kind of light bulb can't be lit up by the voltaic battery. Faubert could not help but exclaim. When it came to electricity, he could be considered as half an expert. Although he did not speak as professionally as Wang Ji, he understood the general idea. Yamacho, your lead-acid battery is really a success? My goodness, it can light up such a big light bulb. What is the output voltage of this lead-acid battery? Speaking of the devil, Wang Ji came out of the steel mill to take a look. He did not expect to see this scene as soon as he stepped into the laboratory. He could not help but ask in surprise. Compared to Faubert, his question was obviously more professional. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "In this lead-acid battery, the voltage of each battery pack is about 2 volts. There are a total of 6 battery packs connected in series, and the voltage is about 12 volts. Naturally, the voltage is higher than the voltaic battery. Moreover, the continuous discharge capacity of this lead-acid battery was much stronger than that of a voltaic battery. With just this small light bulb, it wouldn't be a problem to light it up for 24 hours. Moreover, after the battery is used up, it can be recharged. After recharging, it can be used again. 12 volts? Keep the lights on for 24 hours? Can it be recharged after the battery runs out?" Wang Ji was really shocked this time. He had used the voltaic batteries made by Li Zixuan before. Each voltaic battery only had about 1 volt of power, and it did not last long. If it was used to send and receive telegrams, it would run out of power in less than 4 hours. Today's batteries, whether it was the output voltage or the ability to supply power for a long time, were far superior to the voltaic batteries. Moreover, the lead batteries could be recharged after they ran out of power, unlike the voltaic batteries which could only be thrown away after they ran out of power. These unparalleled and inconceivable advantages made Wang Ji doubt his life a little. "Yamacho, can you tell me the principle behind the charging and discharging of this lead-acid battery? This is the first time I've heard of a battery that can be recharged and recycled." After a while, Wang Ji recovered from his shock and looked at Li Zixuan expectantly. Although it was already late, Li Zixuan knew that if he didn't explain the principle of charging and discharging lead-acid batteries to Wang Ji today, with this old man's temperament, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. In order to let the old man sleep well, Li Zixuan took out a piece of blank rice paper and wrote a chemical equation on it with a pencil as he began to explain. "Mr. Wang, the material of the anode plate of this battery is lead dioxide, and the material of the cathode plate is lead. The electrolyte is prepared dilute sulfuric acid. There is a separator in the electrolyte to separate the electrolyte between the two electrodes and prevent the electrodes from shorting. When discharging electricity, the lead in the cathode plate reacts with the electrolyte to produce lead sulfate and water, releasing electricity. When charging the battery, under the action of external electricity, the lead sulfate reacts with the acid in the water to produce lead fluff and sulfuric acid, storing electricity. It took nearly half an hour to explain the charging and discharging principle of the battery to Wang Ji. During this time, Wang Ji raised a lot of technical questions, and Li Zixuan patiently answered them one by one. When everything was finished, it was already close to midnight. Yamacho, this lead-acid battery is really amazing, especially now that we have a hydropower station in Lantian County and Yanhuang College is connected to electricity. The role of this battery is even more obvious. After using up the electricity outside, it can be recharged with electricity from the hydropower station. Perfect. It's simply perfect. This old man is truly in awe of Mountain Chieftain's ingenuity. Wang Ji's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the gaze he looked at the lead-acid battery became more and more passionate. At this time, he suddenly remembered that he came here to find Li Zixuan for business, and quickly said, "Oh, Yamacho, the steel mill has already produced vanadium steel. This old man has done some experiments in private, and this vanadium steel is indeed much harder than ordinary steel. Yamacho, do you want to go take a look?" Li Zixuan looked at the dark sky outside and couldn't help but ask, "Faubert, what time is it now?" After transmigrating for so long, Li Zixuan still couldn't accurately determine the time. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to practice this skill in his lifetime. He could only wait until the invention of the watch, and then he would be able to completely control time. "Young master, it should be midnight now." Faubert was silent for a moment, and then replied. Midnight, which was 9 o'clock in the evening. He actually worked from 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 9 o'clock in the evening, and he didn't even eat dinner in the middle. Not only did he not eat dinner, but Faubert and Wang Ji also didn't eat. I'm not looking. I'll look tomorrow." "It's not early today, Mr. Wang." "Faubert, this man is iron, rice is steel. Everyone go back early to eat and rest. Our bodies are the capital for our inventions." At this time, Wang Ji, a workaholic, actually wanted to drag him to the steel mill to work. Li Zixuan would never do that, even if he was beaten to death. He still had a wife and children at home. Oh, he didn't have any children yet, but he couldn't go back too late and make his wife worry, right? Therefore, he waved his hand and said to Wang Ji and Faubert, "Young master is right, then this old man will go first. I'm old, I can't handle it," Faubert said with a smile. Wang Ji was unwilling, but seeing that Faubert had said so, he couldn't disagree, so he could only pack up and leave the workshop with Li Zixuan. They went up Yun Mountain. He was now living in the academy's teacher's dormitory, not Yun Mountain residence, because his title had not reached the level of a professor. However, based on Wang Ji's enthusiasm in chemistry and his recent results, it was only a matter of time before he became a professor in the academy. "Husband, you're back? You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll heat up the food for you now." When they returned to the residence, Han Yushi heard the movement at the door and quickly came out of the house to welcome them. Obviously, she hadn't slept, waiting for Li Zixuan to come back. "Wife, why aren't you asleep at this time?" "It's all my fault. I was so busy in the workshop that I forgot the time and forgot to send someone to tell you," Li Zixuan said apologetically. "Husband, don't say that." Han Yushi hurriedly said, "You're busy in the workshop, and it's not midnight yet, so I'm not sleepy. All right, let's not talk about it. I'm going to warm up with my husband." Li Zixuan hugged Han Yushi and kissed her gently on the forehead. He said, "My wife is so considerate. I'll give you something good in a few days." Han Yushi asked curiously, "What good thing?" Li Zixuan smiled mysteriously and said, "I'll keep it a secret for now, but it'll definitely be a big surprise." The next day, Li Zixuan went to the workshop again after breakfast. Speaking of which, he was now sitting in the position of marquis. Logically speaking, he didn't have to work so hard. Even if he ate, drank, and played every day, with the huge foundation he had built previously, he could guarantee that he wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. When he first transmigrated, Li Zixuan thought that as long as he could be a marquis, he would spend his life waiting for death. However, sometimes only when you really sat in that position would you understand your responsibilities. Li Zishuan was now the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, the real master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, and the helmsman of the entire Yanhuang Corporation. Behind him, countless students were learning from him, improving and growing, countless people were relying on him to eat, countless craftsmen were using his innovative technology and tools to liberate productivity, and countless merchants were relying on him to become rich and realize their own value. He couldn't stop. His position as Marquis was created by the invention of engineering. Therefore, he had the obligation to bring engineering to greater heights in this era. Moreover, to him, creating modern things in the ancient times was where his joy lay. He wanted and was willing to make this Tang dynasty even more advanced and powerful. When he arrived at the steel mill, Wang Ji was already waiting there. These 2 days were the weekend of the academy, so old Wang didn't have any classes at the academy. He could also devote himself to scientific research. Yamacho, look, this is vanadium steel. This is vanadium steel that was refined according to the 3 different vanadium ratios that Yamacho provided. Wang Ji pointed at the pile of steel on the ground and said to Li Zishuan, let's use this vanadium steel to make swords and armor first, then we'll test it out. Li Zishuan nodded and said, the ratio of vanadium in vanadium steel was generally not high, around 0.025% to 0.059%. Different ratios of vanadium would result in different hardness of vanadium steel. As for which ratio was the most suitable for making swords and sabers, and which was the most suitable for making armor, all of these would need to be tested. In addition, by adding a certain ratio of vanadium to the steel, one could make rebar that could be used as the framework of reinforced concrete. Compared to ordinary steel, rebar's hardness and toughness were both very good. It was suitable to be used as the framework of reinforced concrete in large projects. It could significantly increase the strength of the project and increase the level of earthquake resistance. Alright, then Yamacho, please wait a moment. Wang Ji nodded in response. There were all kinds of craftsmen in the workshop, and naturally, there was no lack of skilled blacksmiths. Wang Ji sent the vanadium steel to the blacksmith's workshop and instructed the blacksmiths to use the 3 different ratios of vanadium steel to make 3 sets of swords and armor. The blacksmith's workshop immediately began to bustle with activity. Yamacho, do you think that the swords and sabers made of vanadium steel will be so sharp that they can cut through metal like mud? As for armor, will the armor made of vanadium steel be stronger than the armor used by Tang soldiers? The temperature in the blacksmith's workshop was too high. Wang Ji was old and could not withstand the heat. After he finished instructing the craftsmen, he left the workshop to find Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Although I wouldn't dare to say that they can cut through metal like mud, if ordinary iron swords and sabers were to meet vanadium steel swords and sabers, they would definitely suffer great damage. As for armor, I have even more confidence in it. Armor made of vanadium steel is definitely superior under the same conditions. Vanadium alloying could greatly increase the strength of carbon steel, especially under the conditions of quenching and tempering. The improvement in performance was even more obvious. In his previous life, a fortuitous event led to the use of vanadium in automobile steel. It was said that when Henry Ford I was watching a race, a French car was crashed. When he examined the wreckage of the car, he found that the damage of a crankshaft produced in Sweden was much smaller than expected. After testing, it was found that the steel contained vanadium. Therefore, Ford used vanadium alloyed steel to make the key parts of the Ford car to better resist the vibration and fatigue of the road. He once famously said, "If there was no vanadium, there would be no cars." Because a very small amount of vanadium could give the steel excellent performance, people at that time had a very vivid evaluation of the role of vanadium in steel. Vanadium was the vitamin in steel. Thus, when vanadium steel was used to make armor, although it was not absolutely invulnerable, it was definitely able to resist most cold weapons. This is amazing. Who would have thought that just adding a little vanadium to steel could greatly improve the performance of the steel? This is really incredible. Wang Ji muttered to himself. Mr. Wang, wait here. I'll go draw a blueprint. I'm planning to make something new. Li Zishuan knew that forging the swords and armor was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least half a day, so he said to Wang Ji. When Wang Ji heard this, his eyes lit up. Oh, Yamacho has a good idea again? I wonder what new thing you want to make this time? Mr. Wang, you will know in a while. When the armor is done, remember to send someone to inform me. Li Zishuan did not say anything, so Wang Ji smiled. When Wang Ji saw this, he did not ask further. Li Zishuan returned to his office in the workshop and began to draw the blueprint. At noon, Song Xiaoxi brought him lunch. He finished it quickly and continued to draw the blueprint. There was a thick stack of blueprints on his desk. It was obvious that the thing he was going to make this time was not simple. Mountain Leader, the swords and armors are ready. Take a look. At around 5 in the afternoon, Wang Ji came to Li Zishuan's office with 2 manservants, carrying 3 pairs of swords and armors, and said excitedly, "Oh, how is the effect? Mr. Wang, have you tried it?" Li Zishuan put down his pen, stood up and asked with a smile. I've tried it. This sword was just like what the Mountain Leader had said. It could easily cut through ordinary swords and sabers made of iron. It's really sharp. As for the armor, even arrows can't penetrate it. It's really tough. Wang Ji said ecstatically. Chapter 1422. Oh, let me try. In the workshop's office building, Li Zishuan received a sword made of vanadium steel. After examining it for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, "The blade is slender and the blade is like autumn frost. It has a cold light and it feels very good in my hand. Just based on its appearance, it is already better than 95% of the swords on the market. Not bad, not bad. The craftsman who forged this sword is very skilled. He should be rewarded." Li Zishuan nodded his head in satisfaction. At this moment, he took out a metal rod from the corner behind the door. This metal rod was purely made of iron. There was no charcoal in it and it could not even be considered steel. In fact, although there was already steelmaking technology in ancient times, it was only in some steelmaking workshops under the control of the imperial court. Most of the ironware used by the common people in their daily lives was still pure iron, and there was very little steel. Li Zishuan picked up the vanadium steel sword and lightly waved it. Without using any internal force, he casually slashed at the metal rod. With a kung sound, a 3mm deep sword mark was left on the metal rod. This was already quite impressive. After all, he had just waved it casually. If he had used his full strength or even his internal force, he was confident that he could have used this vanadium steel sword to slash the metal rod in his hand. Although this degree of sharpness was not as good as his wind-chasing sword, it had already far surpassed the weapons of this era. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at the armor made of vanadium steel that Wang Ji was holding. This was a radiant armor. The origin of the name radiant armor was said to be related to the circular shield on the chest and back. This was because the circular shield was mostly made of copper and other metals. It was polished to the point that it looked like a mirror. When wearing the radiant armor on the battlefield, due to the sun's rays, it would emit a dazzling radiant light, hence the name. The radiant armor had an extremely long history. It was already in existence during the Three Kingdoms period. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the most commonly used armor was the radiant armor and the dual crotch armor. The dual crotch armor was usually made of small scales. The length of the dual crotch armor extended to the abdomen, replacing the leather armor skirt of the Sui dynasty. The lower part of the armor was shaped like a crescent moon or lotus leaf. It was used to protect the lower abdomen. These improvements greatly increased the defense below the waist. Other than these 2 types of armor, the Tang dynasty also developed many new types of armor. According to the 6 classics of the Tang dynasty, there were 12 other types of armor, such as light, fine scale, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, white cloth, soap, cloth back, infantry, leather, wooden, chain, and so on. Among them, light essences, lock, mountain inscriptions, bird hammer, and fine scale armor were iron armors. The latter 3 were named after the style of the armors. Leather armor, white cloth, soap cloth, and cloth back were named after the materials used to make them. The design of this Mingguang armor is very good. Could the craftsman who made it have worked in the works supervisor or the Ministry of Works before? Li Zishuan asked softly as he touched the smooth surface of the armor. Wang Ji smiled and replied, Yamacho has a good eye. The name of the blacksmith who made this armor is Zhang Hongsheng. His father is Zhang Kajiu, who used to be a famous blacksmith in the General Works Bureau. His qualifications and skills are not below Minister Yan's. However, he is old now, so he retired from the bureau and took over his father's work. Zhang Hongsheng inherited Zhang Kajiu's skills in sword and armor forging. Although he only inherited 50 to 60% of it, he is the most skilled blacksmith in the workshop. Zhang Kajiu? When Li Zishuan heard this name, he found it familiar. After muttering it twice, his face suddenly changed. He exclaimed, Zhang Kajiu? Mr. Wang, are you saying that Zhang Hongsheng's father is Zhang Kajiu? Zhang Kajiu used to work in the work supervisor? He was also Minister Yan's colleague? Zhang Kajiu was the most famous craftsman in the Tang dynasty. His Kajiu sword was ranked 14th in China's ancient weapon ranking. The famous poet of the Tang dynasty, Bai Zhiyi, once wrote a poem about the Kajiu sword. The poem said, 8,000 years after O Zhizi's death, the elves secretly taught Zhang Kajiu. Kajiu forged the sword in Wu Mountain. In the poem, Bai Ji believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by O Zhizi 1,000 years ago. As for who O Zhizi was, anyone with a little knowledge of history would know. O Zhizi was the founder of ancient craftsmanship in China and the creator of the dragon spring sword. When O Zhizi was born, the Eastern Zhou dynasty was in conflict. First, the Wu kingdom conquered the Chu kingdom. Later, the Wu kingdom annexed 45 kingdoms to the south of the Yangtze River. When he was young, he learned metallurgy from his uncle and began to forge bronze swords, iron hoes, iron axes, and other tools. He discovered the difference between copper and iron and forged his first iron sword, the Qixing Longyuan sword, or Longyuan sword for short. In the Tang dynasty, to avoid the taboo of Emperor Gaozu Li Yuan, he changed the word yuan to quan and called it the Qixing Longquan sword. It was the first cold weapon in China. Bai Ji believed that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was taught to him by O Zhizi. From this, it could be seen that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb. However, there were almost no records of Zhang Kajiu's life in the history books. They could only guess from some ancient poems. As for his birth date and history, there were no records. Li Zishuan didn't expect to hear about Zhang Kajiu in the early years of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, this old man was once a work supervisor. How could he not be shocked? Yamacho also knows Zhang Kajiu? Zhang Kajiu is famous for his craftsmanship, so it's normal for Marquis to know him. This person did indeed serve as a work supervisor for a period of time. When the current emperor was still the king of Qin, he loved swords. When he heard that Zhang Kajiu's craftsmanship was superb, he sent someone to invite Zhang Kajiu to make a sword. However, Zhang Kajiu was arrogant and refused the emperor's request. However, the emperor was magnanimous and didn't get angry. Instead, he personally visited Zhang Kajiu. After 3 visits, Zhang Kajiu finally agreed to leave the mountain and become a works supervisor. The emperor's current sword was made by Zhang Kajiu. Wang Ji explained with a smile. Li Zishuan nodded in realization. He didn't expect there to be such a past. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. He asked, Zhang Yajiu is a famous swordsmith and was once highly regarded by the current emperor. Even if he is old now and has retired from his position as a supervisor, he should at least not have to worry about food and clothing, right? Why would he let his son work in our workshop? Wang Ji frowned and couldn't help but ask, Yamacho, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me all the craftsmen come to our workshop for money? Don't you allow people to come here for their own interests and to realize their dreams? Old Wang was obviously hurt by Li Zishuan's words. As the leader of the chemistry department of Yanhuang College, his monthly salary wasn't small. He didn't lack money, but didn't he work in the workshop every day? He was doing it for his dreams. Li Zishuan knew that he said the wrong thing and had an embarrassed look on his face. He hurriedly said, cough cough. Mr. Wang, that's not what I meant. I meant that since Zhang Hongxing's father was a work supervisor, why didn't he recommend Zhang Hongxing to be a works supervisor? Why did he allow his son to work in our workshop? Hearing this, old Wang relaxed and said, Yamacho, you'll have to ask Manager Fu. Zhang Hongxing was recruited by Manager Fu. I don't know the details. Zhang Hongxing was personally invited by this old man. At that time, I told him that we have countless good materials for forging swords in our workshop. As long as he came, all the materials would be given to him. Zhang Hongxing is like his father and loves forging swords. When he heard this old man's condition, he readily agreed. At this moment, Faubert came in from outside and said as he walked. Obviously, he had been eavesdropping outside the room for a while. Li Zixuan heard this and suddenly felt a little funny. He said, Faubert only used some materials to recruit a master craftsman for the workshop. Amazing! Amazing! These words were sincere. Li Zixuan, who came from an engineering background, valued skills and talents the most. As long as you had skills, money wasn't a problem, and materials were even less of a problem. If all the technical talents in this world could be recruited with some materials like Zhang Hongxing, Li Zixuan didn't want to talk too much. He wanted to recruit 3,000 people first. Faubert laughed bitterly and said helplessly, Young master, you don't know how much materials Zhang Hongxing used. Every time the workshop got good materials for forging swords, he would fight for them. If I didn't give them to him, I would break my promise. If I gave them to him, it would affect the task that you gave me. Just now, he ran over to me and asked if there was a new type of steel called vanadium steel in the workshop. He wanted me to give him 200 caddies first because he wanted to practice swords. I know that the vanadium steel was refined using the vanadium or that you obtained with great difficulty. How could I be willing to give it to him? So he started to make a fuss at my place, saying that I didn't keep my promise. This old man had no choice but to seek help from young master. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, Give it to him. Give him 200 caddies. Doesn't this Zhang Hongxing like forging weapons? I happen to have a new set of armor here and I need his help to forge it. Song Xiaoxi, go to Faubert's place and invite Zhang Hongxing over. Young master. Song Xiaoxi responded and quickly ran out. After a while, under Song Xiaoxi's lead, a man in his late 20s, shirtless, walked in from outside. Zhang Hongxing pays his respects to Marquis. After entering the office, Song Xiaoxi tugged at Zhang Hongxing's sleeve and then secretly pointed at Li Zixuan. Zhang Hongxing then saluted Li Zixuan. No need to be so polite. Li Zixuan smiled and went forward to help Zhang Hongxing up. He then asked, I heard that you wanted 200 caddies of vanadium steel from Faubert? Zhang Hongxing's heart tightened. At this moment he saw that Faubert was still standing in the room. In an instant he figured out what was going on and thought that Faubert was complaining about him. Therefore, he said angrily, Marquis, when I first entered this workshop, Manager Fu promised me that as long as I wanted rare materials for swords, he would try his best to satisfy me. I've only been in the workshop for 3 months. Does Marquis want Manager Fu to go back on his word? Looking at this guy's stiff neck and glaring eyes, looking as if he was looking for a fight, Faubert quickly frowned and reprimanded him. Zhang Hongxing, don't be rude in front of Marquis. Besides, no one wants to go back on their word. Faubert, it's okay. It's okay. Li Zixuan waved his hand and wasn't angry at all. Since ancient times, people with great skills tended to have bad tempers. Li Zixuan was very patient with such people. When Zhang Hongxing heard the second half of Faubert's words, he was stunned. Not going back on his word? That was to say, Li Zixuan called him over to give him vanadium steel? Thinking of this, Zhang Hongxing immediately changed his expression and cupped his hands to Li Zixuan. Marquis, please forgive me. I was anxious and offended Marquis. I hope that Marquis will forgive me. Li Zixuan smiled and said, It's okay. The 200 caddies of vanadium steel you asked for from Manager Fu was approved by this Marquis. You can go to the steel mill to get it later. Thank you, Marquis. Zhang Hongxing was overjoyed and quickly cupped his hands. At the same time, he thought that this young Marquis was quite easy to talk to. 2 months ago, after Zhang Hongxing was seduced by Faubert to the workshop, he had been immersed in the blacksmith workshop studying the art of sword forging. Usually, he didn't see Li Zixuan. Even if he did, no one introduced him to him and he didn't know him. Today was his first meeting with Li Zixuan. In the morning, Wang Ji gave him a new batch of steel and asked him to forge 3 swords and 3 sets of armor. At that time, he didn't think much of it and thought that there was no need to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, so he planned to let his disciple forge it. But inadvertently, he found that the quality of the steel was very hard. It was something he had never seen before in his life. Thus, out of curiosity, he personally forged the swords and armor in Li Zixuan's office. Of course, he was quite satisfied with the sharpness of the swords that were finally forged. When Wang Ji went to his place in the afternoon to pick up the goods, he couldn't help but ask Wang Ji what kind of steel it was. After knowing that it was vanadium steel, he eagerly ran to Faubert to ask for the materials. That was why such a farce happened. This marquis has long heard of your father's name. I heard that you, Hongxing, have inherited your father's skills in sword forging. This marquis has a sword here. How about you help me take a look? When Li Zixuan saw Zhang Hongxing's happy face, he thought that this technical talent wasn't that difficult to deal with. In order to pursue the victory, he took off the long sword at his waist and said to Zhang Hongxing. Zhang Hongxing didn't think much of it. He thought to himself, what kind of good sword can a wealthy marquis have? But in order to obtain the vanadium steel as soon as possible, he still cooperated. Understood. May Marquis lend me the sword to take a look? Here you go. Li Zixuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Together with the scabbard, he lightly tossed it to Zhang Hongxing. When Zhang Hongxing saw how casually Li Zixuan tossed it, he guessed that the sword was very light. Thus, he also casually used one hand to catch the sword. In the end, tragedy befell him in the blink of an eye. Io! When the wind-chasing sword touched Zhang Hongxing's hand, Zhang Hongxing realized that something was wrong. But at this moment, even if he wanted to use both hands to catch the sword, it was too late. He could only watch as his body was brought down by the wind-chasing sword. Seeing that his entire body was about to hit the ground, he suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. Following that, a hand grabbed his shoulder, preventing him from falling any further. In a flash, Li Zixuan appeared in front of him and supported him. Brother Zhang, I'm sorry. This marquis forgot to tell you that this sword is rather heavy. I'm sorry for startling you. Li Zixuan hurriedly apologized. This apology immediately caused Zhang Hongxing's face to turn red. He waved his hand in shame and said, This Zhang's knowledge is shallow. I didn't know that there was such a small sword in this world, but it's extremely heavy. It's no wonder Marquis. This Zhang shall taste this sword for Marquis. Saying which, Zhang Hongxing's heart was filled with amazement. He thought to himself, what kind of strange sword is this? Just based on its size and shape, it doesn't seem any different from an ordinary sword. But why is it so heavy? At the very least, this sword is 3 to 4 times heavier than an ordinary sword. It was precisely because of this that he was caught off guard and almost fell to the ground because of this sword. In the end, he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart. Zhang Hongxing stood up straight and slowly pulled out the wind-chasing sword from the scabbard. Instantly, he was stunned. Chapter 1423. The sword is 3 feet long, and its body is as smooth as a mirror. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, and there is a cold light in the middle that seems to be constantly flowing. This sword can break the clouds and destroy the earth. What a good sword! It is truly a good sword. But the weight of this sword is actually more than 40 pounds. How? How is this possible? No. This sword is definitely not made of ordinary metal. Could it be made of Xian metal? In Li Zixuan's office in the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Zhang Hongxing tightly gripped Li Zixuan's wind-chasing sword as if he was admiring a peerless beauty. He greedily poured his gaze onto the mirror-like smooth and cold blade. The more he looked, the more excited he became. In the end, he raised his head to look at Li Zixuan in disbelief and asked in a trembling voice, The sharpness of this sword had already surpassed the 9-crow sword that his father had spent his entire life forging. How could he not be shocked? But the moment he looked up, a strand of hair in front of him accidentally fell on the blade. Everyone saw that the strand of hair was easily cut off the moment it touched the blade. Then, the strand of hair gently fell to the ground. Cutting off a strand of hair. How terrifying! This was truly cutting off a strand of hair. Faubert, Wang Ji, Zhang Hongxing, Song Xiaoxi, and the rest could not help but gasp. This kind of sharp divine weapon that only existed in ancient legends was actually seen by them today. At this time, Li Zixuan smiled at Zhang Hongxing and said, "Brother Zhang, you guessed right. This sword is indeed not made of ordinary metal. It is made of Xian metal." Gulp. Zhang Hongxing fiercely swallowed his saliva. At this time, he had completely let go of the arrogance of a swordsmithing clan's descendant because the sword in Li Zixuan's hand was more awesome than any sword he had ever seen. What right did he have to be arrogant? Therefore, he handed the wind-chasing sword to Li Zixuan with a face full of admiration and said, "How can such a peerless sword not have a name? Marquis, please tell me which famous sword this is? Which famous swordsmith made it?" Li Zixuan replied in a low voice, "This sword is called the wind-chasing sword. My master obtained it by chance from an otherworldly expert when he was traveling the world. As for who forged it, I don't know." Wind-chasing sword? What a good name. It's a pity that I don't know which famous artist it came from. Zhang Hongxing murmured. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, This Zhang has a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will grant it." Li Zixuan took a deep look at Zhang Hongxing. His eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. He smiled and said, "You want to borrow this sword to bring it back for your father to take a look?" Zhang Hongxing was taken aback and then said with some embarrassment, Yes, Mark. My father spent his entire life pursuing the ultimate path of swordsmithing. This wind-chasing sword, whether it is the material or the craftsmanship, is a peerless sword that this Zhang has never seen before. My father will definitely be happy when he sees it. He is already very old, and as his son, the only thing I can do is to make him happy while he is still alive so that he won't have any regrets. Senior Zhang's lifelong pursuit of the ultimate path of the sword is indeed admirable, but this wind-chasing sword was left behind by my master. How can this Marquis so easily lend it out? Li Zixuan softly sighed and then changed the topic. Zhang Hongxing's expression immediately darkened. He thought to himself that he was overthinking things. Who would be willing to lend out such a peerless sword? Furthermore, this wind-chasing sword was left behind by Li Zixuan's master when he was alive. Its significance was extraordinary. But at this moment, Li Zixuan said again, "However, on account of your filial piety, it's not that I can't lend you this sword, but you have to promise to help me forge a new set of armor. After you agree, I will immediately lend you the sword and allow you to lend it for 3 days." Zhang Hongxing's eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Mark, I agree. Not to mention a set of armor, even if you want me to forge 100 or 1,000 sets of armor, I'm willing." Li Zixuan found it somewhat funny and said, "Brother Zhang, this Marquis hasn't even said what kind of armor I want you to forge yet, and you're already agreeing so readily?" Zhang Hongxing said confidently, "Marquis, it's not that I want to boast, but I can forge all kinds of armor from the past dynasties, such as rattan armor, black armor, sleeve armor, double crotch armor, light armor, fine scale armor, Shanwen armor, Mingguang armor, and so on. Marquis, why don't you tell me what kind of new armor you want me to forge?" Zhang Hongxing was bragging happily when he suddenly remembered the embarrassing incident of almost falling down when he received the sword. He felt that he couldn't speak so confidently in front of Li Zixuan, otherwise, he would easily fall down. After all, he was someone who had suffered a loss once. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard Zhang Hongxing's incoherent words and his obvious cowardice at the critical moment. The main reason was that this guy was too King realistic, wasn't he? Li Zixuan didn't laugh. He turned around and picked up a stack of drawings on the desk, then took out 4 of them. Then, he gestured for everyone to come to his side. He spread out the drawings and said, "Brother Zhang, the armor I want you to forge is called plate armor. The so-called plate armor is not just a piece of iron plate. It has to be light and portable, flexible at the joints, and cover the whole body. Here, this is the drawing. Among the many drawings he drew in the office this morning, one of them was drawing armor. Everyone looked at the drawing and couldn't help but widen their eyes. Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim, This plate armor is actually covering the whole body? Although this defense is indeed more comprehensive than the Mingguang armor, if the whole body is used for defense, how heavy would this set of plate armor be? If soldiers wear it, how can they walk? Not to mention fighting. Li Zishuan explained at the side, as for how heavy this set of plate armor is, we will talk about it later. First, I will explain the structure of this plate armor to you. This set of plate armor is composed of a helmet, armor, breastplate, back armor, shoulder armor, wrist armor, elbow armor, leg armor, shin armor, and steel shoes. The joints are stacked with multiple layers of movable steel plates, which can ensure that the soldier's movements in battle won't be hindered. The inside of the shoulder armor doesn't use steel plates and maintains a hollow structure, thus allowing the limbs to have more room to move. The joints connecting the body and other parts are lined with deerskin or linen, and interlocking chainmail is used to protect the inside. This way, the weight of the entire armor is borne by the whole body, and it is also comfortable to wear. The breastplate of this plate armor is made up of 3 pieces. The middle piece is narrower and serves as a connection. This structure also allows the breastplate to have a certain degree of mobility, allowing the wearer to move more flexibly. Of course, the biggest feature of this set of plate armor is the use of the neck armor. A simple helmet couldn't protect the parts below the mouth, but this set of plate armor used a large neck guard with a jaw guard to achieve the effect of complete protection of the face. For the purpose of insurance, this set of plate armor also used armpit guards to protect the armpits. In addition, the surface of the plate armor is designed with ridges to strengthen the protective effect and reduce the weight. This way, all parts of the human body are within the steel armor. On the battlefield, it is completely impenetrable and unafraid of a rain of arrows. In fact, the plate armor that Li Zishuan wanted to make was called Gothic plate armor. In his previous life, he was not only an engineering student, but also a military enthusiast. He had seen many disassembled pictures of ancient countries' armor on the internet. Plate armor was known as the king of armor, and it was the symbol of medieval knights. It was the ultimate defense of the cold weapon era. In the 100 years of war between England and France, there was no record of an arrow being able to penetrate plate armor. Later on, when firearms were introduced, plate armor was so strong that it could even withstand the damage of ordinary matchlock guns. From the 14th century to the 15th century, the progress in the structure and shape of armor was very obvious. The most famous plate armor in the history of the world, the Gothic and the Milanese plate armor, began to appear at this time. Because the former became popular in Milan, while the latter was greatly influenced by the Gothic art style, these 2 styles of armor were called the Milanese and the Gothic. However, whether it was the Milanese style or the Gothic style, both originated from Italy. It was just that the Germans had developed the Gothic style to its peak, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the Gothic style originated from Germany. Among all the plate armors, these 2 were the most popular. It wasn't that there were no other styles, but they were all imitations of these 2 styles. The Milanese style was characterized by its smooth lines, close-fitting, elegant, and beautiful design. The Gothic style was simple, full of functional beauty, with many edges and corners and good movement. Wonderful work of art. It is indeed wonderful work of art. With these designs, it is indeed possible to protect the whole body without affecting the movement of the body's joints. But how heavy is this set of plate armor? Can the soldiers bear it? Zhang Hongsheng couldn't help but exclaim. The Tang dynasty's Mingguang armor was considered the most advanced and defensive armor in the Tang dynasty. However, compared to the full-body plate armor designed by Li Zishuan, it paled in comparison. However, the only thing that Zhang Hongsheng was worried about was the weight of the full-body plate armor. The rest of the people also looked at Li Zishuan doubtfully. Obviously, everyone agreed that the defense of the plate armor was far superior to the Mingguang armor. The only thing they were worried about was the weight. Li Zishuan smiled slightly and said, you don't have to worry about the weight. This kind of plate armor is at its peak. The weight of a full-body plate armor will definitely not exceed 40 pounds. As for the Mingguang armor, it should be around 50 pounds, right? At the same level of defense, the plate armor is definitely lighter than the Mingguang armor. Li Zishuan wasn't bragging. In the modern era, when plate armor was mentioned, people's first reaction was that it was heavy and inflexible. In fact, this was a misunderstanding of plate armor. In fact, plate armor was not only flexible, but also light. A full body of Gothic plate armor would not exceed 25 pounds. 1 pound in the Tang dynasty was about 600 grams in the modern era, so 25 pounds would be about 40 pounds in the Tang dynasty. A full body of Mingguang armor would weigh about 30 pounds. A soldier wearing Gothic plate armor could even perform all kinds of difficult movements. It was very flexible. Moreover, the plate armor made by a skilled armor master could not even fit a piece of paper in between the plates. Its defense was simply too good. It was like a beggar's version of Iron Man. And Li Zishuan wanted to make 5,000 of such Iron Man. How is this possible? This set of armor is definitely more than 40 pounds. Zhang Hongsheng shook his head fiercely, his face full of disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I don't intend to use the casting method for this plate armor. I want to use the forging method to polish the plate armor to about this thickness. As he spoke, Li Zishuan used his hand to indicate a thickness of about 5 millimeters. Not only was the forged armor thin, but it was also stronger than cast armor. This was already an indisputable fact. Forging? Such a thin thickness? And you want to ensure that the thickness is uniform? Zhang Hongsheng was a little troubled. Marty, according to your request, it's not impossible, but it's extremely time-consuming and laborious. I can still make 1 or 2 pieces, but if there are too many of them, I really can't do anything. At this time, Zhang Hongsheng was very glad that he stopped in time when he was bragging. Otherwise, he would have embarrassed himself again. At the same time, he secretly vowed not to brag in front of Li Zishuan in the future, because Li Zishuan was poisonous. As long as he bragged in front of him, he would be instantly slapped in the face. Li Zishuan smiled again and said, Brother Zhang, you've misunderstood again. The forging method I'm talking about is not the manual forging method you think it is, but a stamping machine with constant power and constant speed. It can ensure that the surface of the forged item is smooth and uniform. Stamping machine? There's such a magical weapon in the world? Why don't I know about it? Zhang Hongsheng said excitedly. According to Li Zishuan's words, the stamping machine could be regarded as a magical weapon in the eyes of blacksmiths. After all, with this thing, there would be no need to hammer at a time to forge iron. Li Zishuan said, this stamping machine is driven by water, so it can also be called a hydraulic stamping machine. But it hasn't been made yet. When it's done, it will definitely have this effect. Xiaoxi, go and invite Mr. Mo and Ink Girl over. Tell them that I have something to ask of them. Young master. Song Xiaoxi took the order and left. Faubert then asked, Young master, you want to invite Mr. Mo over to make the hydraulic stamping machine you just mentioned? Li Zishuan nodded and said, yes and no. It can only be said that it's not all of it. The hydraulic stamping machine is only a small part of the work. We now have a water wheel under the Ba River Dam. This thing can directly provide power for our machine. We just need to connect some transmission mechanisms on it. However, in addition to the hydraulic stamping machine, I also plan to make some other things. We'll talk about it when they come. The reason why Europe could make full-body plate armor in the Middle Ages was because of the hydraulic stamping machine. Li Zishuan wanted to make this thing last year, but he didn't have a dam at that time, so he couldn't make the hydraulic stamping machine. Now that the dam and hydropower station were all built, he could finally show his skills. Chapter 1424. Young Master, Mr. Mo and Miss Mo are here. Oh, young Master Yen is here too. Song Xiaoxi led Mo Huai and Mo Lingwei to Li Zishuan's office in the workshop. Surprisingly, Mo Lingwei was followed by Yen Xiaoning. Li Zishuan clicked his tongue in wonder. wondering if Yan Xiaoning had already settled his father-in-law, Mo Huai. Yamacho, I heard that you have some instructions for us? Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan hurriedly greeted them. Mr. Mo, Ink Girl, please take a seat. I called you here because I plan to start a new round of technological innovation in our workshop. There are many aspects involved, and I need your help. Technological innovation? Then why didn't you call me Xiao? Yamacho? Yan Xiaoning was a little dissatisfied. Li Zishuan said unhappily, I didn't call you, but didn't you come here yourself? Besides, if I called Ink Girl, isn't that the same as calling you? What are you saying? Yan Xiaoning couldn't help but laugh. Mo Lingwei blushed and pinched Yan Xiaoning's arm hard. Mo Huai's eyes were very sharp. How could he not notice these two's little movements? His old face immediately darkened. He coughed heavily and said, Yamacho, if there's anything you need us to do, just say it. I'll do my best. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Take a seat first. Let's sit down and talk. The few of them sat around a glass coffee table. Fortunately, Li Zishuan's office was big enough that it didn't seem crowded even with 7 or 8 people. After everyone sat down, Li Zishuan took out a few blueprints, spread them out, and said in a deep voice, Now, we have a dam. Ladies and gentlemen, at present, not only do we have a dam, but we also have a water wheel. This water wheel is not only used to irrigate the farmland, but it can also provide power for the machinery. Actually, I don't need to say this, and all of you should understand. The first thing we need to do is to build a hydraulic press. This is the blueprint of the hydraulic press. After the press was completed, the water wheel needed to be modified into a power device that could be connected to the press. This was nothing more than adding some cranks and connecting rods for transmission. It was very simple. After the modification, the punching machine can be connected to the water wheel. Under the driving of the water wheel, it can replace human strength and repeatedly forge steel. Moreover, the impact force is almost the same every time. In terms of precision forging, the effectiveness of this thing is absolutely incomparable to human strength. Mo Huai looked at the drawing seriously. After a while, he nodded and said, Yamacho, there's no problem with the modification of the press machine and water wheel. Leave these two matters to this old man. Li Zishuan smiled. That's exactly what I was thinking. Mr. Mo has been involved in the Murky River project from the beginning to the end. Now that you're in charge of the hydraulic machine, that's the most suitable. Everyone in the workshop will do their best to assist you in this matter. Thank you, Yamacho. Mo Huai cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, after the hydraulic press machine was completed, you will lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to produce the plate armor I gave you. You will need to make at least 5,000 sets of such armor. Previously, Li Er had talked to him and said that he wanted to expand the black armored army from 3,000 to 5,000. After the expansion, the black armored army would need to upgrade their military equipment. These equipment would all be supplied by the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop and must be made of vanadium steel. 5,000 sets? Marquis, did I hear wrongly? Zhang Hongxing's body trembled and he almost fell off his chair. He opened his mouth wide in shock. The rest of the people in the office also looked at Li Zishuan in shock. Obviously, everyone was shocked by the news that Li Zishuan wanted to make 5,000 sets of armor. Yamacho, why do you want to make so many sets of armor? What if someone finds out? After the shock, Mo Huai asked worriedly. Making military equipment without authorization was a capital offense. Li Zishuan said indifferently, Mr. Mo, don't panic. This is a task given by His Majesty. It's not against the law. Hearing this, Mo Huai felt a little relieved. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongxing and said, Brother Zhang, these 5,000 sets of armor are not for you to make alone. You only need to teach the other blacksmiths how to make them. Zhang Hongxing quickly waved his hand and said, Marquis, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that 5,000 sets of armor will require an astonishing amount of steel. I'm afraid that the workshop won't be able to bear it, especially vanadium steel. This material is so rare. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to make armor? Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh. You don't have to worry about this. I have iron mines, coal mines, and vanadium mines now. Besides, the Zhangsun family's iron mines can also support our workshop. Even if you make another 5,000 sets of armor, I can still bear it. The Turks in the north were a real threat to the Tang Empire. Li Zishuan could be considered a big family in the Tang Empire, and his family was living a happy life. He was determined not to allow the Turks to destroy his beautiful life. As long as he could get rid of the Turks, what was a little bit of steel? Li Zishuan's strategy was undoubtedly very wise. On the vast grassland, the use of infantry was very limited. Only the highly mobile cavalry could gallop freely on the grassland and achieve a surprise victory. The black armored army was the trump card of the Tang Empire's cavalry. Li Zishuan wanted these 5,000 black armored army to transform into 5,000 Iron Mans and sweep through the Turks' lair. At that time, the revamped black armored army would give the world a surprise. Zhang Hongsheng finally understood the true foundation of the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. He clasped his fist and said, "Since that's the case, I will do my best to lead all the blacksmiths in the workshop to make 5,000 sets of armor for Marquis in the shortest time possible." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's great. Before the hydraulic press is completed, Brother Zhang can lead the blacksmiths to make 5,000 horse lances. All of them must be made of vanadium steel. In addition, we will also make a batch of horseshoes." The cavalry of the Tang dynasty usually used horse lances as their weapons. They were longer than swords and were the most convenient weapon to use when charging. If they were made of vanadium steel, it would undoubtedly increase the sharpness of the lances. Against the Turks who wore simple leather armor, it would be as easy as cutting vegetables. As for the horseshoes, when his white horse was injured last year, he nailed horseshoes to it. However, he did not popularize it because there was a shortage of iron at that time. According to academic research, horseshoes first appeared in ancient Rome around the 1st century BC. These horseshoes were made of copper or iron and were shaped like the lower part of a horse's hoof. However, they were not fixed the same way as now. In addition to using short nails, they also needed to be tied with leather. It was similar to the Roman shoes worn by the ancient Roman soldiers. Hence, it was also known as horse sandals. In China's Dunhuang Mogao grottos, there was a painting of nailed horseshoes. It was built on the wall of Cave 302 in the 4th year of Sui Kaihuang, 584 AD. From the painting, a horse was standing and tied to a tree. A man was standing behind the horse, holding the horse's right hind leg. The horse's hoof was turned upside down. There was an oval-shaped horseshoe painted on the hoof. Therefore, some people speculated that there were horseshoes in China during the Sui dynasty. However, this theory lacked archaeological evidence to support it. Moreover, according to Zhao Rushi of the Southern Song dynasty in his book, Zhu Fanji, it was recorded that the horses of Daoist used iron as shoes. This was very novel. This showed that horseshoes were not very popular in the Southern Song dynasty. Indeed, from the Qin and Han dynasties to the Tang and Song dynasties, horseshoes were not found in the Central Plains. It was not until the Yuan dynasty that horseshoes began to be used on a large scale. As for why there was a painting of nailed horseshoes from the Sui dynasty in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos, only the heavens knew. Horseshoes? What's that? Zhang Hongsheng could not help but wonder. Li Zishuan took out a drawing and explained, "It's a shoe for the horse to wear. It prevents the horseshoes from cracking due to long-term wear and tear. It can greatly reduce the consumption of horse's fart. The appearance is like this. If you don't understand, you can go take a look at my white horse later. The horseshoes on its hooves have been installed for almost a year." Zhang Hongsheng reacted and said happily, "Wearing shoes for the horse? Marquis, this is a good idea. In the past, I don't know how many horses I've seen crippled because of cracked hooves. With these horseshoes, it can prevent the horse's hooves from being damaged." Everyone was also amazed. Yan Shaoning could not help but say, "Gee, why didn't I notice that your white horse was wearing shoes before?" Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "That's because you're blind." Mo Lingwei could not help but laugh. However, when she saw Mo Huai's face darken, she quickly stopped laughing. "That's right. Other than the horseshoes, When the time comes, you can make a batch of horse armor. It doesn't need to be too thick. It just needs to be able to withstand ordinary swords and sabers. Li Zishuan looked at Zhang Hongxing and said, as for horse armor, leather vest had already appeared during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. During the Three Kingdoms period, full horse armor began to appear. There was no need to give a blueprint for this thing. Li Zishuan believed that with Zhang Hongxing's knowledge, he could definitely make it. Hearing this, everyone could not help but gasp. Vanadium steel plate armor, vanadium steel horse lance, horseshoes, and horse armor. Was Li Zishuan planning to build a super steel cavalry that was armed to the teeth? They believed that such a terrifying cavalry would give even the Turkic wolf cavalry a headache. This was because this was a cavalry that was invincible in both offense and defense. Gulp. No matter how stupid Zhang Hongxing was, he understood that Li Zishuan wanted to play a big game. He swallowed his saliva and replied with difficulty, yes. Li Zishuan nodded. He took out the wind-chasing sword and handed it to Zhang Hongxing. All right, there's nothing else for you to do. Take this wind-chasing sword first. Zhang Hongxing was pleasantly surprised. This time, he didn't dare to use one hand to receive it. Instead, he used both hands to forcefully receive it. He then bowed to Li Zishuan and said, many thanks for your trust, Marth. 3 days later, this Zhang will definitely return this wind-chasing sword intact. This Zhang will take his leave now. Li Zishuan nodded and hummed in agreement. He was not worried that Zhang Hongxing would run away with the sword. After all, Zhang Crow's reputation was there. A monk could run away, but the temple could not, right? Mr. Wang, Ink Girl, although the hydropower station's generator can operate normally, the copper core used in the coils is not pure copper. This will greatly affect the generator's efficiency. Therefore, I plan to build a second-generation generator with a high-purity copper core to upgrade the current generator. After Zhang Hongxing left, Li Zishuan looked at Wang Ji and Mo Lingwei. High-purity copper core? Yamacho, it is inevitable that there will be impurities in the copper. How are we going to purify it? Wang Ji frowned and asked. Mo Lingwei also looked at Li Zishuan. Although she was good at physics, she was not weak in chemistry. After all, smart people learned everything quickly. She had read the Academy's chemistry textbook more than once. Li Zishuan replied in a deep voice, electrolytic refining. Now that we have electricity, we can use electrolytic refining to remove the impurities in the copper and obtain high-purity brass. The specific steps are very simple. We will use a copper sheet as the anode and sulfuric acid and bilalumina as the electrolyte. When electricity is applied, the copper on the anode will dissolve and enter the solution. The copper in the solution will then precipitate at the cathode. During this process, other than copper, there will also be impurities such as iron and zinc. Because iron and zinc are more flexible than copper, they can replace the copper in the electrolyte and precipitate copper at the cathode. When the metal is less flexible than copper, it will not dissolve and will form anode mud. This way, the copper precipitated at the cathode will be very pure. I see. This old man understands. Wang Ji thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. Li Zishuan sighed and said, that's good. We need to build an electrolytic workshop in the workshop as soon as possible to refine copper. Yamacho. Wang Ji cupped his hands and replied. Li Zishuan looked at Mo Lingwei and said, Ink Girl, other than upgrading the generator, I also want you to help me make an electric motor. Electric motor? What's an electric motor? Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Li Zishuan took out a thick stack of drawings and said, the generator uses the principle of magnetism to generate electricity, and the electric motor uses the principle of electromagnetism. The general process is that the coil will generate a rotating magnetic field and act on the rotor to form a magneto-electric force rotation torque. Thus, the rotor will constantly rotate. The details are very clear in these drawings. Ink Girl, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Mo Lingwei said happily, okay. Yamacho. Yamacho is just a girl. Do you have the heart to let her do so many things by herself? Yan Xiaoning could not help but ridicule. Mo Lingwei glared at Yan Xiaoning and said, I'm willing to do this. You can't blame Yamacho. Li Zishuan could not help but laugh and said, Xiaoning, if you can't bear it, you can help Ink Girl more. You two are colleagues now, so you should help each other. After saying that, he looked at Mo Huai quietly. The latter's face was tense, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. Li Zishuan could not help but mutter in his heart, has Yan Xiaoning settled Mo Huai or not? Chapter 1425. After the tasks were assigned, everyone began to get busy. According to Mo Huai's estimation, the modification of the water wheel and the manufacturing and installation of the hydraulic stamping machine could be completed in 3 to 5 days. By then, they could begin to forge the plate armor. Moreover, with the hydraulic stamping machine, the overall forging level of the workshop would rise to a new level. Not only in terms of forging, but the workshop's electricity and metal refining technology would also rise to a new level. This was a comprehensive technological innovation that could be considered as an upgrade for the workshop. After the upgrade, the workshop would soon have the ability to manufacture the second generation of bicycles. Because of the hydraulic stamping machine, they could manufacture bicycle chains. The previous front-wheel drive bicycles could be eliminated. As for the electric motor that Mo Lingwei was building, this was also very important because electricity could not only be used to light up light bulbs, but it could also be used to power machines. Mr. Mo, what do you think of Xiaoning? After leaving the workshop, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai went to Yunshan together. On the way, Li Zishuan suddenly asked. Hearing this, Mo Huai was stunned. After a while, he frowned and said, Why did Yamacho suddenly mention young Master Yen? I'm just asking casually. If Mr. Mo doesn't mind, you can say whatever you want. Li Zishuan laughed dryly and hurriedly said. He was trying to help his good brother sound out the situation. Mo Huai was silent for a moment and replied, Although young Master Yen is the son of a minister, he's not like those hedonistic sons who spend all their time fooling around in brothels. Instead, he's willing to study and is ambitious. However, this kid keeps pestering my wire all day, which is really damaging my wire's reputation. If it weren't for Yamacho's face, I would have broken his legs a long time ago. At the end of his sentence, Mo Huai's originally amiable face suddenly changed into an angry expression. Li Zishuan laughed in his heart. What do you mean by, for my face? You're probably doing it for your daughter's face, right? If you break Yan Xiaoning's legs, let's see if Mo Lingwei won't make a fuss with you. Li Zishuan wanted to say, You don't have to give me face, go ahead and do it, but he was worried that this would embarrass Mo Huai, so he coughed lightly and laughed. Ink Girl and Xiaoning are doing academic research. Mr. Mo, you really shouldn't care about those secular views. You should support them. Support? When Mo Huai heard this, he was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. He grunted and said, This old man can't possibly support them to mingle together like this without any status. Even though the Mahist clan doesn't have many complicated formalities like the Confucian clan, this old man has no choice but to attach importance to a woman's reputation. When Yamacho has a daughter, he'll understand my current state of mind. It was impossible for him to support them fooling around like this without a proper title. Did that mean to say they could be together with their reputation? It seemed that Mo Huai didn't object to Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning being together. What he objected to was that Yan Xiaoning was so close to Mo Lingwei without establishing a status with Mo Lingwei. He was hinting at Li Zishuan in a roundabout way. Li Zishuan thought that there was hope. He chuckled and said, I roughly understand Mr. Mo's meaning. I'll immediately look for Xiaoning later and convey Mr. Mo's meaning to him so that he won't pester Ink Girl without any status in the future. Mo Huai nodded. After a moment of silence, he let out a heavy sigh and said, Well, Laura's mother passed away early, so I've naturally spoiled too much all these years. That's why she has such an unruly character. I don't hope that she can marry into a noble family and live a life of wealth. I only hope that she can find someone she truly loves. Even if she's poor, as long as she can be happy and safe. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Mo Huai. His turbid eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life and reluctance. His heart was slightly moved. The pitiful hearts of parents in the world. Mo Huai must have realized by now that the pearl in his palm was about to marry someone else, right? This made Li Zishuan feel conflicted. If he had a daughter with Han Yushi in the future, wouldn't he have to experience what Mo Huai was going through now? The people are starting to plant rice. At this moment, Li Zishuan noticed that there were people barefoot in the fields with their pants rolled up and planting rice in the paddy fields. He couldn't help but recall his childhood in his previous life. At that time, he had also helped his parents plant rice in the fields. Most of the areas in Chang'an were plains. It was a warm temperate zone with a humid continental monsoon climate. The 4 seasons were distinct, and there was wheat and rice planted every year. This was very similar to Li Zishuan's hometown in his previous life. It was the middle of May, and it was the season to plant rice. That's right. Now that all the canals in Lantian County have water, the people have to take this opportunity to plant the rice seedlings. Otherwise, if they miss this opportunity, they won't be able to harvest anything during the autumn harvest. Mo Huai also turned his gaze to the fields by the roadside and said with a smile. Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks. He suddenly had the urge to go into the fields. He immediately took off his shoes and socks. Lu Feng, help me watch. I'll go down and help the old man plant the rice seedlings. With that, he had already taken off his shoes and socks, rolled up his pants, and was about to go into the fields. Mo Huai and the guards behind Li Zishuan, such as Lu Feng and Lu Yun, couldn't help but be stunned. The old farmer in the fields even widened his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. The Marquis of Yong, and actually wanted to go into the fields to help him plant rice seedlings? Am I dreaming? You can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. You have a precious body, how can you go into the fields? This field is full of mud, so don't dirty your feet. The old farmer rubbed his eyes and pinched his thigh. After confirming that he hadn't seen wrongly and that he wasn't dreaming, he hurriedly threw away the large bunch of seedlings in his hands. His body trembled as he walked quickly toward Li Zishuan. You're 4th Master Zhang, right? You must be careful, don't fall. I just suddenly wanted to plant rice seedlings in the fields. You go about your business, don't worry about me. Li Zishuan said with a smile. His memory was extraordinary, and he had the ability to remember everything he saw. He had some impression of this old man in front of him. He was Li Zheng from the Zhang family village in the west. He had seen him before when the people from the other villages came to Yun Mountain to learn how to plant cotton. Plant rice seedlings? Marquis, you absolutely can't do that. How can you do this kind of rough work? Even I can do it myself. 4th Master Zhang was shocked and hurriedly said. 4th Master Zhang, look at what you're saying. Everyone is born equal. If you can do the work of planting rice seedlings, why can't I do the same? Don't worry, I'm not the kind of hedonistic son who doesn't know anything about farming. I won't waste your seedlings. Li Zishuan smiled. As he spoke, he went forward to pick up a bunch of seedlings in the field. Then he skillfully separated 3 to 4 seedlings from the bundle of seedlings and used his index and middle fingers to clamp the roots of the seedlings. His palms faced the seedlings, and his index and middle fingers followed the seedlings downwards, inserting them into the soil. This series of actions was simply too perfect. 4th Master Zhang, Mo Huai, Lu Feng, and the others on the ridge were all stunned. Because at this moment, Li Zishuan didn't look like a marquis at all. He was simply like a genuine old farmer. It was truly inconceivable. 4th Master Zhang was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly joined the planting team. Li Zishuan's initial speed wasn't fast. After all, he hadn't planted rice in the field for many years. But once he got the hang of it, coupled with his super agile reaction speed, his planting speed couldn't be faster. 4th Master Zhang's jaw almost dropped because he couldn't see the movements of Li Zishuan's hands at all. He could only vaguely see a series of afterimages. What was even more terrifying was that Li Zishuan's planting speed had increased, but the quality didn't drop at all. The distance between the seedlings he planted was constant, about 2 fists wide. Moreover, every seedling stood upright, and none of them collapsed. In just a short while, Li Zishuan had already planted 2 rows of seedlings. From Mo Huai, Lu Feng, and the others' point of view, these 2 rows of seedlings were actually a perfectly straight line, as if they had been drawn with a ruler. Mo Huai raised his eyebrows in surprise. At first, he thought that Li Zishuan was only putting on an act. After all, in this era, even the emperor would bring the members of the royal family to work in the fields every year. This was to tell the people of the world that the royal family valued farming. Li Zishuan was putting on an act for the people of the fiefdom. But now, it seemed that Li Zishuan wasn't putting on an act for others to see. He was truly working seriously and immersing himself in it. A complicated look flashed across Mo Huai's eyes as he looked at Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. In the imperial court, he could govern the country and help the emperor. In the pugilistic world, he could plant rice for the people. Li Zishuan's many qualities had completely conquered Mo Huai. In Mo Huai's heart, perhaps only the word saint could represent Li Zishuan. I'll have to trouble the two little generals to help me look after my shoes. I'll go down and plant seedlings too. After sighing in his heart, Mo Huai rolled up his trousers, took off his shoes, and said to Lu Feng and Lu Yun, "Hey, Mr. Lu Feng was stunned. Then he was shocked. Just as he was about to dissuade him, Mo Huai had already gotten off the ground. Seeing that another person had come down to help him plant seedlings, and judging from his clothes, he should be from Yanhuang College. Fourth Master Zhang was a little confused at this moment. He suspected that there was smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. Otherwise, why would the dignified Marquis of Great Tang and the respected teacher of Yanhuang College help him plant seedlings? Yo, Mr. Mo, why did you come down too? Li Zishuan noticed Mo Huai's arrival. As he spoke and laughed, his hands didn't stop moving at all. Mo Huai smiled and said, seeing the Yamacho happily planting seedlings in the field, I couldn't help but feel a little itchy, so I came down to have some fun too. With that, Mo Huai picked up a bunch of seedlings and began to plant them from the other end of the field. His movements were standard, and his speed wasn't slow at all. He was clearly an old hand. It was likely that when the Mo family lived in a remote place and didn't care about worldly affairs, Mo Huai also did a lot of farm work. The commoners who were busy working in the fields had long noticed the commotion here. At this moment, they all put down their farm work and ran over to look. It didn't matter if they didn't see it, but when they saw it, they couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Marquis actually personally helped Fourth Master Zhang plant seedlings? Fourth Master Zhang's ancestral graves are smoking, right? Isn't that so? If I were Fourth Master Zhang, I would definitely worship this land in the future. After all, these are seedlings planted by Marquis himself. Go away. Zhao Lao, look at your useless appearance. What's wrong? If it were you, wouldn't you worship this land? You want me? If it were me, I would worship it too. Marquis' planting speed is so fast. Wow, it's really fast. This speed is equivalent to 3 of me. That teacher from Yanhuang College is also planting seedlings very fast. At this rate, Fourth Master Zhang's 1 mu of land will probably be finished planting in half an hour. Marquis is really benevolent. I've never seen a Marquis who would help us plant seedlings, and he's planting them so well and so fast. Yeah. To have such a good Marquis, we're going to be blessed in the future. Everyone, quickly go back to work. The water in this field is not easy to come by, we have to hurry up. Don't let down Marquis' good intentions. The surrounding commoners watched the commotion and sighed for a while before returning to their own fields to work. Fourth Master Zhang, are you having any difficulties in your life recently? Just as the commoners had expected, in less than 30 minutes, all the seedlings in the field had been planted. Li Zishuan pulled Fourth Master Zhang to the edge of the field to rest and then casually asked, "What's the matter?" Fourth Master Zhang was not as agitated as before. He had probably gotten used to it. When he heard the question, he quickly waved his hand and said, "No difficulties. No difficulties. I'm doing very well. Previously, there was a shortage of water in the fields, but Marquis, you solved it. Now, everyone in the village is busy working in the fields. After all, now that we can plant seedlings, we have something to look forward to. Everyone is working energetically. I heard that many people in other counties are still working in their fields. We can only start planting seedlings so early because of you, Marquis. Also, many of the dead wheat in the wheat field have come back to life. In another 20 days we can harvest the wheat. Although this year isn't a bumper harvest, we won't starve. Li Zishuan smiled with relief and said, "That's good. That's good. Fourth Master Zhang, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can go to the county to find County Magistrate He. If he doesn't help you, you can come to me again. I will make the decision for you and punish him severely." Fourth Master Zhang trembled and quickly said to Li Zishuan, "Marquis, please don't say that. County Magistrate He is also a good official. Before you came, County Magistrate He was honest and upright. He was not like the officials in other counties, collecting exorbitant taxes from the commoners. He is a good official." Li Zishuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha! If County Magistrate He knew that Fourth Master Zhang was praising him like this, he would probably wake up laughing in his dreams. All right, it's time for this Marquis to return. Fourth Master Zhang, don't worry. The taxes on the citizens of Longtime County will definitely be reduced year by year. Your lives will also be better year by year. I believe in Marquis. He take care." Fourth Master Zhang quickly got up from the ground and bowed to Li Zishuan. Chapter 1426. The people who suffer the most in this world are the common people who dig for food in the soil. After washing the mud off their hands and feet in the canal, Li Zishuan and Mo Huai put on their shoes and walked toward Cloud Mountain. As for Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the other guards, Li Zishuan sent them back first. On the way, Li Zishuan couldn't help but sigh. It's the great fortune of the people of Longtime County that Marquis can understand this. With Marquis in Longtime County, the people of Longtime County will definitely live better than the people of other counties. Mo Huai smiled with his hands behind his back. Li Zishuan paused and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Mo Huai and said, "Does Mr. Mo think so highly of me?" Mo Huai shook his head and said, "It's not that this Mo doesn't think highly of the Yamacho. It's that the Yamacho's heart drives the Yamacho to work for the well-being of the people. Today, the Yamacho personally planted rice for an old farmer. This kind of kindness can't be faked. This Mo hopes that the Yamacho can always remember and maintain this kind of kindness to benefit the people of the world. This is because engineering needs a saint. Engineering needs a saint." These short words caused Li Zishuan's heart to tremble, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Mo Huai's words seemed very simple, but they were actually very profound. Confucianism had been passed down for thousands of years without decline because of sage Confucius and his 3,000 disciples. The Daoists had Laozi, the Mahists had Mozi, and the legalists had Han Fizi. As for engineering, although there were more than 600 engineering disciples, they still lacked a saint who could represent engineering. The saint. Li Zishuan had never thought of becoming a saint, but after hearing Mo Huai's words today, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement. Speaking of which, if he could make engineering flourish and make the Tang dynasty's industry prosper, wouldn't he also be able to become a saint who was revered by tens of thousands of people and whose name would go down in history? At that time, who would dare to say that engineering was a low-class miscellaneous study? At this thought, Li Zishuan couldn't help but become excited. But was the title of saint really what he wanted? Suddenly, Li Zishuan had such a thought. Under the temptation of the sage's name, this thought seemed so small, but it was so strong. It was like a weak spark in the dark night, stubbornly illuminating a space. A single spark could start a prairie fire. That wisp of starfire became more and more exuberant, burning crazily in the endless night, burning more and more fiercely. After Mo Huai waited for a long while, Li Zishuan finally spoke. He said softly, "The title of saint is not something I want. Everything we do in our lives should be based on our hearts, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding justice, benefiting the common people, and living a carefree life. As for how the future generations evaluate me, what does that have to do with me? Let them say whatever they want to say about my merits and demerits." After these words, Li Zishuan only felt that his previously chaotic mind suddenly exploded with a bang, but soon became clear again. At the same time, the genuine qi in his dantian, which had been quiet for a long time, became a little restless at this time. The threshold of the late stage of Grandmaster seemed to have become a little loose. Since the battle with the bearded man last year, Li Zishuan had luckily entered the middle stage of Grandmaster. Since then, he had given up the idea of making progress in martial arts, because he knew that on the road of martial arts, the further one went, the more difficult it would be. If he wanted to become a great Grandmaster like his master, spiritual master Lingxiu, he might not be able to achieve it even if he spent his whole life. Instead of practicing martial arts 24 hours a day without rest, it was better to take time out to accompany his family and have fun. With his current status, there was no need for him to suffer. Moreover, Li Zishuan was a modern intellectual with high academic qualifications. He valued science and technology much more than martial arts. Therefore, for the past half a year, he had only practiced his sword for an hour every morning. After that, he would be busy with his fief and the matters of the academy. But he never expected that his Dan Tian, which had been quiet for more than half a year, would become restless and active at this moment. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the sign of the loosening of the realm and the hope of breaking through the realm. People like to say that fame and fortune are just fleeting clouds, to show that they were indifferent to fame and fortune. But when great fame and fortune were really in front of them, how many people could resist the temptation? Li Zishuan resisted. In his life, he only did what he wanted to do. He practiced the Tao of following his heart, and everything went according to his heart. He did not want to be bound by the title of saint and be afraid of the slightest thing. It was because of this that he was able to have a clear mind at this moment. When Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan say that the title of saint is not what I want a moment ago, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. After all, if Li Zishuan could become a saint, it would be a huge blow to Confucianism. Although he did not expect Mo Huai to become a saint again, it did not mean that he could get used to the Confucianism that was spread all over the world now. Just as he was feeling disappointed, Mo Huai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Li Zishuan with a little fear in his eyes. Because he felt the fluctuation of vital qi. Looking at Li Zishuan with his eyes closed and his face facing the sky, as if he was undergoing a heavenly connection, Mo Huai's heart suddenly surged with great waves of shock. Heavens! Could it be that Yamacho was going to break through the realm again? Did he have to be so monstrous? He had clearly just entered the mid-stage of Grandmaster last year. How long had it been? Why was he going to break through again? At this moment, Mo Huai could not care less about his disappointment. He quickly focused and guarded Li Zishuan to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Zishuan's epiphany. Fortunately, they were now beside the forest at the foot of the mountain. Usually, no one would come here at this time. While Mo Huai was guarding Li Zishuan, he looked at Li Zishuan with an extremely complicated expression. Perfect. Li Zishuan's martial arts, knowledge, and character were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If such a person had to be described with a word, it could only be perfect. Such a perfect young man with time and ability. If he did not become a saint, it would be a pity. Mo Huai sighed with regret in his heart. However, after Li Zishuan refused to become a saint, his thoughts were clear and he had an epiphany. This showed that the Tao he had chosen was the one that was most suitable for him. Thinking of this, the pity in Mo Huai's heart instantly turned into blessings for Li Zishuan. After an entire half an hour, the sky had completely darkened, and Li Zishuan finally opened his eyes. At the instant he opened his eyes, Mo Huai could clearly sense a strand of bright light flashing within those sharp eyes of Li Zishuan. How is it? Yamacho? Have you broken through? Mo Huai quickly asked. He asked because Li Zishuan's genuine qi was restrained. At this moment, he could not feel the fluctuation of genuine qi in Li Zishuan's body. Naturally, he could not see Li Zishuan's current realm. Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Mr. Mo, you must be joking. How can it be so easy to break through the realm after the Grandmaster? I just walked around the threshold just now." Mo Huai said seriously, "Yamacho, this is already very good. Since you've already touched the threshold, it's only a matter of time before you break through. It's hard to imagine that, Yamacho, you're not even 20 years old yet, and you're already at the threshold of the Grandmaster late stage. With this kind of martial arts aptitude, It's hard to find a second person in the world, let alone the entire Tang Empire. Li Zishuan only felt that his mind was clear and his body was comfortable. Hearing this, he smiled and said, this is just pure luck. Mr. Mo, don't praise me. Maybe I'll become arrogant. It's getting late now. Let's go up the mountain quickly. With that, Li Zishuan led the way up the mountain. Mo Huai responded and followed him. Oh, that's right. Li Zishuan suddenly stopped. With Mo Huai on his back, he said in a deep voice, Mr. Mo, don't mention the sage in the future. Gong Xue is still a seedling. I don't want to stir up a dispute between the sects now. It's good that we're content with this corner of the world. Although a single spark can start a prairie fire, Gong Xue only has a few hundred disciples now. It's not enough to start a prairie fire. With that, Li Zishuan continued to walk up the mountain. Mo Huai, who was following behind, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Obviously, Li Zishuan had sensed his little thoughts, which made him feel a little ashamed. He thought to himself that he couldn't play any tricks in front of Li Zishuan in the future. The next day, after Li Zishuan finished his sword practice and had breakfast, he walked to Sun Simiao's courtyard. After he returned home last night, Han Yushi told him that Sun Simiao had looked for him yesterday afternoon, but he couldn't find him. Therefore, Li Zishuan came over personally. When he walked into Sun Simiao's courtyard, he saw that who was already helping Sun Simiao clean the courtyard. This little girl stayed at her house at night. Early in the morning, she would come to Yunshan to take care of Sun Simiao's daily needs and help Sun Simiao treat illnesses and save people. She really treated Sun Simiao as her savior and was trying her best to repay him. She wanted to repay Sun Simiao for letting her see the light again. She also wanted to repay Sun Simiao for curing her brother's stuttering. Young master, you're here. Master and I went to the courtyard and the academy yesterday, but we couldn't find you. Master is reading a medical book in the backyard now. Go quickly. When Hu saw Li Zishuan, she hurriedly went forward and said with a smile. Li Zishuan smiled and said, I was busy at the workshop at the foot of the mountain yesterday. I wasn't on the mountain. Actually, what did you guys look for me for yesterday? Hu actually replied with an O, and replied, Young master, the Tang Alliance Medical Center in Longtime County has been built. I'm guessing that master is looking for you because of this matter. Why don't you go to the backyard and ask him personally? What? The medical center is built? When was it built? Where is it built? Li Zishuan was stunned. He had never heard of any medical center being built in Longtime County. How could it be built so suddenly? It was built 2 days ago. It's built in Yong and Lane in the county. It's not far from young master's marquee mansion. In the past, young master told master that the medical center should be divided into departments. This time, master built the medical center according to your wishes. That medical center is huge. There are over 30 rooms. Over 30 rooms? Can 30 rooms be considered big? This is still considered a county hospital, right? How can it be so shabby? Unexpectedly, why didn't Daoist's son discuss with me when he built the medical center? Also, where did he get the money to build the medical center? Li Zishuan said helplessly. Hu thought for a while and replied, Young master, you've been so busy recently that I can't even see your shadow. Master felt that you seem to have forgotten that you promised him to help build the medical center. A few days ago, he went to find County Magistrate He. As for where master got the money to build the medical center, I don't know. You should ask master personally. Li Zishuan couldn't help but pat his forehead. If Hu didn't mention it today, he would have been so busy that he had forgotten about the medical center. He coughed embarrassedly and said, Cough, cough. Okay, I'll go find Daoist's son. You're busy with your things. After saying that, he quickly went to the backyard. Well, Xiaoxian, you're here? Have a seat. In the backyard, Sun Simiao was reading medical books and taking notes under a small pavilion. He sensed someone coming and looked up. When he saw that it was Li Zishuan, he smiled and pointed to the stone bench opposite him. Li Zishuan saw that Sun Simiao didn't mean to blame him and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He sat down and asked Sun Simiao tentatively, Daoist's son, I heard that the county's joint medical center has been built? Hearing that, Sun Simiao put down the medical book and nodded. Yes, I came to find you yesterday for this matter. Now that the medical center has been built, it must be put into use as soon as possible to treat patients. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to leave so many rooms empty? Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Yes. Daoist's son is right. It should be put into use as soon as possible. Oh, right, I heard that there are more than 30 rooms in the medical center. Is that true? Sun Simiao said, yes. It's true. I was thinking that if the medical center was divided into departments, it would need to prepare more rooms. I'm not wasting your money on purpose. Li Zishuan shook his head. That's not what I meant. I just think that you prepared too few rooms. You should prepare at least 100. That's not right. What do you mean by saying that you're wasting my money? Are you saying that you're using my money to build the medical center? Sun Simiao raised his eyebrows and said, yes. Xiaoxian, didn't you say that you would fully support me in developing and spreading medicine in Longtime County? You said that the manpower, material, and financial resources would be provided by you. Of course, the money to build the medical center should be provided by you too. Alright. The county government still owes the people money for the construction. Xiaoxian, you should pay the money as soon as possible. Li Zishuan was stunned. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Obviously, Sun Simiao was using his name to ask County Magistrate He to gather a construction team to build the medical center. He didn't expect Sun Simiao to be so naughty at his age. It seemed that he shouldn't be called Li Shizen's naughty, but Sun Simiao's naughty. Ahem. Good. I'll go to the county government later and settle the debt with County Magistrate He. You don't have to worry, Daoist son. Although old Sun was a little naughty, he had promised to help Sun Simiao build the medical center. Therefore he had to pay for it. Sun Simiao nodded and sighed. Xiaoxian, the medical center has been built, but it still lacks a lot of doctors. You have to help me. Chapter 1427. Don't worry, Taoist Sunday. I'll go to the editorial department in a while and ask them to publish a notice on tomorrow's Datong Daily. I don't believe that we can't recruit people with money. At that time, the people we recruit will be personally tested by you, Daoist Sunday. Not only will they be tested on medical skills, but they will also be tested on medical ethics. Our Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center will definitely not recruit those doctors with corrupt medical ethics and evil intentions. Yunshan Villa. Li Zishuan heard Sun Simiao say that the medical center lacked doctors, so he said with a smile. Sun Simiao nodded and said, you don't need to say that. I'll do it. Those with bad medical ethics will only damage the reputation of our medical center. But Xiaoxian, there's something I have to tell you first. The Tang United Medical Center can't monopolize the doctors in the world and drive up the medical fees. Otherwise, I won't work for you. The scale of the Tang United Medical Center was huge. At least in this era where private medical centers were popular, the scale of the Tang United Medical Center was definitely the top. The bigger the scale, the more doctors they could recruit, and the private medical centers among the people would inevitably be excluded. At that time, once the private medical centers could no longer survive, the Tang United Medical Center would form a monopoly. Li Zishuan hurriedly said, Taoist priest, you are looking down on me by saying this. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was established with the purpose of saving the dying and healing the wounded and benefiting the common people. Even if you didn't say it, I wouldn't do such a wicked thing as raising the medical fees. In the future, the Tang United Medical Center will be curated by Taoist Sunday. Everything will be decided by you, including the pricing power of the medical fees. You can order as many as you want, but don't let me lose too much. After all, a medical center is a medical center, not a charity organization like the Nguyen Tang Foundation. Although Sun Simiao didn't care about the position of curator, he thought that the curator could control the pricing power. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally agreed. Okay, this humble Daoist will accept the position of curator for the time being. When there is a suitable candidate in the future, this humble Daoist will step down. As for the price of the consultation fee, let's follow the average price of the current folk medical centers. This way, Xiaoxian, you won't lose money, and it won't cause the other folk medical centers to have no patients. Li Zishuan had to admit that Old Sun's consideration of the problem was very thorough. He even considered the survival of the civilian medical center. This made Li Zishuan admire him. This old Taoist really had the heart of a bodhisattva. That would be for the best. After leaving Sun Simiao's place, Li Zishuan first went to the workshop and told the editorial department to put a recruitment notice for the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanhuang College Medical School in a prominent position in the Datong Daily tomorrow. He also went to check on the progress of the technical upgrading of the workshop. Then he went to the county government in the county. County Magistrate He, how much did the Tang Alliance Medical Center cost? Li Zishuan asked County Magistrate He when he arrived at the back hall of the county government. He came here today to help Sun Simiao settle the project debt. When County Magistrate He heard this, he immediately cheered up and said, "Marquis, please wait for a moment. I will go and get the account book now." Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Why do you want to get the account book? Just tell me how much it cost. Do you think I don't trust you?" County Magistrate He had a good reputation as an official. He wasn't greedy for money and wasn't lustful. Other than being a little less daring at critical moments, he was generally a good official. Li Zishuan didn't believe that he would have the guts to embezzle money from him. "Thank you for your trust, Mar." The Tang Alliance Medical Center cost 4,276 strings of coins, including wages, materials, and tools. Marquis has been busy with official business recently. I can't disturb Marquis for such a small matter. Therefore, I will still pay on credit. For the rest, I will use the county government's savings to pay for Marquis. County Magistrate He was flattered by Li Zishuan's trust. He cupped his hands and said, "But later, you can ask someone to get the money from the housekeeper of my residence. In the future, you can also go directly to the housekeeper. The money for the craftsmen and the workers can't always be in arrears." Li Zishuan nodded his head and said sincerely and earnestly, County Magistrate He hurriedly said yes. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before he suddenly said, "The taxes and provisions collected by the county in the past were all handed over to the Chang and governor's office. Now that Longtime County is this marquis's fief, it is reasonable to say that all of the annual income should be handed over to me. However, this marquis is unwilling to be a money grubber. Therefore, a portion of the taxes collected by Longtime County each year can be allocated by the county yamen." County Magistrate He was shocked. Didn't all the fiefs of the nobles in the world have all the taxes collected by the fief owner? Who would be like Li Zishuan, handing over the taxes to the county government? He subconsciously thought that Li Zishuan was testing him with money, so he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, You can't do that. You can't do that. This county government is just a place to solve cases for the people. How can it be qualified to allocate a county's taxes? This is overstepping its authority and is also against the rules. This lowly official doesn't dare to comply." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "County Magistrate He, you're wrong. Longtime County's county government is not only used to solve cases for the people, it should also play a role in maintaining public order and the welfare of the people. In the future, the county government will have the right to allocate a portion of the annual taxes to build a city and do some public works that can improve the livelihood of the people. For example, the Tang Empire's Joint Medical Center this time is specially used to provide health services for the tens of thousands of people in Longtime County. This marquis can fork out the money to build the medical center because the taxes collected by the county government are not much. In addition, the county government also spent a lot of money to build the canals a while ago. However, in the early stages of the establishment of the medical center, the purchase of medicinal herbs and the recruitment of doctors with superb medical skills all needed to be invested in it. This money will have to be paid by the county government in the future. In addition, the renovation of Longtime County that I mentioned to you before can start now. It must be done in the shortest time possible to turn all the roads in the county into cement roads. This marquis will not ask the county government for money for the cement needed to build the roads. However, County Magistrate He, there is one thing you need to remember. When the county magistrate collects taxes from the commoners and merchants, it must be taken from the commoners and used by the commoners. You must not fill your own pockets. In the end, you will enrich the county magistrate and impoverish the commoners. If that happens, I will remove you from your positions. Li Zishuan's intention was actually very simple. He wanted to use the county government's initiative to increase the scope of the county government's authority. Not only did the county government have the right to solve cases, it also had the obligation to use taxes, build infrastructure, and benefit the people. This was a bit similar to the modern-day county government. As a feudal lord, Li Zishuan actually did not want to interfere too much with the management of the fief. He only wanted to take care of the general direction. If the county government officials could think of ways to let the people live a good life without his guidance, then Li Zishuan would be very happy to see it. Take from the people and use it for the people. County Magistrate He's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a novel idea before. In China's thousands of years of feudal dynasties, taxes were collected from the people to govern the country and feed the army. At most, they would give some money and food when there was a disaster. Who would be like Li Zishuan, who directly let the county government transfer the collected taxes to build roads and medical centers for the people? County Magistrate, he muttered to himself and cupped his hands in respect. Marquis treats the people with benevolence and benevolence. He will definitely receive the people's heartfelt love and respect. This official can help Marquis govern Longtime. It is truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Marquis, don't worry. This official will definitely implement Marquis, take from the people and use it for the people, governing philosophy, and let the people of Longtime live a good life. Li Zishuan nodded and said, the population of Longtime County is still too small. Many of the lands are uncultivated. We can only implement benevolent policies to allow more citizens to migrate to Longtime County. This way, our county will be able to prosper and prosper. Moreover, in addition to the medical center, I also want to wait for an opportunity to introduce a cooperative medical system to reduce the burden of medical treatment for the people. Cooperative medical system? Marquis, what do you mean? County Magistrate, he was suddenly puzzled. Li Zishuan thought for a while and replied, as the name suggests, this cooperative medical system is a medical treatment model where if one person is sick, the whole people will share the medical treatment. Every household only needs to pay a small sum of money every year to join the cooperative medical system. Within the validity period, as long as they are sick, they will be able to enjoy a certain percentage of the medical treatment fee and medical treatment fee reduction at the Tang United Medical Center. This will greatly reduce the burden of medical treatment for the people. It was the first time County Magistrate he had heard of this cooperative medical system. He couldn't help but be surprised. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly as he weighed the feasibility of Li Zishuan's plan. After pondering for a while, County Magistrate he opened his mouth and said, Marquis, how can a person not fall sick after eating all kinds of crops? Moreover, among the people, there are many people who still have old illnesses. These old illnesses are not only time-consuming and laborious to treat, but also costly. In this way, if we charge too much money, the enthusiasm of the people to join the cooperative medical system will be greatly reduced. However, if we charge too little money, the amount of money we have to spend every year to fill this hole will definitely not be a small amount. It had to be said that County Magistrate he was a discerning person. He could see the hidden problems in the cooperative medical system at a glance. Li Zishuan nodded and said, you are right. This cooperative medical system is indeed not enough, so I didn't ask you to implement it immediately. However, one thing is certain. The county government will not charge too much for the cooperative medical system. Otherwise, it will go against my original intention. As for the annual deficit, it will be subsidized by the taxes collected by the county government every year. Therefore, if we want to implement the cooperative medical system, the county government must have money. This is also why I set up the Department of Commerce and reformed the business tax. The more money we have, the more things we can do. The cooperative medical system he was talking about was actually the modern cooperative medical system in rural areas. It was a little similar to medical insurance. Although it was a little ahead of its time in the Tang Empire, Li Zishuan felt that when his fief's finances were strong, it was very necessary to implement it throughout the county. County Magistrate he was suddenly enlightened. He said with admiration, Marquis has great foresight. Your plan is truly admirable. Now that the business of our Longtime County is thriving, the opposition of the merchants to the new business tax law is getting lesser and lesser. The time for us to implement the cooperative medical system to the people is just around the corner. However, although this marquee has given the county government the right to control the taxes, the county government must also prevent corruption. From now on, every sum of money that the county government pays must be recorded clearly. This marquee will send someone to check the accounts every 3 months. So, you have to take good care of the money for this marquee, Li Zishuan said sternly. County magistrate He's heart trembled. He quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The next day, the 2 announcements on Datang Daily attracted the attention of many people. Lantian County's Tang Empire Joint Medical Center has been established. Sun Simiao is the head of the medical center. Many medical experts have been gathered to treat difficult and complicated diseases for the people. The fees are fair and honest. As the medical center has just been established, we are recruiting a large number of people with excellent medical skills and high medical ethics. Their monthly salary will be constant. Those who are both virtuous and skilled will have no upper limit on their salary and will be treated well. In terms of medical skills, they may even receive personal guidance from Head Sun. Those who are interested, please go to Lantian County's Yong and Lane Tang Empire Joint Medical Center to sign up and accept the examination. Yanhuang College's School of Medicine has been established. The previous students of the academy will be integrated into Yanhuang College's School of Engineering. The head of the medical center will be Sun Simiao. Among them, there are 2 doctors from the Imperial Physician Bureau. Their medical skills are superb and their medical ethics are noble. We are now recruiting medical students who aspire to become doctors to study medicine in the future. Those who are interested in medical skills, please go to Datang Daily's offices to sign up. On July 15th, together with the students who are applying for Yanhuang College's School of Engineering, come to Yunshan to take the entrance examination. The examination content for medical students will be announced in 2 days. Of the 2 announcements, one was about the Joint Medical Center of Tang Dynasty, and the other was about the enrollment notice of Yanhuang Academy's medical school. It caused a great reaction among the people. After dinner, the people couldn't help but gather in groups to discuss it. Tang Empire Joint Medical Center? Dr. Sun is the head of the medical center? Then this medical center is too amazing. If I fall sick in the future, I must go there. That's a must. Dr. Sun's medical skills are known all over the world. With him around, is there any illness that can't be cured? I just don't know how the consultation fees are collected. Look, the salary that Tang Empire Joint Medical Center gives to the doctors is so high. In my opinion, the consultation fee definitely won't be too high. After all, the head of this joint clinic is Divine Dr. Sun, and the founder is the Marquis of Yong. Both of them are immortal-like figures, so how could they possibly earn this kind of money that goes against their conscience? Don't worry. Right. With Dr. Sun and Mark Young, and this medical center definitely won't harm the people. It's just that this medical center is in Lantian County and not in Chang'an City. It's a bit inconvenient to run around. TSK, the salary that this medical center gives to the doctors makes me want to go. Hey, you're such a short-sighted guy. The salary is secondary, do you understand? The most important thing is that if you go to the medical center, you will have the chance to ask Dr. Sun for advice. This is something that can't be exchanged for with any amount of money. De Shun is right. To be able to ask Dr. Sun for advice on medicine, how many people can only dream of it? It's a pity that no one in our family knows medicine. It doesn't matter if no one knows medicine. Didn't you see it on the newspaper? Yanhuang College's medical center is recruiting students. Let your eldest child take the exam. If he passes, not only will he be able to go to Yanhuang College, he will also be able to receive personal guidance from Dr. Sun. Hey, why didn't I think of that? I'll let my eldest child register. That kid has always wanted to be a doctor. Right. I'll also let my second child take the exam for Yanhuang College's medical center. Chapter 1428. The announcement of the Tang Dynasty daily stirred up a heated discussion among the people again. The generous conditions offered by the Tang Dynasty United Medical Center to the doctors made many doctors around Chang feel a rush of excitement. After all, the monthly salary of many doctors in the private medical centers was not even enough to reach the usual amount. Not to mention the possibility of receiving guidance from Sun Simiao after going to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. All these benefits attracted many people who were proficient in medicine and wanted to go to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center to participate in the examination. The doctors in charge of the private medical centers began to think about what excuse to take leave 3 days later so that they could go to the Joint Medical Center in Longtime County to participate in the examination. If he were to be selected, then he would have an iron rice bowl in the future. After all, the Tang Alliance Medical Center was backed by the Longtime County Yamen and Li Zishuan. Basically, it would not collapse. As for a small medical center among the people, if there were a day when the number of people who came to see a doctor decreased and they could no longer earn money, then he would very likely be fired. In contrast, there was nothing wrong with saying that the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was an iron rice bowl. Therefore, after the doctors in the private medical centers learned about the announcement on Datang Daily, almost all of them wanted to apply for a job at the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. However, this was a tough situation for the managers of the small private medical centers. They also knew that they had no advantage compared to the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center. In order to retain their doctors, they had to increase their doctors' salaries. After such a fuss, in the entire Chang'an city and the surrounding counties, there were basically no medical centers that gave their doctors a lower salary than usual. This also greatly reduced the loss of talent in the private medical centers and resolved the devastating blow brought by the announcement on Datang Daily to the private medical centers. This was also what Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao wanted to see. They never had the intention to wipe out the private medical centers. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center was equivalent to a modern state-owned enterprise, and the small private medical centers were equivalent to private enterprises. The joint development of the two economies was a healthy development. Otherwise, it would be easy to form a monopoly. In addition, there were quite a lot of people who wanted to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school. After all, this medical school not only carried Sun Simiao's name, but also hung the signboard of Yanhuang College. Today's Yanhuang College was no longer a nameless college like last year. It was already famous. Those young people who thought they couldn't get into the Yanhuang College's School of Engineering and had the ambition to be a doctor all turned their attention to the medical college entrance exam. Many people ran to the nearest Datang Daily office to sign up before noon after reading the newspaper. As time went by, the news would spread wider and wider. There would be more and more people who knew about it and were willing to sign up for the entrance exam. This directly caused a certain amount of pressure on the Imperial Medical Department in Chang'an City, because the Imperial Medical Department was not only responsible for treating the diseases of the nobles in the palace, but also for training medical students. Now that Yanhuang College had established a medical school, the number of students who applied for the Imperial Medical Department this year was bound to decrease. Not only that, many of the current students in the Imperial Medical Department wanted to directly leave the department midway and take this year's entrance exam of Yanhuang College's medical school. This was because Sun Simiao and the previous two respected doctors from the Imperial Medical Department, Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang. However, although the medical college's enrollment announcement had a certain impact on the Imperial Medical Department, the impact was very limited. After all, the Imperial Medical Department had a unique and incomparable advantage. That was, the students who entered here had a chance to become an imperial doctor in the future and had a chance to become an official. A medical officer was also an official. Based on this point alone, the Yanhuang College's medical school couldn't compare with it. As for the Tang Joint Medical Center, although the examination and recruitment of doctors would start 3 days later, Sun Simiao didn't want the medical center to be so empty, so he opened the medical center in advance. As for the doctors in the medical center, they were temporarily the three of them, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang. Hu Jing and the two students from the Imperial Medical Department that Dr. Qin brought with him when he joined Yanhuang College were assistants. According to the original plan, the medical center's lobby on the first floor should have an inquiry desk and a registration desk. The medical center should also be divided into 7 departments: internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, gynecology, acupuncture, ENT, and orthopedic. However, because of the lack of manpower, Sun Simiao and the others took the simplest way of waiting in line to treat the patients who came to the joint medical center. The 3 of them were all people with excellent medical skills, so naturally, they could treat any disease in any department. In fact, strictly speaking, Chinese medicine didn't need to be divided into departments, because Chinese medicine was a holistic system, unlike Western medicine, which was divided into many small parts. However, the reason why it was divided into departments was that the doctors who came from the common people certainly didn't have excellent medical skills like Sun Simiao and Dr. Qin, who could easily solve all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases. Everyone actually had their own strengths, and the division of departments was undoubtedly to bring everyone's strengths to the extreme. Old lady, you have a deficiency of yin and internal heat, which can be seen from the internal disturbance. Your heart is in a mess, and your spirit can't be controlled. It seems to be bloated, but it's not bloated. You feel stuffy. Have you been having trouble eating and sleeping recently? At this time, Sun Simiao had just finished feeling the pulse of an old woman and said, Yes, Dr. Sun, you are really amazing. I not only have no appetite recently, but I'm also often upset. I can't sleep all night. The old woman hurriedly said. An old man next to the old woman looked at Sun Simiao eagerly and asked, Dr. Sun, do you think my old lady's illness can be cured? Sun Simiao smiled slightly. He picked up the writing brush and calmly replied as he wrote, This old lady has a deficiency of yin and yang. It's just a minor illness, so you don't have to worry. I'll give you a prescription to calm your nerves and nourish your qi. After 3 days, the illness will be cured. This is the prescription. Keep it well. There aren't any medicinal herbs in the clinic for the next few days, so take the prescription and go to other pharmacies to get the herbs. While speaking, Sun Simiao had already finished writing the prescription and handed it to the old couple. The old man quickly thanked him profusely. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Thank you, Dr. Sun. How much is the consultation fee? Sun Simiao stretched out a finger and said, The consultation fee is 100 copper coins. 100 copper coins? The old man was a little surprised when he heard this. When he brought his wife to the magnificent joint medical center, he saw how grand and luxurious the medical center was. He thought that the consultation fee and medicinal fees in this medical center would be much more expensive than other places. But who knew that this was not the case? The consultation fee of the joint medical center was basically the same as the consultation fee of the small medical centers outside. It was even cheaper than some. How could he not be surprised? Good. This is 100 copper coins. Thank you, Dr. Sun. Thank you, Dr. Sun. The old man quickly took out 100 copper coins, and then left with the old woman, thanking her profusely. In fact, the old man was not the only one who was surprised by the friendly consultation fee of the Tang Joint Medical Center. The people who came to see the illness today were definitely here for the 3 famous doctors, Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang. But at the same time, they were also a little nervous because they didn't know how much the Joint Medical Center charged. Now that they knew that the consultation fee of the Tang Joint Medical Center was almost the same as outside, or even much less than the consultation fee of those black-hearted medical centers, the people were all overjoyed and ran to spread the news. This reputation soon spread out. Chapter 1429. In the future, Longtime County won't be the only joint medical center in the Tang Empire. We will strive to have a joint medical center in every one of the 300 provinces and counties in the Tang Empire. This is a difficult project, and it will require a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources. However, our top priority now is to set up the medical center in Longtime County and make a name for ourselves. Only then will we be able to open joint medical centers in other places more smoothly. The Tang Empire Joint Medical Center in Longtime County had been running well in the past 2 days. On this day, Li Zixuan gathered the main personnel in the medical center and held a small work deployment meeting. Because the medical center would be recruiting doctors tomorrow, the medical center would slowly get on the right track, and some things had to be arranged in advance. Tomorrow, there will be many doctors coming to apply for the job. Daoist's son and the 2 doctors must check carefully. Those who have bad medical ethics and bad intentions, no matter how good their medical skills are, cannot be hired by our joint medical center. On the contrary, although some people's medical skills are lacking, if they have noble medical ethics and are diligent and eager to learn, we can also relax the conditions to recruit them and train them well. There is no limit to the number of doctors who can pass your eyes. We will recruit as many doctors as we can. First, the scale of the medical center is too small, and I will recruit more craftsmen to expand it later. Second, when the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center is established in other provinces and counties, we will definitely need to transfer some elites over. Third, Yanhuang College's medical school also needs a group of teachers. When the time comes, we will need to transfer a group of experienced doctors to teach there. It can be considered as a part-time job for both sides. Li Zixuan's words sounded rich and overbearing, but that was the truth. The joint clinic was in need of doctors, and so was the Yanhuang Academy's medical school. This time, they could use Sun Simiao's prestige and great reputation in the apricot forest to attract a large number of doctors to join. Hearing this, Sun Simiao nodded and said, "Little Xian, we understand what you mean. Tomorrow, we will recruit a group of excellent doctors for you." Dr. Qin and Dr. Wang also smiled and agreed. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Then I will have to trouble you all tomorrow." Now, all kinds of herbs and tools have been prepared in our medical center. After we recruit all the doctors tomorrow, we can officially open for business and treat the illnesses of the common people. Sun Simiao couldn't help but smile. The emergence of the Tang Empire Joint Medical Center and the Yanhuang College Medical School ignited a fire in his heart, a fire that spread the medical knowledge. He felt that what Li Zixuan said to him before was very reasonable. No matter how good his medical skills were, he couldn't save all the patients in the world. However, if he passed his medical skills to the doctors in the world, the result would be very different. It was precisely because of this that Sun Simiao, who had always been indifferent to fame and fortune, agreed to serve as the director of the Joint Medical Center and the dean of Yanhuang College's School of Medicine. One had to know that when Li Zixuan asked Sun Simiao to serve as the head of the Imperial Medical Center, Sun Simiao did not agree. Now that Li Zixuan asked Sun Simiao to serve in 2 important positions at the same time, Sun Simiao agreed. Who knew if old Li would be angry when he found out? "Little Xian, if I remember correctly, you should have a set of self-made blood transfusion needles, right? I don't know if you can leave some in the medical center. In case you encounter a patient who is bleeding heavily, it can play a key role." Just as Li Zixuan was about to announce the end of the meeting, Sun Simiao suddenly remembered that Li Zixuan had transfused blood to Qin Qiong last year, so he quickly said. Li Zixuan's heart moved, and suddenly some ideas came to his mind. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Of course. In addition to the blood transfusion needles, I will also get a batch of disposable rubber gloves, medical disinfectant alcohol, masks, and so on. In the future, all the doctors involved in all the surgical operations in the medical center must wear gloves and masks, and their hands and instruments must be disinfected with alcohol. In addition, I have a set of wound suturing methods here. When I have time, I will teach it to the surgeons in the medical center." Ever since he had rubber, Li Zixuan could not only make rubber needles, but also rubber gloves. This was very useful in surgical operations. Thinking back to the time when he had transfused blood to Qin Qiong, he had made the needles from disinfected duck intestines. It was simply too low class. As for the wound suturing techniques, he did not intend to keep it a secret. Teaching it to the doctors in the hospital so that they could save more people would be a great merit. Wound suturing? There's such a treatment method? It's amazing! Yamacho, you have to keep your word. In the future, you must come and teach this method to the doctors in our medical center." Hearing this, Dr. Qin was pleasantly surprised. Of course, Li Zixuan nodded. Seeing that no one had anything else to say, he decisively announced the end of the meeting. It happened to be noon, and there were no patients lining up in front of the medical center. They had probably all gone home for lunch. Li Zishuan invited Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, Hu Jing, and the 2 former students of the Imperial Medical Department to Zuaxian restaurant for lunch. Marquis, not good. There are many women surrounding the Datang daily office in Chang and City. After lunch, Pang Feiji rushed to Li Zishuan and reported to him as soon as he came out of the Zuaxian restaurant. Chicken Bro had just gone through a big wedding, but he was still very dedicated. He reported back to Yunshan the day after the wedding. Now, he had become Li Zishuan's personal bodyguard, running errands and delivering messages for Li Zishuan everywhere. Li Zishuan heard this and could not help but frown. He asked in confusion, Datang daily office is surrounded by women? Why is that? Pang Feiji wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, Marquis, the reason for this is that a few women wanted to sign up for the Yanhuang College Medical School's entrance exam. But since ancient times, there has been no precedent of women entering the school. The people in the office rejected them, but the women did not let it go. They said that in the Datang Daily's admission notice, there was no restriction that only men could sign up. Their ruckus attracted even more women to join them. They said, why can't women enter the school? Why can't women study medicine? There are even female medical officers in the palace. After hearing Pang Feiji's words, Li Zishuan felt like 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. How could this be blamed on the admission notice he had written? Wasn't the admission notice in ancient times that only men were admitted? Did it need to be specifically stated? Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang all frowned. This was not an easy matter to deal with. Then let the Datang daily office in Chang and City close early today. We can't afford to offend them, but can't we avoid them? Li Zishuan said helplessly. Li Zishuan could not force the women who wanted to go to the medical school to study because he had never hit women. However, it was also impossible for him to let them go as they wished. Allowing women to enter the school was a crime against the world. When the time came, those Confucian defenders would definitely gang up on him. This was a red line. Once crossed, there was a high possibility of being consigned to eternal damnation. Li Zishuan did not want to take this risk. He did not want to be entangled in trouble and bicker with people every day. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to escape. It was not that he was biased against women, but the times did not allow it. Pang Feiji heard this and hesitated for a moment. Then he cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Sun Simiao, who was at the side, said worriedly, Xiao Xian, hiding like this is not a solution. The Datang daily office is still open for business. You can hide for a while, but you can't hide forever. From what I see, why don't you tell the world about this in tomorrow's newspaper? Then, those women will stop bothering you. Professor Qin nodded and said, yes. Xiao Xian, hiding like this is not a solution. Why don't we do as Priest Sun said? At this moment, Li Zishuan's mind was occupied with other matters. Hearing that, he only replied indifferently, I got it. Actually, he was thinking in his heart. Even if tomorrow's newspaper said that women were not allowed to enter the school, would these women really give up? Sir, you're finally back. When he returned to the home mansion, Xiao Yu hurriedly greeted him as soon as he stepped through the door. The workshop was undergoing technical upgrades. Recently, Li Zishuan and Han Yushi had returned to the county to live. He did not expect Li Yu to find him here, and it seemed like she had something urgent to tell him. Li Zishuan quickly stopped in his tracks and looked at Li Yu. He asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yu, you're looking for me today? Of course. Xiao Yu nodded and said, Sir, there are many commoner women who want to apply for Yanhuang College's medical school, but they were rejected by your subordinates. You have to make a decision for those women, right? Make a decision? Make a decision for what? Li Zishuan was puzzled. Then he rubbed his eyebrows helplessly and said, Xiao Yu, I can't make a decision for them. On the admission notice, although it didn't say that women were not allowed to apply, shouldn't it be tacitly agreed? Since ancient times, where has there been a precedent of women entering the school? I can't help you with this, otherwise, Yanhuang College will be in big trouble. Sir, I misjudged you. Xiao Yu pouted and suddenly said angrily, I always thought that you were a different person. I didn't expect you to look down on women like those Confucian scholars. What's wrong with women? There are some things that women are not worse than men. Sir, what right do you have to look down on women? Besides, although there has been no precedent of women entering the school since ancient times, there are many precedents of women studying medicine. The Imperial Medical Department recruits many female students every year to act as female medical officers in the palace. Why can't Yanhuang College's medical school recruit women? Sir, when have you become so pedantic? After knowing Li Yu for so long, Li Zixuan had never seen Li Yu so angry. It was as if she was angry and unwilling to accept the fact that her idol had some flaws. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she snorted and turned her head to walk out of the door angrily. Xiao Yu, wait. Previously, Li Yu's voice was relatively loud, so the people in the room had already walked out. Seeing Xiao Yu leave angrily, Han Yushi hurriedly shouted. Xiao Yu stopped in her tracks. Her eyes were a little red. She turned her head to look at Han Yushi and said, Sister Yushi, in Sir's eyes, you are the only woman he looks up to. He looks down on all the women in the world. It's useless no matter what I say. He doesn't know that many of the women who apply are pure and kind. They want to learn medicine at Yanhuang College so that they can save the dying and heal the injured and benefit the people in the future. Today, because of his light sentence, women are not allowed to enter the school. He rejected all the women in the world who are interested in medicine. I think that one day, Sir will definitely regret his decision today. After saying that, she raised her arm, wiped her eyes, and prepared to leave. This girl was also a sentimental person. As she spoke, she actually ended up crying. In the front yard, Li Zixuan, Han Yushi, Li Jingma, Yi Guozhong, and the others couldn't help but be silent when they heard that, especially Li Zixuan. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through his mind in a very short period of time. Seeing that Xiao Yu was about to leave the house, Li Zixuan suddenly said, Stop. It was just 3 short words, but they were like a spell that froze Li Yu's foot in the air. Then he pulled it back. Li Zixuan continued, This matter is indeed my lack of consideration, but I definitely don't mean to look down on women. On the contrary, I think that women's medical skills are not worse than men's. For example, Sun Daozhang's disciple, Hu Jing, is now a little accomplished in her medical skills. She is also called the Little Fairy Doctor. But even so, if we rashly let women enter Yanhuang College, it will definitely cause a huge uproar. If this matter is not handled properly, it will put Yanhuang College in a whirlpool of storms. The already weak academic skills will be difficult to advance in the future. Therefore, the matter of letting women enter the school must be carefully considered. Xiao Yu, can you give me a few days? I might be able to come up with a perfect plan. Xiao Yu turned around and looked at Li Zixuan with her slightly moist eyes. After a while, she smiled through her tears and said, Yes, yes. I believe that Sir will be able to do what others can't. Xiao Yu thanked Sir on behalf of those women. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, All right. All the good and bad things have been said by you alone. You really like to give me problems. Quickly wipe your tears. You're already a big girl. If others see you like this, they'll say that you've been wronged by your teacher. Xiao Yu wiped her eyes and said, I'm not crying. Sir, I still have things to do in the editorial department. I'll go back first. I hope Sir can come up with a good idea to give those women who really want to study medicine a chance. After saying that, she hurriedly left. Xiao Xian, are you really going to admit women into the school? After Xiao Yu left, Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan nodded and sighed deeply. He said, Grandfather, what Xiao Yu said just now is not without reason. But there will be a lot of trouble in this operation. I have to smooth things out one by one before I can officially admit women into the school.